Hello and welcome to BierTier, the German engineer. Yes, today we are finally back a week later with our base. And yeah, we have big plans today. We will see how that works out. But first of all, hello everybody. How are you doing? I see we have Croc, and of course Jay has been here for like 2.5 hours for now in chat. Not entirely sure what you're up to, Jay, but I hope you made it this time to the beginning of the stream. We have Alfie Wolf in the chat as well, of course. Alfie, hello there. But yeah, how's everybody else doing? I hope you're having a good Memorial Day weekend so far. Of course, if you're located in the United States, that is. Oh yeah. Looking around here, we're looking pretty good. Let me run the game so everything normalizes a little bit. Looking pretty good. Our plants are growing. That's usually the first indication when you load up the game that something's not working, when all of the plants are completely dead. And of course, our tamers on the left and on the right here are also always prone to, just die if you try to load up the game. But yeah, everything else seems to be absolutely in good condition. Yeah. Down here on the bottom, I did notice at the end of the stream last time around, we did finally make a dent into this thing. Isn't it crazy? Finally, we are slowly but steadily getting rid of most of the oil that we have. I will probably keep one of these here around, just so we have access to as much oil as we would ever need. But the rest is not petroleum. And when we take a look here, roughly 71 tons per tile, somewhere in that general area here in our infinite storage. Not oil, petroleum, of course. So sooner or later, this thing here will not be needed anymore. But yeah, what can we do? Well, as I said, or promised, better to say, in the thumbnail and of course in the title, today, lava temperature, let's take a look real quick, 1527, it barely made a dent. It barely made a dent. When we take a look over here, for example, 1571, and over here, 1527, so we dropped by like 50 degrees. It's basically negligible. 50 degrees is how much we dropped the lava temperature over here on the left side. But yeah, today, what I want to do. I know I made a lot of plans at the end of the stream last time around. But yeah, of course, all that went out the window because I did look, of course, through my stream, and a lot of people are always asking about the normal, or as I like to call them, major volcanoes, because, you know, just from a logical standpoint, if this here is a minor volcano, then logic dictates that this here has to be a major volcano. So yeah, right here, this volcano here is what I have in mind. Over here we have two right beside each other. We are definitely going to tackle those as well, but I think we're going to start with this single one over here on the left. The only problem is, yeah, that volcano is on Smelina. And on Smelina, as we can see, we only have 3 dupes. So with 3 dupes, it will probably take longer than the duration of this stream today to build what I have in mind. So we probably are going to bring a dupe over. Build a planetary sauna around all of them. That would also be an option, certainly. But yeah, that would be slightly out of the scope. I feel like we will need another 4 weeks or 4 weeks worth of streams to get that accomplished. With the amount of labor that we have available. So yeah. Are we going to build a power brick today? Probably not. Probably going to wait for that. I wanted to build a power brick. That's what I said last time around. But I do really want to show, or at least try to tame one of these volcanoes here live. I think, truth be told, I have done it maybe twice the entire time. Usually I just ignore them because they're just a hassle to deal with. And usually they are just on the second one, on the second planetoid. Barely ever that you have them available on your main planetoid, depending on what you're playing though, of course. But yeah, so we will probably send a dupe over with the teleporter. And Gabriel says, can't you send dupes on rockets to help? We could definitely also send dupes over on rockets. We could build our infrastructure up here. But even that would probably just be a pretty big hassle, truth be told. Up here, that's another miner. We're just going to ignore this one for now. how to tame a miner. I think we have chewed that out by now as much as we can. But people keep asking me, well, if you build, where are we at this year, for a minor volcano, what would you build for a major volcano? Well, something very, very similar is what I personally would build. And it's just a little bit of a nuance to it, of course. There are a few changes that have to be made to accommodate for a major volcano, but we can definitely make that happen and should be able to do that without a big problem. You will see what those nuances are once we get to it. So I would say let's get started. Because first of all, of course, we need to get in this area. Of course, the problem with volcanoes, let me adjust my mic here for a second. The problem with volcanoes is, of course, the intense heat that is all around it. The problem is also, even though it's abyssalite, we talked about that last time as well, even though it has a thermal conductivity of 0.0, if I dig into this, it will release a bunch of heat into the environment. And that is, of course, a problem. We need to be very careful with that. We are already relatively warm over here, with the exception of our mealwood up here. Why would that be? Oh, of course, it's all the stuff here that we brought over from Cold DL, because Cold DL, of course, is an extremely cold planet, our starting planetoid, so everything that we send over is extremely, extremely cold. Which is a problem. We are down to 50,000 calories. If you want to bring over more dupes, then we have to do something about that as well. What's a quick fix for that? Well, first of all, we will have to bring more stuff over to build what we need to build. So let's plop this here in, so we don't just leave it sitting right here, right beside our food supply. That will probably be a good idea. Yeah, so we will have to get rid of the stuff here. It is a lot that we have sitting here, but I will just let the dupes get started on it with a number 7 priority to grab it all and bring it down here. Like I said, that'll take a hot minute, but once it's done, and that should also help out drastically, once again, with getting our mealwood up here back up and running. And then, right here, we have this one tile of abyssalite. If we get rid of this insulated tile right here, as I just mentioned, the abyssalite here will release heat into the environment. So this insulated tile here, once it's gone, should help us heat this here up. I just cannot forget to put it back in place when we don't need it to be open anymore. So that's certainly something that I should try to not forget about. All right, and then one more thing. Up here on the top, we have those glossy Dracos. Currently, they have a critter drop-off and a grooming station. What they are lacking, though, is in stations. Of course, a shearing station. And we're just going to plop one of those in as well. Just so we can also extract a little bit of plastic out of those things while we have them. I'm just going to make this entire area here, because it worked out so great. That was a pure accident how we built this. If you guys remember, the hydrogen gas up here, yeah, is helping our glossy Dracos to grow their scales, and eventually they can just come by and shear them. So yeah. Can we send a rocket in the background to check star map for new planetoids? Of course, that is all happening on Cold DL. We will do that in a second. I just want to get situated over here for a minute, but then we can definitely do that, Croc. Just don't let me forget about that. You know how I am about this kind of stuff, and I'm concentrating on one thing. We do have, thankfully, plenty of igneous rock here. I'm gonna let the dupes just build a path straight through here. And this is going to be our entrance into this hot area. Somewhere over here, not entirely sure where yet, actually. Let me put it all down, because of course things that we will need is a atmosphere checkpoint. Highly important. Can't forget about that. We will need atmosphere docks, probably around 4 of them or maybe 5 of them, depending on how many dupes we will end up having. And then just so we can take care of our exosuits, we need an exosuit forge as well. Doesn't really matter where we plop that thing. It won't be that much in use. All right, so far so good. It does need a lot of power, but other than that, it should be golden. All right, so the dupes can build all of this here. We can already see, as I just said, abyssalite 0.0 conductivity. Doesn't matter. We can see the heat seeping into here and helping us out to help our plants here grow once again. And of course, once this stuff here is gone, it should go back to normal. All right, that is a good start. The only problem is, of course, we don't have any atmosuits over here at all. We also don't have any reed fiber, if I'm not mistaken. So let's take a quick look at that. The reed fiber is 0. That's, yeah, not optimal. AZBZ is here, says hello. Hello, AZ. How are you doing today? Thanks for joining. Glad you could make it. Yeah, over here. We do have reed fibers, 205. We should send some over. This conveyor loader right here is just straight up connected to our teleporter. So we're just going to grab some of the reed fibers and bring them over. Just as simple as that. Let's set this here up, a reed fiber. Don't want to do all of them, but it also doesn't really matter too much because now, thankfully, thanks to our Dracos, we have an infinite amount of them. So it doesn't really matter too much anymore. Let's see, 53, that is already more than we will need over there. Allow manual use, we're going to turn it off, and then we're going to send it over. All right. Very, very good. Very straightforward and very simple. Just as we like it. Everything else over here is thankfully a self-runner. Doesn't really need any human interaction anymore. Everything on Cold DL is good to go. With one exception though, I think I already noticed this last time. Right here, we are putting a lot of stuff into this one line here on the right, this one conveyor rail. And especially when there's more stuff coming from the left side, it just adds up so much that we sometimes get all the way back up to the top right here. So we definitely have to do something about that. Thankfully, the solution for that is very, very simple. Just going to plop in a conveyor chute below it. And then in our conveyor rail overlay, we're going to bring in another rail. And then we're going to get rid of the top one. It's literally just simple. We're just going to split up the right and the left side, which should theoretically increase our output, probably, I would estimate, by about 25% or so, which should be more than enough. Von Rheinland is here, says, howdy guys, howdy Von Rheinland, how are you doing today? And also, thank you for joining. I'm glad you could make it today. All right, that's done. So up here on the top, all we have to do is basically snip off this line right here. The stuff here should situate itself automatically, and eventually we are just going to get rid of it. But for right now, it can't just sit there. And then, of course, as Croc said, we also want to do a little bit of space exploration. Was it the left rocket? Yes, it was this rocket right here. We can just take a look into the interior. Right here's our telescope. We still have nothing. That doesn't sound right. Let's take a look here. We have pickled meal, 20 kilograms. That is more than enough. So we can actually send this thing here as is to space, I believe. All this here is good. The only thing that we don't have is bleach stone. Didn't we have some of that stuff laying around somewhere? I could have sworn that we, in some kind of water, we put a bleach stone storage. Maybe I'm mistaken about that? Could have sworn we had some of it, but I cannot for the life of me recall where we put that. Or did I just talk about it and never actually do it? That also sounds like something I would do for sure. Sure looks like it. Alright, we'll need to find us some bleach stone real quick. Dig it up and then still find us a storage for it. We can, for example, just put it down here. Take one of these containers right here and make it bleach stone so it doesn't gas out anywhere. It's gonna be this simple. We can literally just come into here most likely. Is there any better option? I don't see any other place where we could potentially get some nice bleach stone. No, there's really none anywhere. Just a tiny little bit right here. Tiny little bit right there. We could do this. Yeah, that's probably a good option. Dupes can still get over here, right? I mean, it is quite a long way to make it all the way through here, but it's not like they have anything better to do, so might as well. Yeah, we're just gonna dig straight up. We will need some sand here anyway soon, because, of course, Jay wants me to build a polluted oxygen tamer, which thankfully takes only a few minutes. We'll definitely take a look at that as well, just to make him happy. And, of course, so you guys can see it as well, I suppose. Alright, let's dig this stuff here up. It should be, once again, pretty simple and straightforward. Just need some ladders here, here, and here. And we can then get rid of all of this here, actually, as well. Screw it. We're just going to come straight through here, making our life as simple as possible, which gives us the bleach stone. And once we have it, we can go to space. Alright, let's take a look into the mini pod and see if we have a dupe available. We have a gene, the core, flatulent, definitely not happening. uncultured rock fan. We do have super duper hard digging with +3 in excavation and +3 in science. So this here would be a dupe that I would definitely take a look at. So Amari right here. Now the question is, who do we not have yet? So let's take a quick look here. I know we have Elfie. I know we have Croc. Do we have Kionis? I don't think we have a Kionis dupe, do we? No, I don't think so. And I think it is absolutely time. So yeah, time to get Kionis into the game. Once again, right here, Amari. Kionis. Let me double check that I wrote this here correctly. I did not. Yeah, that's better. All right. Kionis, thank you very much for, of course, being a member, being in the stream, and welcome to the game. You're now in Smelina, and you will help us build our major volcano tamer. So that brings our dupe count up to 4, and hopefully we will soon make that 5. But for the 5th one, we will bring just one over from the other planetoid through our teleporter system right here. And when we are done, we can bring that one back over. All right. Just doing Oni while watching Oni. Lots of Oni. Yeah, that sounds about right. We can add science for new dupe to give him faster progress with trades. That is definitely a good idea. Of course, as we all know, or maybe we don't, maybe we don't. Maybe we do, maybe we don't. The science right here doesn't just help him, well, do science, but also helps him get XP faster. And with XP, we can level up faster. So the question is, do we want to go straight for hard digging, or do we want to go first to advanced research? And I think in this case here, it makes sense to go first to advanced research. And the reason for it is the dog number 27 here has a lot of unused points. So we can give the dog right here hard digging and super duper hard digging, just so we have another digger available to us. And of course, Brandon right here is already at the maximum with morale. And he is in improved farming, construction, carrying, and tinkering because he's our engineer. All right. So far, so good. Slowly but steadily, Kionis here will be leveled up drastically by the time we are done with this volcano. There is absolutely no question about it. All right. Let's take another look around here. What do we have going on? So power-wise, obviously, it's not necessarily optimal what we are doing here, but it will get the job done. We do have 4 coal generators here with plenty of coal to go around, so that's not going to do anything bad here anytime soon. And yeah, we will need power. We will need lots of power to tame this thing here. Alone for our atmosuits here once they're loading, or for the time being when they're loading, we will need a bunch of power. So probably just gonna come for right now. Let me think about it just for a second. We will need a lot of space in this general area right here. So building anything here doesn't make any sense. And building anything up here is probably not good for the heat output. So temporarily, we're just going to come over with a normal wire. And hook it up like this. Yeah. So far, so good. Next thing that we will need is, of course, oxygen. The oxygen that we have right here will have to come out. It will have to be distributed through the base eventually anyway, so we might as well put in the piping for that as well. How we do that doesn't really matter too much exactly, but we will need it for our atmosuit docks right here. All right, so far so good. All that needs to be done. And right here, we will need a bridge. These smog sluglets right here. I am worried about this tiny little thing right here. It doesn't have anything in it right now because it's a sluglet right now. But we have an insulated gas pipe running through here, which is probably not good because once it becomes a normal smog slug, it will attach to this pipe here, now doesn't it? And it will try to put all sorts of nonsense into our infinite storage, which again, we definitely don't want. And I think we have another one running around down here on the bottom. If this thing here gets out and makes it all the way up to the pipe, we have a problem. So I think what I'm going to do is I am going to get this thing here killed. And this is the best location for it anyway. Everything's oxygen right now, and our food supply is here. This thing here has, let's take a look at it, 836 kilograms worth of carbon dioxide saved. So once we kill it, it should explode and all of this gas here should be released. So that should be totally fine in this area right here. Croc says no. Why not, Croc? What's wrong with that? Should help us with a nice sterile atmosphere, don't you think? Or what exactly is your concern? I'm gonna cancel it for a second. Okay, already done. That was quick. Oh yeah, we're playing on 5 times speed. Well, let's see here. The carbon dioxide is coming out. Look what gases he has. Carbon dioxide and chlorine. Totally fine for the area that we are in. We are blocked off with the crude oil right here. So basically the carbon dioxide will fill now this entire area right here. Mainly with a tiny little bit of chlorine. Totally fine for what we are doing in this area. Can put a door to keep it down there. And they only connect to a pipe where their head is, a second block down from there, from where they're hanging. But they could be hanging off right here, for example. So it's just a big pain with the insulated gas pipes to go through the base. Having those things here running around. So I would rather get rid of them before something bad happens. I don't see any benefit in having them just running around. Of course, it will take a little bit. It says now 19 kilograms in here, and we only have one tile for it to spread. But eventually, this carbon dioxide here will spread through this entire area here. And again, shouldn't make a difference in any way, shape, or form. You will need a little bit more mopping down here on the bottom, though. Still don't know where the water's coming from. It's just multiplying, from what I can tell. Same question that I had last time around. We did have a fish in here. What is that thing called? I can't recall. The damn fish that cleans the polluted water. But we don't have one anymore. So I still don't know where this random water is coming from. But yeah. Goldfish. Mile said it 100%. Yep. Completely forgot what that thing's called. We had one goldfish in here that cleaned the polluted water. And almost killed our colony because this is actually our main source of oxygen. As stupid as it is, it's true. And the goldfish almost killed us all. All right, we have the exosuit forge. Now that we have 205 units here, which was all of our reed fiber. Cool. That is not what I wanted to do, but it's okay. Because once again, we do have an infinite amount of them. And the only thing that we are using them currently for is repairing our atmosuits. Therefore, it's not that big of a deal. And what exactly is entombed? Not entirely sure how that can be, since you should shoot him out of the sky and it should be debris, but sure, we're gonna dig you back out. Okay, now let's back over here. Atmosuits, let's build us the 5 that we need, of course, and then there's repair atmosuit, gonna set this here to forever with a high priority. Once one is broken, we immediately want to make us another one. And Che made it. Nice, you were yelling into the void for 2.5 hours, and then you made it 30 minutes late to the start. That sure as hell sounds like you, doesn't it? Atmosuit docks, gonna deliver the suits once we have them. Then we can actually get started, but we will need, well, of course, some oxygen. And Goof is here. Hey Goof, thank you for joining. Thank you very much. Hope you're having a good weekend, a good Saturday so far. Just a few more pieces right here, and we should be golden. How are we looking here with the temperature? 12 degrees. Yeah, look at that. That's perfect. And in here we have 3 degrees. Kind of close to the bottom edge, but it's totally fine. Another redonkulous Slay the Spire run. Heavily modded. Goof says, don't forget to like and subscribe. That is 100% true. I do forget that myself very, very often to remind you guys. But of course, I have you guys in chat to help me out. Goof is 100% correct. If you haven't liked the stream yet, please do me a favor and like it. It's free. It doesn't cost a dime. And it, of course, helps me out greatly. All right, our first suits are coming and soon will be delivered. And of course, the oxygen should be flowing here very soon as well. The only thing that I foresee is that we probably have other stuff still in this pipe right here, don't we? Polluted oxygen. And it will cause some damage. We should probably plop in a vent real quick, just to get rid of the stuff. Right here. There we go. Let's make this one here a high priority. It is already. I hope they build it before they build this pipe here, or at least directly thereafter. Perfectly fine. Yeah, that's what I thought. 2 tiny little pieces and 1 piece of carbon dioxide in the middle. Where the hell did you come from? I'm not entirely sure. But it will be not going into our atmosuit docks because we have this gas vent right here. So that should be totally fine as is. Let's double check that theory. Yep. And as soon as that is gone, we are just gonna get rid of it. The gas vent can go, and then we're gonna fill these here up, and we're just gonna put the gas vent then later on back in, just offset by 1, so we can actually get some oxygen into the base. Alright, and now we have a smog slug in here. You will have to die now, because you will attach to this insulated gas pipe right here, and I do not want that. Thank you. That should solve the problem, at least temporarily. Unfortunately not in the long term, but in the short term it will do. Alright, the dupes are still hard at work. There's a lot of stuff laying around here that we need to get rid of. Please get rid of this conveyor chute here so we don't put any more stuff down here. So every time they have nothing else to do, they will just drop it down here. And we also have a vole right here. Also something that I do not want on this side. There you go. That's better. Slowly but steadily we're getting there. German science is the best in the world. That definitely used to be true. Not sure if that's still true, but we just act like it is. All right, down here on the bottom. Please mop this stuff here up. We do not want to, because right at the moment there's a tiny little bit of water. We can see it across the entirety right here. So none of this polluted water here is actually outgassing, and that is what we would like to do. We would like to have it outgas, preferably. That would be nice. Probably also, while we are at it, just as a little side project, we're gonna dig all the way down here, so this water here can drain to somewhere, and somewhere is just, in this case, straight down. How about that? We can then also go ahead and put in plumbing a bottle emptier in here, just so we can get rid of normal water, because currently we have nowhere to actually store bottles of water, which is of course another issue. It's just sitting around here, and eventually we do want to get rid of it. But yeah, I really would like to get some wonderful oxygen in here, and then some wonderful atmosuits being brought here too as well. That would be good, and absolutely appreciated. So dupes, please get rid of this gas vent right here, so we can get some oxygen over there. There we go. First oxygen is coming. I think what he meant to say was German scientist's accent is the best in the world. Personally, scientist or not, the accent is pretty cool. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. I know where you could get some wonderful oxygen from. I'm sure you do. I'm sure you do. I did tell you earlier that we will build it today. I will hold myself to that promise, all right? It is going to happen. Definitely. Again, thankfully, it's a relatively easy build, so it's not like it's going to hold us up from doing anything else. And it's also not on this planetoid here, so we just need to give these dupes here enough to do, so we can go over to Cold Deal and build the polluted oxygen vent tamer. Why are we not bringing these here by? What has such a high priority here? All of these here are 7s. These here are 9s, which doesn't matter. These here are 8s, which shouldn't matter too much, unless, of course, you're trying to bring by a bunch of sand all the time, which, of course, is a good thing, but also if it breaks everything else, it can be a bad thing. So, don't need this here anymore. Don't even know what's in those storage bins here. Nothing important, and they're full anyway, so it doesn't really matter too much. Anything else that is trying or keeping our dupes from doing their job. We're building over here, that's fine. We're bringing coal down here. Yeah, maybe not with a number 9 priority. Everything else should be okay. All this stuff here doesn't matter. This stuff here doesn't matter. The Sweetles have drowned, which is good. All right. Very, very nice. Coop says stream number 5 of planning to build a brick and doing so. Bets are open now on when he's going to say I build one. I know. The thing is though, you know, we have something that is not working, which is a volcano tamer. We just don't have a volcano tamer over here. We don't have a major volcano tamer anywhere, as a matter of fact. What we do have though is power. So it's hard to prioritize fixing something that's not necessarily broken. It's a little bit warm down here, but you know, we are on Rime, so does it really matter too much that it has 38 degrees in this one tiny little area? Probably not. It really doesn't. So it's kind of hard for me to prioritize something that is working as it is, and I know it will work for another couple of 100 cycles without ever having to think about it. Yeah. What I need is a second monitor. Currently I have to split my screen in half and cat on one side and beer on the other. Would be nice to have both full screen instead. I can highly recommend to get a second screen. If in any way, shape or form you can afford it, it's a game changer. Professionally at work, as it is at home. No matter what you do, 2 screens are the bare minimum for me to work with, honestly. Now, water bottle number 9. Let's build us a nice little liquid lock right here. This will be a full liquid lock. This here will stay here for a pretty long amount of time. Therefore, we will fill it all the way with crude oil, just so we don't have any problems in the future. And then we will create a vacuum in here, which is going to help us, because this entire area, everything that we dig out in here, will immediately and automatically be a vacuum, which of course in the long term is going to be a big benefit and will help us out greatly. We're just going to grab us where's my vacuum pump? Right here. Vacuum pump right here. Some gas pipes that go to, doesn't matter where, somewhere, probably not right there, it will probably overpressure, so not through here either, but out there should get the job done. A high pressure gas vent, bring in some power, and we are good to go. All right. Come on, dupes, get it done. That is actually already working a lot better than I expected. Of course, you can see here Keonis is building our brand new Dupe. And Keonis, of course, it takes forever to even build a vacuum pump right now. We definitely have to plop some skill points into that Dupe. All right, one more bottle. Not even a full one. We just need a partial bottle, as a matter of fact. Let's save us some oil because we don't have that much. Let's see. That is plenty. Stop it. Clean it. And deconstruct it. And we are good to go. That here is all we need to get started with. What I would like to do, though, right away is with a number 9 priority, so we can see later, because we're going to have a lot of very, very hot debris. You can see this obsidian here is at 1,588 degrees. Preferably, I would see that right away if somebody drops it into our crude oil here, because that will happen. It's just a question of time. You already said it so bad. I opened up YouTube today with a new screen layout. It is horrible. I can't find a way to like a stream without closing the chat. That is horrible. I really hope that YouTube will eventually figure out the entire streaming game. You would think, you know, it's not like there's already another website that has done it before and it works like a charm. At least, you know, the core features. To copy and paste that, it shouldn't be that difficult, but apparently it is. Apparently there are things that I don't know about programming. Apparently it's a huge issue. But yeah. And Jay also says I have a new layout on the main page, which is annoying, but no new layout on this stream page. And also their rollout of beta features is sometimes very questionable, isn't it? Alright, get that stuff out of here, guys. I'll be looking temperature-wise. Very good. Getting there, slowly but steadily. And also, our food is back up to 83,000. Very, very nice. The only problem is that our Dracos here may go hungry if we don't change this here to a lower priority. There we go. That should get the job done. Any more plug slugs that we need to annihilate? Doesn't look like it. I don't see any. I'll be looking down here on the bottom. We still have 20 kilograms or 12 kilograms worth of carbon dioxide. But on the bright side, most of our food here should now be in a sterile atmosphere and be deep frozen. Therefore, that it is stale at 10% shouldn't matter because it doesn't change anymore. All right. Come on, a little bit of cobalt ore. Guys, I think part of it is that the other website has really inferior tech in some key areas, the video streaming itself, so they don't want to copy-paste stuff that's worse than what YouTube already has. Well, I agree with that. Of course, the bitrate is worse, and the resolution is worse, and all that good stuff. There's no discussion here. But, you know, stuff on how to, for example, like a stream without having to close chat just works over there. You know, key features that are really important for mainly viewers just work. Also for streamers, really, because if you have to close the chat to like, it's a barrier, you know? It's a barrier for you as a viewer to do that extra step. I know how it is. I'm a viewer myself. Oh, yeah. All right. A little bit more of this cold stuff right here. If we get rid of this here, it's definitely going to be very, very helpful for here. So we have to prioritize this here for a second. I guess while we do that, we can go to Cold EL. And finally, for Jay here personally, that one's for you, brother. Just going to dig 4 high and come all the way in. And of course, leave it closed off for right now. And let's go one further over, just so we can take a quick look at what we are working with. So yeah, let's see. Is this thing a dormant? Is it active? What's going on here? Yay, the amusement value. Jay knows exactly what I just zoomed to over here on the screen. And of course, it's an infectious, polluted oxygen vent that is actually currently dormant. You gotta be joking at this point, right? I'm pretty sure that 9 out of 10 things that we have unearthed were dormant when we started. So, obviously, in this case, we need to analyze it immediately to see what the hell is going on here. And start building on it, assuming that it could be active any second here. So, let's see. Down here on the bottom, we are nice and cold. So, a little bit of a nice design for this here. So, I'm trying to replicate that. It was built with a liquid lock in case it activates immediately. I just got to take my chances here for a second. I hope that somebody comes by and analyzes it, and we will see, hopefully very, very soon, what's going on here. I hope it doesn't immediately activate. My favorite is taming a water vent with 10 cycles remaining. Yeah. Down here. So we have 4 right here that come over. Let me come up a little bit here. Not that high, though. We don't need it that high. We need those metal tiles here. I'm not going to use metal tiles for a very easy reason, because the metal tiles are going to help cool down the polluted oxygen already. With the cold that we are basically sucking out of all this iron ore and stuff right here that we just have laying around. So that is the idea right there. Then what else we're going to do is insulated tiles. We're going to plop insulated tiles not out of obsidian. That's overkill. Let's just bring it around here somewhere so the dupes can still walk through. And then, of course, once we have that down here on the bottom, well, it's rhymes, so the germs might just die off anyway. I mean, they will die off anyway because of just the location where we are at. Not just a rhyme, but I mean, in general. Because the way that I am going to do this is I'm going to dig all this stuff here out, come over in a too high area, and then come down with a ladder. So we can then dig out most, if not all, of this stuff right here. So basically the oxygen will come out of the left side, come up, and we'll have to go around. And by the time that happens, or better to say the germs, there's no way that they're still alive. I don't think so. I guess we can take bets, I suppose. But I do not see that happening. I'm gonna make it all a 9 to do all of this here as fast as humanly possible. Going to keep a look at this thing here. Hopefully it stays dormant for... We only need a couple cycles here. We really don't need much. Yeah, we will need a ladder right here. You're right, Jay. You need a ladder connecting to the left if you want the dupes to be able to go all the way around. Yep. Of course, this piece here was lacking. I would have figured that out probably in about 60 seconds or so when the dupes were standing here looking like idiots. Alright. Deer guard is here doing his job. Very nice. Pause it right here, go back to Smelina. Still have a bunch of stuff, 7.9 tons. Yeah, that'll take another hot minute. True, that would just walk around the long way, but eventually I will, of course, close off the long way. So I just need these 2 tiles here built so we can plop in some airflow tiles. I said, BierTier. Krishna says, hi, Mr. German engineer. Hello to the both of you. Thanks for joining. I appreciate it. And Kagan says, do you have sand for little things like, I forgot the name. What you're talking about is, of course, in oxygen, the deodorizer. Let's take a look. Do we have sand? 14.2 tons. We do not have sand. But on the other hand, we do have sand. We can just dig into right here with a low priority whenever the dupes feel like it, I suppose. Just dig all the way up here and then come down. Another 4 tiles on the bottom, once the top, once they're done. That should give us plenty of sand. And then if we are running short on sand for this thing here, which I probably won't let run forever, I'm just showing how to tame it really. I'm just gonna close it off and call it a day. It's really just to entertain Jay here specifically. I think you can make the process sand positive by making ceramic and crushing it for sand. Where's my crusher? Over here. Ceramic to sand. I need 100 kilograms of ceramic to get 100 kilograms of sand. And in my kiln, that sits down here, I need 100 kilograms of clay and 25 kilograms of coal to make 100 kilograms of ceramic. Don't think that will be positive though, right? I don't think so. I would have to take a look at the deodorizer, how much it needs to actually make clay, because I don't know that value either from the top of my head. But I don't see how that would end up to be positive. Is it okay to use steel in 2500 degrees iron volcano? As a matter of fact, we have an iron volcano right here. The temperature of what your molten iron is coming out doesn't really matter too much, because the temperature of the iron will be sucked up by the steam. You just need to make sure that you have steam, plenty of it in here. In my case here, you can see about 50 kilograms per tile on average across here. Usually I go with 40 to 50 kilograms. As long as you have that, it doesn't really matter too much. And in this case right here, of course, the conveyor rails in the area of where the iron is coming out are all made out of steel. In other areas, they're just made out of whatever else. In this case here, just randomly, it's gold. It doesn't have to be gold, though. It doesn't really matter what the rest is made out of. And of course, all the buildings in here, thermaco tuner, conveyor shut-off, conveyor loader, and auto sweeper are all made out of steel. So, yeah. Sand neutral, maybe. Maybe sand neutral. Grok is here, taking a look. It's still dormant, still lucking out. So let's build the next layer. The next layer will be airflow tiles. What they are made out of, it doesn't matter at all. That will have to look something like this here. Now is when we're going to close this left side here off. No sand positive. The deodorizer uses 133 grams of sand and produces 143 grams of clay. But that would make it sand positive. Wow. Okay. That was the one value that I was lacking that I didn't know. We will need one more metal tile right here. Because above this here, we are going to plop here in a second some mesh tiles. And then above the mesh tiles, go to deodorizers. Pretty simple. In plumbing, I'm gonna plop a bottle emptier in. Just so we can get a little bit of fluid in here. Still dormant. I will tell the dupes to get rid of the stuff here. While we have the opportunity, we might as well. The only problem is that we have a bunch of chlorine gas right here. I'm not really happy about that. Where's this stuff even coming from? Honestly, though. What can we do with that? We can probably just open this here up and it will disappear and hopefully fill this area here in time with a wonderful oxygen. Is that a good solution? Let me think about that for a second. Shouldn't make a big difference, honestly. If I just... yeah, it doesn't matter. Eventually it will end up down here anyway. So, yeah, we're just gonna do it. It's gonna be the easiest, simplest solution to try to take this oxygen here and hopefully get oxygen up and get the chlorine gas out. Still dormant, still good. I would really like you to finish this here, guys. That would be highly, highly appreciated. Get rid of all the stuff that's laying around. And the bottle emptier right here. I'm gonna use crude oil in this case. Number 9 priority, enable auto bottle. We need 1 bottle, that's all it takes. Not even a full bottle. We just need a tiny little bit of fluid in here. Any kind of fluid. In this case here, though, it can't be water because water will freeze. Therefore, we will need something else. And oil is, of course, always a good idea. Alright. So far, so good. Definitely making progress. How much water should I use for each tile? That's some easy math. If you have something like I have right here, right? Right here, you have a total of 30 tiles. If you want 50 kilograms per tile, it's 30 times 50. So a total of 1.5 tons. Pretty straightforward, thankfully. How much longer are we? Next activity, look at this, 10.8 cycles. We don't need anywhere near that amount of time. Nowhere near. Jay says converts 100 grams per second of polluted oxygen and 133 grams of filtration medium plus 10 watts of power into 90 grams of oxygen and 143 grams of clay, which would indeed be sand positive. But only sand positive. It would not be power positive or anything else that would be remotely useful. Especially we would literally make ceramic and then crush it back into sand. At that point I would probably leave it at ceramic and use it for something more useful, but hey. Okay, all this is good now. We can start. Well, actually, where's my oil? Anybody? Nobody bringing me a bit of oil? We probably can't bring oil, can we? No, we can't. We don't have anywhere where we can get oil from. I was just talking about this earlier. We do need, of course, a pitcher pump that is somewhere around here. Doesn't really matter, though. Probably right here. Let's build some ladder so we can reach it and get rid of this one right here. Don't need it anymore. Only problem is, of course, once we get rid of this one here, just leave it there for now. It's easier because right at the moment it is working as a ladder to get over here. So there's that. It would be coal negative, definitely. And seriously, dupe labor negative, yes. And power negative, and yeah, all the negatives other than sand. This side here is now basically done. I'm not going to close it off due to the chlorine gas. Is this here working the way I want it? Not really. Can't really say that, can I? That's working the way I want it. To help out, just... That's at 90 degrees. Probably not optimal. Down here at 40 degrees, we could do that. We could just pump temporarily some oxygen up here just to get it started, because we don't want anything in here that is not oxygen and that is not polluted oxygen. It can be one or the other, but it cannot be any other gas. And you can know, of course, we could go fancy and build a liquid lock and, you know, make a vacuum and all the good stuff, or we can just fill it with oxygen, which is in this case here definitely the easier solution. Could just pump some oxygen from right up here down to here. That is the easiest solution. That is what we're going to do. In ventilation, we're going to grab us a filtered gas pump. That is a mod, guys, in case you're wondering. Just going to plop it somewhere right here so it has some power access from our heavy body wire. And then, of course, in F7, we're going to steal us a pipe from somewhere. It doesn't matter what it's made out of. We're going to get rid of it here very shortly. And then right here, we're just going to plop in a probably high-pressure gas vent. Again, it's all temporary. There we go. That's what we need. And once we have that, we're going to set it to oxygen and just pump it around a tiny little bit. You could make the ceramic in vacuum and make it refined metal positive. Yeah. There are definitely a lot of options. Let me check back on Smelina. What do we still have laying around here? Didn't I tell you to get rid of all of this stuff here, please? Because everything's freezing. Slowly but steadily, we are getting green again, which is very nice. And over here, slowly but steadily, we are getting away from all the blue. I think we don't need this abyssalite here anymore, so we're going to put in another insulated tile. All right, so far so good though. Vacuum pump, gonna get rid of it. Power wire can stay there for right now for all I care. Maybe we need it later, not entirely sure yet. But what we definitely do not need is any of this stuff. All right. You can't have oxygen in there. Oxygen will break the teleportation, I think. No, it will automatically become oxygen anyway. I'm pretty sure I can't have oxygen in here. Unless I'm completely mistaken. Well, it will not break it. It will actually be replacing it. I just cannot pump it completely full with it. That is something I can't do. We do have oil in here though now, so we can deconstruct this. And we can go ahead and we can grab us some mesh towels. Are you planning on utilizing that lava? Yes, that would be the general idea. I'm planning on using everything that you see here. That would be the general idea. Can everything be connected to a heavy watt wire, or does it show somewhere if it can't be done? I'm pretty sure everything can just be connected to it. I don't think I have anything... Can't think of anything that you cannot connect to one. Not to the best of my knowledge. We're gonna get started here with digging. We need... Let me do some measurements here. Right here. This here is 28 tiles minus 4 makes 24. In G, please. Plus 10 makes 34 tiles. 34 tiles is what we need. Let's just go to a Tamer that we already have and measure the space. What is this here? That's 42. That would work. What about this area right here? That's 28. That's not enough. So, right over here. So that's 42 tiles and the distance is 6. So we need a distance of 6 over to the left side. That is what I'm planning on doing here. Just so we have a basin where basically all the lava or magma that we have around here, on the other one, we will have to transfer it somewhere else. Because obviously we need to have the volcano to be free. So we need to bring it over here. So let's see if we can plan with that. These here are 6 tiles. Which means insulated tiles, obsidian, of course. I'm just going to plop something in for right now, just so we have a somewhat measurement of where we have to dig here. And then we will need a ladder. And I'm going, just to be careful here, I'm going to make the ladders out of obsidian so it can never ever overheat if it should touch the lava. Like I said in the video description, and that's not a joke, one mistake and this entire colony over here could be doomed. If this stuff here gets out, we are in deep shit, not gonna lie. So I'm gonna do this here very meticulously, if at all possible. Don't do that. There we go. Need to come all the way down here. And of course the dupes can get started of putting tiles over here. I do not want to let any kind of gas into this area here as long as I possibly can. Alright, here we have igneous rock, sandstone, igneous rock. That should get the job done. Is there a reason that you do the Volcano Tamer reservoir always to the left, not to the right? Not really. It really doesn't make a difference. It's, I don't know, I just, try to always build it the same because it's easier for, just memory. But generally it doesn't make a difference. Like, for example, you will see us do that eventually. When you take a look at this right here, We have those 4 tiles of neutronium right here, and let me take a look at it. This here is our aluminum volcano. The aluminum volcano cannot be built like my normal build, so it has to be reversed, which is obviously not that big of a deal, but at the same time, you just have to, you know, think the other way around, which makes it a little bit more complicated. So if I can avoid it, I will, because it's more efficient, it's easier, and path of least resistance, I'm a big fan of that at all times. But if I have to, I can't do it the other way. If you do mistake, the dupe gonna throw a toast for you? Yeah, it will become toast, maybe. So, yeah, definitely going to try to be very, very careful here, for sure. But still, I hope we can survive this here. I mean, it's either way gonna be, it's a win-win for you guys, because you're gonna be happy as hell if I fuck it up, and this entire thing here goes up in flames, quite literally. But you're also gonna be happy to see a working volcano tamer, I assume. So I guess place your bets now how this is gonna end. Definitely not something that I have ever done before live in any way, shape, or form. I've also never used this build here for a volcano that I'm going to do. So yeah. No, it's not fun when things go wrong. Oh, come on. You know it better. It's exciting. We do a vacuum in here. I was worried for a second that we let some polluted oxygen in. That's the last thing that we want. Anything that will disturb our vacuum in here will be deadly almost instantly due to the heat. If we have even micrograms worth of polluted oxygen in here, it will get so hot that our dupes here will immediately fry. And yes, dupes will get hurt building this here. There's no question. Hopefully they don't die, but they will get hurt. Alright, while all that's happening, how are we looking over here? Oxygen. Very good. Let's see if we can make this happen over here real quick. They built the wall before they finished digging that space out. Wait, what? Yes, they built the wall before they finished digging that space out. Okay, you were talking about over here, yeah. Which is fine, I don't mind. This wall here we will need anyway. And once again, I do, because I did say that, and I will stand by my word, several people have asked me live in here, how would I tame a major volcano? And I told you, that up here on the top, that would basically stay the same, and that will stay the same. So I will try to implement this exact same build here for a major volcano. Some of you will probably already have concerns about that, but we will see. Let's see here. This here is a 4 high one. That's right. I'm just trying to, once again, get some measurements here. So 4 high, plus down here on the bottom. This is what this here is eventually going to look like. Something that looks exactly like this here. Like this here is going to be the standard, exact same basin that we have over here for the minor volcano. The question is just, how do we transfer all the stuff here? How do we get the naphtha in here, or petroleum, whatever we end up using? Lots of questions that have to be answered, and I hope I do have a somewhat decent answer for all of them. But for right now, I don't actually want the dupes to build any of the stuff here. They can't get to it, so it's not that big of a deal. If it will break, then we will learn how to fix it. Win for us. That's what I'm saying. It's a win-win for you guys. No matter what happens, it's a win-win for you guys. I'm over here sweating. If you use Atmos suits, it's still fine. My dupe doing research, Lava Geyser, they're doing fine. They are doing fine for a certain amount of time inside the magma, absolutely. But not for too long. And probably they will have to stay in the magma for just a tiny little bit too long. That's what I'm saying. They will get hurt just a tiny little bit, but they are not going to die or anything. Hopefully. Are we looking in here? Just trying to get rid of all of this stuff here and only have oxygen in here. That's the general idea. And then I'm going to build one more metal tile. And then in, where we at? Not oxygen. Yes, oxygen, deodorizer. Plop 3 deodorizers in here. The reason why this entire build here works is you can see it. I have the mod that shows the building ranges. You can see this one triangle, not triangle, the one square, I mean, that shows up down here on the bottom. When I build it up here, it basically sucks it out of here through the liquid into the deodorizer and then releases it up here. That is basically the entire build. So no polluted oxygen can escape. So yeah, that's what we're going to do here. A little bit of automation, maybe. Automation, we are going to grab us, not automation. I meant shipping. We're going to grab us a auto sweeper just to help out the dupes here a tiny little bit. Plop it. Does it matter too much? Actually, it does matter. I need to put it right here. Not yet, but later on, probably. Let me put a ladder here, ladder there. Dupe should be able to reach that if I put another one. Yeah. I'm just going to get rid of this ladder here in a minute. It's going to be simple. I'm going to build that in the end. But yeah, conductive wire. We have a power source. We do have a power source. Very good. Look at that. Every once in a while, it just throws you a little bit of a lifeline. It's going to come over here and plop it in. Simple as that. And why O2 will break the build? Because each one can grab only from a single cell. If there's O2 in that cell, it won't grab. I was wondering if the liquid was there for cooling, but how the gases pass. Yeah, the liquid is only here to keep the polluted oxygen in. Okay, let's see. Chlorine gas. Get out of here. So, Jay, what you're saying is that the O2 will break it. The O2 will not break it because the O2 has the exact same mass as so polluted oxygen. Oxygen have the exact same mass. So when this one here spits out polluted oxygen, it will push this stuff here out of the way. It will take a second longer than when we put it into a full vacuum, but it will work. We can put it into a vacuum, I guess. The one Mr. Chase says, your autocritic killer was a game changer for me. I appreciate you. That's awesome. I have one in the stream here as well, of course. Can't live without a critic killer. I agree with you. So thank you very much for that. I hope you enjoyed. The only problem is that it's still too much chlorine and it just does not want to go because we have too much carbon dioxide down here. We may have to go a different route here. Because I just can't get rid of the chlorine as simply as I would like it to be. We may have to create a vacuum after all. Which I try to avoid just to save time, but here we are. Getting the pump a little up might work maybe. Yeah, putting it just more into the oxygen I suppose could work. But until we do all that. Yeah. Let's just build us a tiny little bit of a... let's see here. We can just come through here instead. Just a tiny little liquid lock. Let's see here. We have one here. This one here needs to go. And then just right here. I'm gonna bring it down. Plop in a pump right here and be done with it. Thankfully, that should be... It's also more efficient because, again, I guarantee you, Jay, it will work with oxygen in here. Just having a vacuum in here will make it more efficient for sure. And yeah, we're already in the middle of it. And we still have, what? We built this entire thing here in, what, a cycle or so? Cycle and a half? Yeah, 8.9 cycles left. Don't even need this tile here. Save us the work. There we go. In F2, we can now go ahead and deconstruct these here. Don't need them anymore. And then one more tile right here. And plumbing a bottle emptier. That can live for all I care right there. We only need one drop of any kind of fluid. Doesn't really matter what it is. I was like, you're not stuck, Gremlin, are you? I don't think so. Good. Get him out of there. It's going to be a very quick solution. Vacuum pump here. We already have, thankfully, half of our piping that we need. And all we need for that is a high-pressure gas vent anywhere over here. There we go. Of course, let's get rid of this here while we're at it. All of this here can go all the way up to the top. That should do. Just as simple as that, and the heavy watt wire, we're just going to extend it into here. All of this is temporary, of course. Bottle emptier, liquid, bring me anything at all. Bring me oil, bring me water. Whatever you have available. We only need it for a minute. How are we doing on Smelina? We're getting down there slowly but steadily, making our way. Not thankfully, unfortunately, only one dupe at a time can do this, so it will drag itself a little bit. How can we speed it up? By already starting off bringing our ladder down here. We said this here is the bottom tile. I suppose we can put the floor in as well. Really not a hell of a lot stopping us from doing so. Should be fine this way. And then of course the dupes can dig all this here out as well. So now at the bare minimum 2 dupes can work on it at the same time, speeding up the process a little bit. Of course we're pumping for nothing. In my base temporary solution lasts up to 1,000 cycles. I mean, looking at this bad boy right here, we're getting close. We're at cycle 700, and also this here is just a quote-unquote temporary solution, as we have talked about several times now. There we have it. Stop it. All we need. All we need. Once this here's pumped out, we're just going to close it off, and that's done. Very, very simple and straightforward. How about we go a little faster here? There we go. Pump it. Come on. Also, please note that the O2 from the deodorizers will be super churmy. Oh yeah, we will see that. We will definitely see that happening over here. I just hope, and we will see if I'm right about that or not, that it, by the time it makes it out of the deodorizers and over here, it will be extremely cold, mainly thanks to, well, we are being on rime and due to our metal tiles right here. Shouldn't be a problem. Alright, it is now a vacuum. Now we can close it off and then can get rid of all of this stuff right here. Maybe not at a 10 times speed, but at a 5 times speed. Should get the job done. We can place 1 door to be sure. Yes, we can. Oh yeah, a uranium door. That is actually a very good idea. How did I not think of that? We could help out with the with radiation, of course. Something that we built right here. That is what Croc is referring to. If you build doors out of uranium, and we are specifically talking about the mechanized airlocks or the manual airlocks. If you build those out of uranium ore, they do release a bunch of radiation. We are actually using it for the germy water. You can see right here, our polluted water has 45,000 germs in it. Of course, fresh one is coming right now. But the moment nothing fresh is coming anymore, the germs are just dying straight from radiation. That works not only with water, but also with gases. Or with any fluid, and with any gas, that is. So yeah. Alright, now we don't need all this stuff here anymore. Let's get rid of what we just put in here really quickly, because if I don't do it now, it will stay around here probably for another 1,000 cycles, as Croc said earlier. Deconstruct this, deconstruct that, and of course, while you're at it, here comes a whole slew of our workers getting it done for us very nicely. How much do we have here? Yeah, we can easily just mop that stuff up, so we will. Very nice. And then, of course, all of this here can go as well. I just need to make sure that there's nothing underneath there. As a matter of fact, I can just set it to buildings and deconstruct. And then get rid of all of it. Eventually, we will need some ladders to reach it all. But that should be okay. Probably a dupe will get stuck. Not even? Do we have a stuck dupe? Nope. It actually works the way it is. Very nice. Better than expected. And before I forget it, as I said, we are getting low on our crude oil right here. So we will have to do something about that. I will keep this reservoir here alive for now, just so we have some oil available. But over here, on this side right here, I don't want any of it. All of it can go. We can mop all this here up. Once it is mopped up, it will be thrown into this bottle empty right here, which just brings it back down to our liquid pump, which will be totally fine. Liquid pump will have to be relocated though, just slightly, so it's on the very bottom so we can get out here as much as we can. We are not digging into the hot abyssalite here, so we should be okay. Very, very nice. So let's bring this down, and in F6, we are going to bring our pipe over as well. And then the next thing that we are going to do is we are going to come with our piping. We can't just come straight through, so that works. With our piping, we're going to come straight through here, all the way over, all the way to right around. Let's just bring it down here. All this here will get torn back out, of course, the moment we are done with pumping all this here empty. And then another pipe that we will bring straight through here. Once again, lowest point is right there. We will bring a liquid pump to right here. And a liquid pump to right there. And that should do it. All we need now is, of course, a little bit of a ladder so we can build all of this stuff here. There we go. That should be more than enough to reach everything. And then last but not least, we already have a little bit of a heavy butt wire coming all the way over, so we're just going to reutilize it. Very simple and straightforward. And then all the way over to the right. Hook up our pumps. And we're good to go. I think that should more or less do it. Just to help us out to not have our petroleum boiler here run out. And still leaving this here alive for our personal use. All right. Would uranium airflow tiles do the trick too, or do only doors work? As far as I know, only doors work. I don't think that will work. We can try it though. I mean, Von Reinlet says he'll check it, so we will rely on our trusty life checker. Von Reinland loves to check random stuff that you guys suggest, so have at it. I certainly won't complain. Yeah, everything should be good. I says, ist da nicht ein hotspot bei den pipes? He says, is there not a hotspot around the pipes? Did I make a mistake? No. Nope. The only one is right here, and we are not touching this one here, so we are totally fine about it. All good. Von Reinland says, airflow tiles don't work. That is what I thought. I would have been highly surprised. As far as I'm aware, only doors work. We're going to tear this here out. Don't need it anymore. We're going to let this pump here do all the work from now on. And then, of course, the two pumps that we're going to put in here and there. Obviously, not going to run them all at once. We do that in F2. Just going to run this one here for now. It's going to fill up the pump, and it should be good. The pipe, I mean, not the pump. You got almighty free labor. The one needs zombie spores. Yes, we do have our zombie spores right here. Our spore kits, creating a ton of zombie spores. And creating, of course, our biobots. Okay, so to finish this project here up, to the right will be faster with tiles, not pump, I think. With tiles. Oh, you mean to tile it all up instead of building a pump? Could be, but it also is more labor intensive. And with labor intensive, I mean me having to do more because I need to build all those tiles in a certain cadence, if you want. So just putting in a pump is just easier for me and faster. Right here, we have the auto sweeper that we can put right there. That's going to be good. The auto sweeper, of course, needs some storage bins. So we are going to build a 3 because that is how many we can reach. Once again, this mod here, show building ranges is what it's called, is an absolute game changer. It just helps you out to visualize exactly what can and can't be reached. And the only question is now, how the hell do we get down here? Probably not at all from the looks of it, which is a problem. Can build one ladder right there. Should help out. So now we know. Remember, it will be something else. What about pneumatic doors? Pneumatic doors. Oh, these here? Nope, they don't work either. I keep forgetting that they're actually called pneumatic doors, even though I'm not entirely sure why they would be pneumatic, but... These right here are going to be very simple. We're just going to store it in here. Again, I'm not going to build some fancy building just for this infectious polluted oxygen vent right here. At least not yet. We can do that at some point maybe. But today I want to mainly focus on that volcano. So this here is just a tiny little side project. The first one here is going to hold sand. And nothing but sand. And the other two will hold clay. And nothing but clay. So, there we have it. And once again, speaking of sand, didn't we want to dig some more here? I think we did. And then let's take another look. Now we are at 113 tons worth of sand. I think we just made quite a lot of headway right here. But that can run for a good amount of time. Dormant for another 7 cycles. Did I just build this thing here out of steel? Yeah, we're not gonna do that. Are you crazy? There we go. Take the steel back where it belongs, please. Into the infinite storage. Alright, that's the entire build. That's that right here. That's what it is. Very, very simple. Very straightforward. But we can, or as Krog said, of course, build us a uranium door or two. For example, we don't need it to do anything. We don't need it to use it as a door. We can literally just put 2 of them right here on top, which should have enough radiation to radiate this entire area right here. So as soon as the oxygen comes along here, the radiation will be, or should be at least, enough to kill all the germs. With the help from stones from lava, you'll have some more sand, I believe. I never have paid too much attention to that. What can I make sand out of? Granite to sand. Oh yeah, Igneous Rock, 100 to 100. So we have 204 tons worth of Igneous Rock sitting around. Plus we are about to tame a major volcano. So I'm not worried about the sand, no. Of course, the dupes are bringing the clay that we already have. That's something that we don't want. How much clay do we already have? We already have 84 tons. We have so much clay, we don't even know what to do with it. What are we going to do about that? Could just build a pneumatic door right here and disallow the dupes to go through. Let's turn this here off for a hot minute. And this here off for a hot minute. Tell the dupes to clean up. Tell the dupes to fill this here with 20 tons of sand. And then just close off the pneumatic door, so only the auto sweeper will take the clay and put it up here into the storage bins. There we go. Volcano output is not that strong. Well, we can take a look at it. We are getting, on average, every single second, 500 grams out of this one, 560 grams, and 575 grams out of this one right here. And usually a major volcano has about 3 times that. So if we are getting 500 grams out of this one, we should get roughly 1.5 kilograms from a major volcano. They can still get stuff to the other side. Really? Do I need to build it right here so that I can't get through it? Oh. Okay then. Alright. I'm not sure, Doc. I'll trust you. 1 ton a cycle. 600 seconds in a cycle. So, if we are having about a kilogram... So these two here basically produce roughly about 650 to 700 kilograms per cycle. That's what the 2 minor volcanoes will produce, or are producing actually. Alright, these here are built. We can just say suppressed current, so it does not complain about having no power. We can then still pick up the stuff here, please, guys. There we go. Now lock it. Now set it back to clay. Let's see, will the dupes come by again and put stuff in here? Theoretically, they shouldn't be able to now. At the radiation, 17 rads on the bottom, 46 rads on the top. should be enough together with the cold, together with having only oxygen in here, eventually, not right now. Should be okay, I believe. We will see. We will see. Theoretically, it should be alright. Let's give the oxygen a little bit of a pass that goes straight along here and get rid of these few tiles here, just so the oxygen can go nicely along here. Very good. Slowly but steadily. How are we doing on Semolina? We're at max stress. We need to do something about the stress here. That is going to be murderous. Look at that. 3 of our dupes are extremely unhappy. That is a problem. Quick solution. What do we have here? That is plenty. We can just go grab us a park sign. And plop the park sign right here with a door that we can plop right here. That should give us a nature reserve. Doc says, why aren't the deodorizers working? Just join if I missed. Because it's still dormant for another 5 cycles. There is nothing there for them to do currently. That's why they are not working. They have sand, they have power, everything's totally fine. We just don't have any polluted oxygen. Let's see, did this here work? Yes, we have a nature reserve, morale +6, so the dupes can come in here whenever they choose. For example, Bear is right here. Is pretty stressed. Has popped eardrums. Why do you have popped eardrums? Where are you running around? Are you... Oh, of course. The carbon dioxide that we exploded over here is still trying to make its way into every nook and cranny. It is a little bit of an issue. You should probably try to create a little bit more of an area for it. So let's see if we can, for example, dig us something like this here and just seeing if we can dig all of this here up so the dupes can come down here and then with a ladder back up. And that was chlorine and not polluted oxygen? Yes, that was chlorine. Okay, now back to the volcano. Can't get too distracted with our little side projects here. It's again, everything extremely hot, and due to the vacuum, no heat transfer is happening. So the dupes are still safe as of right now. And once again, just as a reminder, ladders are built out of obsidian. Then we take a look at this area right here, that's 42 tiles, which should be able to hold all of this magma right here. The bigger problem will be to get it all from here to there. So let's see. We need to bring this insulated tile here actually higher because this here is going to be our roof. Right here, that high. So let's move it all up a little bit. Should have done that from the very beginning, to be honest with you, but here we are. And we can already bring it over as well. I tried someone's door timer design for taming a volcano, but it has been very finicky. We will see how this here goes. We are not working with doors here. Because everybody is building that same door design with the 10 wide magma blade, and you know, just trying to do it differently. Simple. Is it better or not? Now, that's a different question. It is definitely different. But again, don't know if it's better or not. Think I'm doing your pump method next? I really like it because it works. It's somewhat simple to build. Really not too many points of failure. The only thing that I'm usually worried about is, and that I should really be doing is, I highly recommend if you do that, Doc, that you put a robo-miner in this area right here. Because again, during loading of the game, sometimes if it's in the middle of production, it can have a hiccup. Because obviously, we are kind of tricking the game here. Piet says, finally I get to see you live. That's awesome, Piet. I'm glad you made it. I'm glad you're here for this insane project right here that is literally going to decide over life and death of 4 of our dupes. Potentially 5 here very soon. Yeah, we'll see how that goes. But yeah, so far we're looking pretty decent, quite honestly. So right here, as I said, this here is going to be our roof. All we need to do basically is to make sure that the magma doesn't go anywhere where it shouldn't go. and that we dig out down here in the bottom as much as we can before we release anything at all. That is going to be highly important. So as soon as this here is open, we're going to start digging out up until we only have basically the walls here left that hold the magma in. Thankfully, obsidian is very strong and it shouldn't break, even if it's only one single tile. We still have pretty high stress. What can we do that is quick, fast, simple to help out our dupes here? We do have a great hall, we do have a barracks, we do have a latrine, and we do have a nature reserve. What can we do? There's no real way to finick together another nature reserve that would be on the way, because that would be really nice if it would be in an area where they can constantly go through. Carpet tiles. Carpet tiles is a good idea. I like that idea actually a lot. Because we do actually have currently a bunch of fiber over here. We brought all of our fiber over. Wait, what? Oh, where did our fiber go? There it is. It just didn't update. I was like, we don't have 6. We had over 200 a second ago. You could also do a shower, theoretically. There are definitely options that we have available, but look at this here. We just mopped all the stuff here up. And once again, it's all covered by water. No matter how often I get rid of this water, it just magically comes back, and I, for the life of me, do not understand it. I just don't know. I don't have an answer. And I'm not going to lie about it either. Showers work well too, and more polluted water for reed fibers. Very true. I'm a big fan of showers, actually, even though I haven't built one in 700 cycles, but in general, I'm a big fan of showers. I know a lot of people hate them. I truly don't understand that personally, but it's a different topic of discussion, I suppose. Up here, we just have a Draco farm going. One more Draco by now, which is very nice. Can it be because water likes to shrink and expand in big pools? Do you have a goldfish in the tank? We had one. That's where the water came from initially. But we murdered it. A long time ago, actually. And it still comes back. Over and over and over again. You still have some inside the mesh tile right here, which is fine. But at least all this here is now exposed. And all the polluted oxygen here is now outgassing as it should. Over here we have 400 kilograms and 400 kilograms. Theoretically, it really shouldn't go anywhere. The bottle emptier on the bottle empty on the side of the teleporter. Is it set for only pea water? This one right here? Yup. Only polluted water. It doesn't do anything else. It's also the only other bottle emptier that we have. We have this one for water now, and this one here for our polluted water. So we really, I can't explain it. There's a new egg for a goldfish. Yes, you're right. What are we gonna do with that damn thing? I suppose we can move it down here because it doesn't matter down there. Brandon, if you are that unhappy, Brandon, why don't you go into the damn nature reserve that I built? Specifically for mainly you, honestly. But yes, we need to put in some carpet tiles here. That has to happen ASAP. What is a good position for it? They will have to go into their bedroom every day. They will have to come along here every day, which we would have to deconstruct, which I really don't want to do. Check the items in the polluted water that the fish are eating. No idea actually what's laying around in here. Really not a hell of a lot. It's mainly pacu filet. There's really nothing in here that they're eating, as far as I know. It's a mellow seed. That may be about it. There's really nothing in this tank here. The storage bins are just full with polluted mud, and polluted dirt. That's about it as well. I guess in a pinch I can just relocate those storage bins up here to the top and they will outgas by themselves, but yeah. Of course. Kill it, Brandon. Kill it. Go for it. It's all you. Also, where's the algae coming from? I thought we ran out of it a long time ago, but it's still running. Are you gonna chill out again, Brandon? No? You're also going to kill our manual generator. All right, then. I suppose. Go for it. Yeah, we will, hopefully, with our carpet will help out a little bit that's over there. Make a rec room. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. You can follow the dupe for negative 5% stress. Center of attention? Really? Is that a thing? Follow cam? Son of a gun. I had no idea, William. That one is completely new to me. Not gonna lie, I had no idea that that is a thing. No idea. That is hilarious. That is hilarious, honestly. But okay then. Whatever works. Still no carpet though. Alright, back to our main mission here. Really don't care too much about what he destroys. It's not like it's hurting anything other than productivity. We need to dig more out here. Thankfully, we don't need to go full force along here. We can just literally dig all of this here up. All of this can go. We don't need anything else. And here, actually, we can go 4 high as well. That should get the job done. Yeah, I don't see a reason why it wouldn't. Barris here is also not happy. Yeah, the problem is still over here. We have a little bit too much carbon dioxide. We need to dig out just a little bit more ice here to have a little bit more space for it. Yeah, we could upgrade the bathrooms as well. Probably should do that, to be very honest. Let me take care of this here first. If we could get rid of the popped eardrums, that would definitely be most of the issues solved. Kagan? Did I miss that? Can it be because one of the... I must have missed that. Gee, goof. Well, I appreciate you bringing that up. It should really be in its own room. That would definitely help. Let's take a look here. That is, of course, a massage clinic. It needs a massage table and a decor item, and that's roughly it. So we can probably just make this area here just straightforward a massage room. Should be pretty simple to do. Let's move the massage table and let's build 2. This one here we will have to destroy because we will build a door right there. Other than that, we will just bomb that thing here with good-looking stuff. In furniture, let's see, we are going to grab us a metal block that we're going to plop back here. Something simple as that. Probably going to put in a landscape canvas somewhere around it. Do we actually have a dupe over here that can do that? Let me check that real quick. Where are we at down here on the bottom? We have not a decorating dupe. That is a problem. So there's no point in putting anything else in here. We're just going to build this thing here, and it's actually not going to be worked on, which is fine. Which is going to be okay. Just need to get this carpeted tile here built, preferably. And also, while we're at it, the carpeted tile should not be built out of sedimentary rock. Carpeted tile should be built out of granite, please. So let's plop it back in. It's easy to miss comments when you're busy. Happy to help. Yes, it really is, and I appreciate it. You guys are here to keep me honest, all right? And you have to apologize if I miss a comment here or there. It's not much I can do about it, unfortunately. It is what it is. Let's build us some tiles along here, just so we have a nice wall. Of course, one more thing is missing for that. In power is a heavy butt joint plate that we will have to put right there. For that, we will have disconnected briefly, which is going to be an issue if our gold volcano here would go not dormant. But it is, so it doesn't matter. All right, finally our carpeted tiles are coming in. That should help. Put a planter in there instead. That's actually a good idea. Also something that I personally underutilized drastically. We could build a hanging pod in here, probably. I don't see a reason why not. The only question is, what are we going to put in this thing? Not entirely sure what we have. I guess we will see once we have it built. Also, dig all this stuff here out. We're going to take the settings from this one here and just copy them over. And then get rid of this one. And then in F2, of course, hook everything up to power. We will probably need a different wire though now. Yeah, thankfully we have one available that actually is connected to nothing. That's interesting. I'm not entirely sure where that single wire is coming from, connected to absolutely nothing, but sure, we will work with that, I suppose. We're going to put that in once all of this here is gone. At least a wire too. There we go. Only really need carpet tile on the right tile under each bed. On this one here, you mean? Yeah, they will run a little bit slower in here, but they should get the buff for longer, don't they? Well, I guess they get it marginally longer. It probably wouldn't make that big of a difference, honestly. But every second counts here, as high as we are, I guess. We're gonna leave it there. We can replace it later. Just want to get this room here done real quick once while we're at it. That would be nice. Dupes. Also, the current... Oh, yes, of course, you're correct. This here, of course, should not be built. That I just put in as a template. Very good catch. That was just for measurement reasons. That should not be built. Definitely not be built. Very good catch, William. Holy cow. That would have been a problem. That would have not been the end of the world, but it would have been an issue. Sure. Alright, dupes. Get out of bed. Finish up your room here, so we hopefully can get back to the real job around here. There we go. Clean the bathrooms. Very nice. Build me a wall. Very nice. Actually, we don't even need the wall here. What am I doing? All we need is to get rid of this heavy butt wire right here. And what do we have here? We have a briar seed. Bliss burst. We have a buddy seed. Cool. Didn't even realize we have one on this planetoid. I know we have some on the other side, which would also be an option, by the way. Over here, we could theoretically just put a bunch of buddy seeds up here, which would also counteract the germs that are coming out of this infectious fluid oxygen vent. So there are so many ways to skin this cat. It's insane. Do I have an allergic dupe over here? I don't think I do, but just put a briar seed in and call it a day. Should be good enough. With a high priority. Also, this one here needs to be torn out with a high priority. And that needs to be deconstructed with a high priority. There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Put this in. Tear this out. We will need one door right here. We will need then, let's just say, airflow tile here. And of course, on the top here, once again, we will need another one of our trusty heavy butt joint plates. There we go. Hopefully this will now work. Once we put our power in, we should be good to go. Something like this. And just something like that. All right. We could just bring the heavy butt power wire down as well. But either way around, should be fine. Okay, are we having a room now? Yes, we have a massage clinic, of course, very nice. Should be fine. We can put even more tables in here if we absolutely have to, even though I would prefer you guys are not using this here. Preferably, it works just without, but Bears here. You're literally this unhappy, Bears. Actually, your morale is way higher, so what exactly is your problem? It says here low morale. Oh, that's Brandon, because I'm blind as a bat. But Bears is at 94%. It is to pop the eardrums. That is definitely the main issue that we are having, because the dupes have to come down here into this carbon dioxide. We're down to 3,300 grams. Getting better, but we need to dig out more stuff in here. It can't just lay around. It doesn't matter really too much. The problem is that this one smog slug that we had so much freaking gases in it. All we need to do is create more space. That is basically what it comes down to. For our gases to extend into. Let's see what is a good place where we can just dig a bunch of stuff out without hurting anything. We can literally come straight through here. There we go. Or vent it into space, which would be another option, yeah. We could just build an entire pipe going all the way from over here, all the way up to there, which at least partially we already have that, I suppose. And vent it into space. If this here's not enough, then that's what we want to do. Yeah. No, I'm not. I'm in a pretty good mood at the moment, says Barris in chat. That's funny. Didn't know you were here. Hello, Barris. Glad you made it. Would it be better to drop that planter down by 2 cells and add in a drop ceiling to keep the heavy wire negative decor out? It may be a better idea. Let's take a look here in the decor overlay. Where are you at? There you are. Because of course, in here, it's just horrendous. This entire area here is just really bad because of the wire coming through. In a perfect world, the wire wouldn't go through here at all. In a perfect world, we would find us a way to bring it over here, which we could probably do, as a matter of fact. Relatively easy, even. Hello, just got home. Good luck with your cranky dupe. I'll need it, apparently. You're not happy today, Varys. At least not here. We can literally just dig over here and make us a tiny little slit through this abyssalite here. It will cost us some cold. Should we do that? Is there a better way to accomplish this here in a short term? Probably not. Probably not. Something has to give, and if it's the cold, then so be it. We will build our wire coming straight through here. Let me just think about how to do this real quick. Once again, just for measurement purposes, if you want. Right here, the heavy wire joint plate. Bring the insulated tiles down all the way to the bottom. Should be totally fine. And then from here, the heavy wire will then just come up all the way through here and all the way up there. Dupe still will have to go through here, though, no matter what, because they have to get to our food, which just happens to be in this area. Not a hell of a lot we can do about that, though. We only have one other cold area, and that's over here. And I would like it to be deep frozen, so... conductive heavy watt has less. Yes, you are right. I keep forgetting about... I'm so used to building just heavy watt wire that I keep forgetting about it. You are absolutely correct about that. Of course, we can use the other one, and we should use the other one alone for the reason that we are using gold, which we have plenty of. So that is what we should be using. You should also replace everything that we have with it, as a matter of fact, but... we will get to that point eventually. There we go. That's what we want. That's how we want to put that in there. And then, of course, we need the appropriate connector as well. In power. Yeah, we got joint plate. And as soon as that's done, we can rip most of the stuff that's going through our main base here out. That should then help out our massage area as well. Is it time for another set of gloves yet? Betting on lime color? Alright, I'll take that bet, Goof. Let's take a look. What do we have? Oh, we actually have a hanging pot. Look at that. Suspended vessel. Really elevate a plant display. Alright. Let's check it out, I guess. I actually have 2 of them here. Didn't even know I already had one unlocked. I guess we can make it either this one or the one we just got, which is this one. Which is, if you ask me, a negligible difference. I guess we're gonna use the one that we just got. Yay. Maybe a vacuum gap to avoid temp bleeding through the joint plates. We could put a vacuum in here. We will see if it's worth it. We have so many Beesworths in here. We have 2, 3, 4. And it probably wouldn't hurt to actually cool this area down here a tiny little bit anyway. Horizontal pixel packs all around the main ladder. You can get max decor easy and cheap. Let's take a look at that. I'm gonna dig all of this here out so we can come in here nicely. Of course, for digging, we need a high priority or the dupes will never get it done, as we all know. Also through here, let's get this here dug out. We also have an anti-entropy thermonullifier, so we could theoretically very easily just take this pipe here, bring it over, and have another source of cooling. And as a matter of fact, there's really nothing stopping us from doing so. So let's do that real quick. Might as well. Straight through and connect it up. It's not like we have any other use for the hydrogen right now, and it basically uses nothing for an insane amount of cooling that we get out of it. So it's definitely a good idea to do so. Let's see. Do we have the pixel packs unlocked? I don't even know. No, we do not. In research, what do we need for those damn things? Quite a lot, actually. Might as well go for it, because I don't think we are researching anything else right now. Well, actually, we do. Rat bolt propulsion. The only problem is that we don't apparently have enough data analysis, which means we are lacking data banks. So that's also a problem that we can solve really quickly. 1.8 cycles. Yes, I'm not forgetting about the polluted oxygen vent. We have right here a spacefarer module, which has still food in it, I suppose. I'm not entirely sure. Why does it show 0 calories, though? Is it because it's grounded, maybe? Because nobody can actually get to it? Is that why it shows that? Probably so. We have 9.3 kilograms of muck root. Let's make some pickled meals, maybe. Or let's bring the pickled meals over. It's probably the easier path. We're going to say pickled meals in here are okay. And then we're going to go to our other rocket right here. And we're going to say pickled meals here are not okay. Should be able to grab this here. At least our captain here, our pilot Sin, should be able to do so, correct? Buildings with the access cannot be operated while grounded, but we still can get in here, correct? Let's see if this here works. I believe it does. The Dupe should come by, grab this stuff, and should bring it over, because we're not storing pickled meals anywhere else. We're only using it exclusively for spacefaring. Let's see. Anybody feeling like grabbing this real quick? Yep, I think it just happened. Gemster is here. Filled it up, and we're good to go. We have plastic in here, 20 tons. More than enough. We have the storage pile up here, which doesn't really matter too much. So, once again, let's come out of here. Let's change our crew over to Sin. Is everything else ready, though? Hand sanitizer. That's bleach stone. In F6, we have water. We have oxygen. Yep, everything's good to go. That's all we need. So we can go ahead and fire this thing here back out to space. We're going to change the destination just to anywhere right here, for example. Change the crew to Sin. We already did that. And say begin the launch sequence. Bring this thing here into space and grab us a few more data banks so we can get those pixel packs and also complete the research that we were working on. Alright, so far so good. Yeah, of course, you were complaining down here. I should have probably built a little bit of a better of an insulation, but yeah, that is a problem. We could cool it down. We do have an active cooling loop here that we could just utilize. It would be so simple. So there's really no reason not to do it, is there? Yeah, let's do it real quick. Thankfully, we are on cold DL, so everything that we build over here takes seconds. Right here, we will need one of these bad boys. Bring one here. Let's see, bring one right there. This one right here, we can't really cool, not the way we have it. That's a slight issue. Let's cool only the first two for right now. So at least these two are done. Let's bring this in, and then come back out and bring it straight into here for all I care. Actually, this is our main loop. This here's our cooling loop. I need to turn it all around very simply. That's actually very easy. This here is our cooling loop. So I can cool this one here as well. We can do all of them right away. Makes it even easier, as a matter of fact. We can just come into right there. Come out and come into right here. Bring it back over. This one right here, we can literally, we're coming from the bottom. Therefore, we can just plop one right here once we stop it. And bring another one. We're coming from the bottom, going up. And right there. Very, very easy. Let's empty this here out for a second so we can get rid of this tile right there. And then right here, this one here needs to be turned around 180 degrees. Gonna come in, gonna come over, gonna come in, and we are just gonna bring it back around. Since we already have it available, might as well. Right here, we're gonna come up into here. We're gonna snip this one here off. Bring this one back around. And then right here, we just need to somehow hook it back up to this line here, which we can do with another bridge. Is it pretty? No, but will we get the job done? Yes. And that's what matters at the end of the day. Of course, this one here needs to be cut. And the dupes will have this here done, thankfully, in no time. Come on, a couple more tiles here. And we're good to go. And that should also prevent all of our power infrastructure here from breaking. Come on, dupes. Get her done. You know you want to. Couple more pieces. Come on, build it. What are we waiting for here? Steel. Are we out of steel? No, we're not out of steel. We should have plenty of steel to go around. Just need a dupe to bring it up there. There he comes. And we're flowing again. Just gotta get rid of the extra stuff that we have sitting around here. And that should be a problem of the past as well. All right. What's with the 2 sets of pliers? Pretty sure this here is the... One of them is a mod. And the other one is not. I believe that's the answer to that question. 0.4 cycles. Okay. We need to come back here very soon to check that out. Down here on the bottom, of course, this one here was completed because it doesn't need any databanks. So we can complete all of this here as well. But for databanks, we need to wait a tiny little bit. Okay, down here, we're making progress. This can go. Oops, can build all this here. Can dig all this here. It's still nowhere near enough. Yeah, we will have to vent this stuff here into space. That will have to happen, but that's totally okay. Okay, down here on the bottom, we can keep on going and dig all of this stuff here out. Definitely needs to happen one way or another anyway. And then right here on the very top, like I said, this here is going to be our ceiling. We can already come along with our insulated tiles as well. So slowly but steadily, it is taking shape. All this here, when it is dug out, we need to put this L shape here, at least the start of it, back in, so we can stop our magma from going into this area. That is what we want to prevent. And then we can open this here up and drain it all down here into the bottom. Slowly but steadily, it is taking shape. All right, dupes, let's get it done. Doc says plastic ladders. Oh, plastic ladders for right here, you mean? Yeah, we could definitely replace those eventually because we have plenty of plastic sitting around, couldn't we? Let's bring it all the way up because it doesn't matter. There we go. Might as well. Now that we have our Dracos going, we can definitely do those kind of shenanigans whenever we feel like it, which is nice. Let's see. Yeah, all this here, it just takes too long. Let me take a look really quick at our dupes here. One dupe that I want to send over. It just needs to be a dupe that is really good at digging and preferably also good at building. For example, Gremlin right here has a morale need of 13, which matches up with what we already have. So it's totally fine. We can use Gremlin and should be able to send him over. Do we have another dupe that is similar? Morale need 7 with improved strength. This here would give us a total of 12 actually, which would still be better. So we could take Icy Venom. super duper hard digging and super duper hard digging, which is a morale need of 12, and then send icy venom over there. That would actually be a better option, only to build. So let's do that, just to help out over there. Transmitter, let's find icy venom, assign, and let's send a 5th dupe over to Smelina to help out with all this construction that we have going on. Should be arriving here very shortly in our receiver, I hope. Would probably also help to not have only one phone here. There is icy venom, if Dupe is here. But probably build another party line phone right here. And as a matter of fact, party line phones are good and fine. The only problem is we only have them here. We don't have any. She will need a bed too. Yep. Over here we don't have any of them. And the party line phones work in a way. Let's take a quick look here. Party. I'm pretty sure it shows here morale 1, +1 with no one, +2 with at least 1 duplicant, which we are getting now, hopefully. And morale +4, at least 1 duplicant across space, which would be over here. So over here, we will need to build us a recreation room of some sort, so we can plop a party phone in. Here we can do it properly and not just slap it somewhere, because it is really quickly. So that should give us a +4 morale boost here shortly once we have that done. That should definitely help out in the long run as well. But yes, our bedroom here is getting a little small, isn't it? That is a slight issue, isn't it? We can either build another bedroom or just move the cot over 1 and have all cots here. That's probably the better option, honestly. Yeah, especially since as soon as this build here is done, we will send her back over. So let's get rid of all the beds with a high priority, please. And then once that is done, we're going to put him back in. Preferably, though, before the cycle is over. There we go. Assignment was understood, apparently. 2, 3, 4, and 5. And we can plop in. Actually, our decor is really high over here, isn't it? Yeah, it is already max decor, so we don't have to do a damn thing. Very nice. What's in the mini pod? Anything good? Don't want another dupe. Very good. The plastic, you can make some private bedrooms for more morale. Yes, we definitely could do that. Also, for more morale. Kind of like we could do bathrooms, but for that we need to set up an entire infrastructure, which I would like to avoid, if at all possible. Maybe we can repair this thing here while we're at it. It would also be nice. But we're down to 49, 50% on Brandon. I think we are making slowly but steadily some headway here. These insulated tiles here on the bottom are built out of Igneous Rock. We cannot have that. That has to be rebuilt, unfortunately. Not entirely sure how I missed that. These have to be obsidian. Well, they don't have to be necessarily, but eventually they will take on some heat. In thousands of cycles. But it's just a good practice to build everything that touches magma out of obsidian. Alright, slowly but steadily, it is taking shape. Your blueprint is clothing, I'll say gloves. Probably so, yes. Chances are high. We're gonna open this soon. Just hold on for another few minutes here. Let me check this here. No more random water has appeared. Which is good. Which is very good, actually. There's nothing to mop here. Nope. Very, very nice. Brandon, once again, getting a massage. Break starts at 50%. Maybe that's a little bit overkill, don't you think? Maybe we say 70% or so. Apply the settings to over here. Right at the moment, you can enjoy it, but don't come back that soon again, please. Over here. Yeah, dupes just need to get to it. Once they complete all the other assignments. Alright. All this here has been built. Now, a tile will go here eventually. But what we need first is our L shape that we just talked about. And the L shape is going to be right here. The problem is, not really a problem. We do need this right now. The only problem will be that we cannot enter this area anymore from the left side, which means eventually we will have to enter it from the right side. I'm going for boots this time, but patience is a virtue. It really is, isn't it? Theoretically, we should have 3 to open. We are down 1, which means 2 more are left over. Okay, we still have a vacuum in here. Are we looking over here now? This thing erupting? Yes, it is. Let's take a look at our overview here. Infectious polluted oxygen vent is erupting, pumping out tons and tons of slime lung, of course, at a comparatively high temperature as well. But that is what we have our metal tiles here for. Metal tiles are sucking up all the cold out of this iron ore here and transferring it into the oxygen, or better to say, the other way around. It's just sucking the heat out of the oxygen or polluted oxygen and pumping it into the iron ore. So that should work for a good amount of time. But how are we doing churn-wise? 0. 300, 0. Nothing at all. Even down here, we only have 600 left. Everything is now pure oxygen. And it's even pushing down the carbon dioxide. And now we finally also got rid of the chlorine gas. And just so we know what we are getting out of here, on average, 125 grams a second of polluted oxygen is coming out of there. So yeah, very, very nice. Should work just like that. Well, I thought the shrooms would last longer, but it is the combination of cold and oxygen. So they're dying really quickly on oxygen. Let's see, can we actually see that on the oxygen here? Yeah, dying off 367% a cycle because of the temperature. And of course, because we are on oxygen. So yeah, they're not doing anything. We don't even need those mechanized airlocks right here. Those were a safety measure that are definitely a good idea, but it's definitely true that we would not need them at all. Demolish the bottom tiles under the L shape for access. Can't do that because we will have magma in here very, very soon. William says, I have a race car bed. It's very brave of you to admit I got a king-size bed. That is funny. Before we do this, should we get rid of all the stuff right here? It is debris. Debris shouldn't matter. So there should be nothing that stops us from just grabbing it as it is. At least down here on the bottom. Up here on the top, I really don't care too much. Let's cancel the 2 on the bottom real quick so we can grab this here. So that is the one point where it could become a little bit dangerous if they decide to drop it right in here. They drop it anywhere else, it's not the end of the world. It is very hot debris, but we have so much stuff in here now that this little bit of hot debris shouldn't make a dent into our infinite storage at all. So that is why I'm thinking it shouldn't matter if we just throw it in here with everything else. I'm almost inclined. I'm always thinking about setting up a really quick conveyor rail so they cannot drop it into the crude oil. That's the one thing that I'm really worried about, that they drop it into the crude oil. But yeah, we do need to definitely get rid of those here, because if we don't do it now, we will never ever be able to again. So, take a look here. Is Keonis leveled up by now? Yes, Keonis got 1 point so far. Where are we going to throw that 1 point, though? We could do hard digging, but at the moment we're not digging anything. At the moment, strength would be more beneficial, honestly. Or even improve carrying. Probably those 2 points here and improve carrying 1 and 2, and then go down to hard digging. That's probably the best thing that we can do here. So let's go with this here. You get a hat, sure, you get a super duper hard digging hat. You can already super duper hard dig anyway, so yeah, we don't even have to go down that yet. FIFA is here, says, what's up everyone? I'm just trying to tame this volcano here. Of course, with some stations in between, as that usually is. But other than that, we're still doing fine so far. How are you doing today? Hope you're having a good Saturday. How are we doing down here? Crude oil. Yep, we're pumping also a little bit out of here already. Of course, downside is we're losing a little bit of power because this pump here is always on, but it shouldn't matter. Again, don't really care about that kind of thing on ColdDL. Not worried about power consumption at all. What did I just build this here out of? Didn't pay attention. Anything that we have, preferably. Again, we're going to rip it back out, so it doesn't matter that we build it out of gold or whatever it may be. Plop it in. I've been working on an infinite storage build in my garage for water. I want to take a whole lot more water with me when I go camping. I'm on my 3rd version and they keep exploding. And that is the moment when you know you play too much, oxygen not included. I should have super duper hard researcher. Yes, for you, that is very true. I know you're currently studying really hard. But you will get there. It's Memorial Day weekend, so get a 3-day weekend. Same here. Same here for me. So, can't really complain about that. Look at this here. We have once again water. Where are you coming from, water? I don't understand. I just don't understand. Once again, mop it up. Thankfully, we're still making enough food. On the bright side, we have another 2 high space right here, so if we absolutely have to, we can put more farm tiles in, but that shouldn't be necessary. Only question is, how much dirt do we have here? 61 tons. Yeah, that's nothing to be worried about. And down here on the bottom, so now we have some cold leaking out, as we just discussed. As a matter of fact, we even need to build all this here. Yeah, some carbon dioxide here did, of course, leak out until they built that. There's nothing we could do about that. Probably gonna build these 2 here, just to be safe. The abyssalite don't matter. Thankfully, I'm not concerned about the carbon dioxide down here on the bottom at all. We will see. It may actually, as I said earlier, be slightly beneficial to have this 1 tile right here to help cool this here down just a notch. Just a tiny little bit. It shouldn't be much. But yeah, we are at 2,400 grams down here on the bottom. It is now getting less now that we leaked out a bunch, actually. And also, the anti-entropy thermo nullifier is now going. I'm not entirely sure what you were trying to do down here, but sure. So we are producing even more cold for basically no loss at all, more or less. So yeah, should be okay the way it is. The only problem is that we will have to probably put in some piping right here, or better to say a bridge. Let's see, it's green and it's not doing anything because it says the pipe is full. So eventually that will actually try to break our system right here, so we don't want to do that. We'll have to slightly modify it. We're just going to say... what's the easiest way to do this? Literally... If we just put it in here, I mean, it thinks the pipe is full. And if the pipe is full, it will just bring it over to the other side. So let's try to do something like this here and see how that goes. Theoretically, it should work. Place there a filtered liquid pump. Yeah, in here to get rid of all the water. That is certainly something that I was considering myself, actually. Just to try to get water out of here. Let's see here. My gas bridge. Anyone, please build me a gas bridge. Oh, it's nighttime. I'd probably put those guys here on 2 different schedules. Is there a different fish in the pond? There is another goldfish in here. Kagan with the eagle eye. How did you get in here again? I'm about to take those Parkers here and just throw them all out. I eventually wanted to build a Pacu farm, but we may not get a Pacu farm. We may get fucking no fish here, because I'm about to go on a murder spree on fish. How did it get up there, though? And what happened to the egg that we transferred down here? Why is there no fish in here and no egg in here? Oh, what is the deal? How hot is the water? It's very nice, actually. How about setting the egg cracker to get gold eggs? That's a good idea. I don't think I have an egg cracker over here. Let's see, egg cracker. Gotta build us one probably. Like I said, I don't think we have one. We can just put it anywhere, really. Don't need the oxygen diffuser anymore. No need to repair it. So yeah, we will build us an egg cracker. Number 9 priority. And let's see, where is the gulp egg? Gulp fry, forever, highest priority. And what does the tropical one do? Nothing. At least it doesn't mess with our water, I'm sure. Let's see here. Tropical Paku. Doesn't do a damn thing, I believe. Yeah. It's been months since I played this game. Hitman 3 was on sale? Yeah, I can see that. You can definitely sink a few hours into Hitman, there's no question about that. Let's take a look at our F3 overview. Is there any hot debris laying around? Yeah, there's one piece right here. We can see that our crude oil here is heating up just from them going through here with this hot debris. I think the water is too warm there if there are more and more of them. Like I said, I don't really, to be very honest with you, know a hell of a lot about those damn Pakus, and I'm not entirely sure what it takes to make those damn gulpfish. I guess I could click on the fish and see gulp fry egg. Body temperature between -30 and 5. So no, the probability is only at 2%. Should be totally fine. I don't see that this here is anything. The tropical eggs are at 35 and 80. We're not there either, so that's what the fry eggs are at 96%. And 2% is the base rate, so that is always there. That doesn't really change anything. John is here, says, just got here. Greetings to all. What's happening? Hope you're doing all right. Hope you're having a good Memorial Day weekend, John. We're just trying to tame this volcano right here. Just trying to get rid of this debris here. That has to happen. Or we will never be able to extract it again. So, better do it now than never. Yeah. I think the water is too... Yeah, or you're so lucky. Yeah, I know. My 2% chance here. We should probably go buy a lottery ticket or something. With the amount of freaking goldfish that I get here. Alright, the debris is gone. Alright, the L shape needs to be built. Probably first this tile right here. The L shape is highly, highly important. As a matter of fact, not only the L shape, we will need one tile here as well. And then the L shape. So that is what that's going to look like. We're going to build this tile here first. And then we're going to build these two tiles. That is important because if we have a magma blade that's coming, even though it's only basically 2 spaces long, no matter how much magma we put over here on the left side, it will never ever rise up to a second tile. It will always stay on the ground past that blade. That is the entire reason that we are doing it the way we are doing it. So first right there, then right here, and then right there. This gives us this 2, or better to say 3 space long magma plate. Blade, not plate. And it will never ever go up to this space right here. And that is highly important. That's what we need, and that's why we are doing this. Gonna have to speed a little bit. How about that? I see what I'm coming. And plopping in our insulated tile. Okay. Right here. Last but not least, that should be everything we need over here. All these ladders here, none of it matters. They can stay there, we can deconstruct them. Either way around, it makes no difference at all. Come on. Anyone? Oh, it's night again. You damn dupes. Are we over here? Okay, looks like our power here has been built. Very good, which means we can deconstruct everything. And I mean all of it. That is basically above here, which should help decor-wise out drastically. Right here, of course, we will have to put in some tiles to finish this here back off again. But other than that, none of this here is needed anymore. All of it, all the way through, even down here, should be a game changer for our wonderful, wonderful decor. Of course, the dupes are never going to do that because it's on 5 priority, since we have so much other shit going on all around the base. So let's get this deconstruction here up a little bit. Not the deodorizer though. Also not this deodorizer, and I did see that we are disconnecting this one. All of it. Let's get rid of it and help our morale a little bit more. I thought we were going to get rid of the coal plants as well for a second. Oh, these here? No, we do need those. We do need to still have this connection right here going over. But all the other stuff here we don't need anymore, which is going to be very, very good. Just, again, another thing that will slow down our freaking volcano tamer, but it has to be done, otherwise we never get there. Alright. Very nice. We can just build another airflow tile here, it doesn't matter. Doesn't really matter what we build here, as long as we have something that blocks it off and makes it a room. The wire next to the joint plate in the ice isn't getting built. Oh yeah, it's not... Oh, you sucker. Good eye. I missed this one here. I thought we had it all done. So this here is actually out of power over here for right now. But that's totally fine. Doesn't matter. Doesn't break anything, doesn't hurt anything. Just need to build this one piece right here, please, dupes. ASAP. So we are back up and running with everything we need. Alright, let's take another look at our decor overlay. Not Churm's decor. And it's definitely better. That was all deep, deep red. This kind of deep red. Now it is definitely looking better. Still not optimal, but definitely better. Oh, of course, the bridges here, we wouldn't need him anymore right now. But we already have him, so why get rid of him? With the exception, of course, of this one here. This one here we can't get actually rid of because we need to come over here with a wire anyway, so we're going to do it and get rid of the bridge. And now, we're all powered back up, as that should be. There's another deodorizer. What have we built you for here? I'm not entirely sure. I don't think we need you. You are important because we have all this polluted dirt here, but other than that, we don't need this one. Alright, should be good to go here any second as soon as this one conductive wire here is built. There we have it. Very nice. Just another step that we had to complete before we do anything else. But yeah, thank you, the warrior bear. Of course, a bear who could have seen it coming as the eye for attention or for detail. Not the eye for attention, the eye for the detail right here. I missed it completely. I thought it was built. Also, because it was all white, but the white was, of course, coming from the other direction. So thank you very much for that. Truly appreciate it. But now, it is time that we probably can get rid of all of this here. It will be a little bit finicky because this magma here is going to stay where it's at, which is going to be an issue, but not a big one. Oh, we will have to corner build and shove it over. Yeah, that should work. Other than that, though, all of this here can go, and we can then actually build us another piece of ladder. Probably doesn't really matter too much where we build it. Right here. That's probably what we're gonna do. Make this one here the number 9 so it gets done first, because everything else we can reach from higher up. If we do it this one here last, the dupes will get burned, and we are trying to avoid that as much as we can. What is entombed? Do we have another vole around here somewhere? Probably. What's in a mini pod? I don't want pufflet eggs for anything ever, really. But yes, we can grab us a sweetle. You know what? Let's do the pufflet eggs and just plop them into the egg cracker. Simple. Yes, there's a shovel. Where? Where is it hiding? I don't see it. Saw it hide. Let's buy the freeze pod. Buy the freeze pod? Is that the freeze pod? I'm not sure what the freeze pod is. You have a Sweetle here. Eventually I will catch that sucker. Eventually we will find it, and it will get annihilated. Under the brain jar. Oh, there it is. You sucker, look at that thing. Get out of here. There we go. One less. Slowly but steadily, we're getting there. Still at 59% stress. Oh, come on. Really? Didn't I just say don't do these first? Thankfully, it was the top one that you did, so it should still be okay, I hope. But regardless, first the ladder. Then this one. Then get the hell out of there. There we go. That's more like it. And now get rid of all of this obsidian. Of course, our volcano right here, we will have to block this here off in a second, which we will do very easily with a temp shift plate. That is going to be made out of coal. I said coal. And it will be living right here. That's the spot. From the left side of the neutronium, one over, the second one, and then two up. So we need to make sure that we are not getting any more magma in here. We have plenty for right now. We're just going to close it off. Up until we can figure out what the hell is going on with it. Yep. First time scalding. Please don't do this. Please don't build over there. Thank you. We will do that later. Because now we can come with our insulated tiles all the way through. Can dig all the way over. And then once again grab us a ladder. And with this ladder, we can come all the way down to right around here. And then we will need to corner build all the way through here. To get rid of this magma. You damn dupes. Oh god. Please do not take the bottom floor. Just go over the top eventually. It has time. It's idle. It will not erupt in the next 5 seconds. And even if it does, it's not the end of the world. Okay. Let's see here. This one here, I'm going to deconstruct it with a 9 priority and the temp shift plate here. Freaking don't do it at all. Please. There we go. Just need to get this coal out of here, probably. That is a bad place for it to sit. Honestly, bring it up there. Probably gonna be too late, though. Yep. But that's fine. It's just another piece of refined carbon. Of course, Brandon has to do it from the bottom. Once again, has to stand in the magma. Thankfully, it doesn't matter if he's standing there only in one tile. It's only a problem if he's standing in 2 tiles. Every time, it's fascinating again to watch those tubes. But yeah, again, that's a good thing to know though, by the way. If there is a 1 tile of magma in the atmosuits, the dupes do not care at all. If they're submerged completely, both of their tiles, both of their heights, then it will become an issue. So, definitely, again, another little side tidbit that definitely helps to know. I will have to get back down here, get this refined carbon out though. I could leave it there theoretically, but do I want to? Probably not, honestly. So, let's bring this down all the way, right there. That is actually the correct spot. And then we need to go 1 lower. So we can push this magma right here over to the left. Okay, so far so good. Let's see if we can dig this here up. Will probably cause a tiny little bit of damage if they're too slow doing it, but otherwise it should be okay. May have to build us a hospital here if we keep going like this, but we will see. Only 1 dupe is using the telephone instead of 2. Again, not sure why. Let me take a look into the room overlays real quick here. The recreation room needs 1 recreational building and 1 decor item, and that's it. could definitely build that somewhere over here, but definitely also over on the other side. So let's do that and call the other real quick. The dupes have nothing to do anyways, so they will probably be on the phone most of the time, so somebody should be available basically at all times. Where are we going to put that thing though? Could make our life very easy and just plop it down here. Is there a maximum size? I didn't pay attention. Maximum size is 96 tiles. If we make this here 4 high and come all the way over, 72. That'll work. That's how we're going to do it. Very simple and straightforward. Grab us a door, plop the door, probably just right here, honestly. Then 4 high right here. I'm going to start with 1 airflow tile, only 1. Don't need any more. Come all the way over to here. And then 2 more doors. And then dig all this stuff here out. Then we're going to put a telephone or 2 in there. And done. Who says 71 viewers and only with 31 likes, we can do better? Yes, I'm sure we could actually. So yeah, guys, if you're here and you're waiting for me to mess this here up badly, please leave a like. I would highly appreciate it. It doesn't cost a thing and it helps me out greatly. Then let's build this thing here real quick. We have a power wire coming by, another one and another one. This one here doesn't have anything on it. How about this one here? Yep, that's the one that we're going to use. Simple. It's going to bring it straight over. Just a couple of phones, a little bit of a decor, and that should be that. Phone. We don't really need any morale over here. That's why I'm not really worried about this here in any way, shape, or form. The dupes can just do whatever the hell they want here. Let's build us 6 of them for good measure. How much do I need on power? 120. That's fine. Let's grab us in furniture. Metal block here, and sure, let's put a metal block there, because it, again, doesn't matter. Bring over the conductive wire. We can beautify this here later for all I care, but for right now, it's good. And we have a recreation room. Just as simple as that. I need to get me a drink. Give me just 30 seconds. All right, so far so good. Hopefully that was obviously not built for Codiel, but for Smelina over here. So when the dupes are on the phone, they hopefully have somebody to talk to on the other end. But yeah, this here is now built. So now we can corner build through here. This insulated tile, which will push the magma over to the left. We also have our refined carbon right here now, which is beautiful. It will block this volcano here from erupting more or less indefinitely. Not just more or less, but exactly indefinitely. Which is exactly what we want. Now it's just getting a little bit finicky here because we need to now make sure that we push all this magma here over without having it spill out onto the right side. So let's first complete our ladder. It needs to come down eventually, most likely all the way anyway. At the bare minimum to right here. And then we can get started. I suppose while we wait, we had boots on the bingo board, didn't we? Let's see. Second blueprint. What do we have? Ooh, we have some drywall. Even some decent drywall. Roll 3. Inspired by classic dice. Actually doesn't look even too shabby, honestly. That could look pretty good as a background, honestly. Okay. We are keeping the stress slightly more at bay here. Could it be better? Of course, but it could also be worse. Let's see, what do we have here? A little bit of chlorine gas. Because we could just build an entire row of polyline phones in another room. What was the minimum? in the recreation room is 12 tiles, so we could build a tally. Goof says, darn it, 0 for 2. It'll be gloves next time, or boots. Don't worry about it. And probably lime green too. Most likely even. Okay, so ladders are built, which means we need one more ladder. We can get rid of this insulated tile right here. That's the first piece that we need to get rid of, and then we can build one right here. Which then in turn means we can get rid of the obsidian right here. And then we can make our way all the way through, slowly but steadily. There we go, just like that. That's what I had in mind. Now this obsidian right here can go. We're gonna dig it up immediately, please. And then obsidian tile once again in the corner build. And that is how we're gonna go along up until we make it all the way over here. That is the general idea. It will take a second, but it will be well worth it 100% of the time. We will probably need some ladders here eventually to reach all the stuff here. This insulated tile will have to go most likely as well. So let's do something like this here. Insulated tile right there. Once we have it, we're going to get rid of this one. And build one right there. At the moment we can still reach it without the ladders. But not for very long. Actually, this one here is already unreachable right now. Why would that be? Can't stand on top of this ladder. That's actually a lie. It says you're unreachable, but it isn't. There we go. Another one right here. Very, very good. Step by step by step, we are making it through. That Keonis guy is so slow. I know, right? What are we going to do about that? Do we have another skill point? A little bit. We can't just go for proof carrying at this point, I suppose. Just to help us out a little bit more with that kind of stuff, because there's more stuff down here that I want to get rid of. So we will have to hop into the magma just for a second, and then we will go for improved building next time around once we get the next point. Well, there's plenty more to build. It's only the chamber for the magma, which is the hard part. Everything else is going to be relatively simple and straightforward, with the exception of two things. Two things are going to be slightly more complicated. We will need to see what we're going to do about it. One of them is we have crude oil over here. What we don't have is naphtha. And I definitely want naphtha. So definitely should get us some of that good stuff as well. We didn't really make too much, did we? We could make us more. Yeah, what's the best solution? Right here, we already have a pipe. What are you going to use this volcano for? We are going to extract power as well as igneous rock. As much as we can. We don't need a petroleum boiler because we already have one. So not really a point in doing that. Almost out of oil down here all the way. Wow. Can do some more mopping while we're at it. And hook up this last one right here as well. Because if I don't do it now, I will forget to do it later. But yeah, naphtha. That's what I was talking about. I want to get naphtha over there. We could just build this one here a little bit wider so we can put a pump in there. Not right there, please. And then rip this one here out so we can put a pump in here. Because I do want to pump it through this teleporter. The nice thing is we don't need another basin. We can just use the same one that we use for the crude oil. And just put both liquids in here. And the dupes will grab whichever one we want. And with our filter pump mod, if you need to pump something out of here, we can do that as well. So should be pretty easy to do. This here is now done to the next step, so this one can get destroyed. To build this one, then this one, and this one. And then it gets a little bit hot because we need to take this one here out from the other side, most likely, unless we can get a dupe on top of here, which could work maybe. We'll see. There we go. We can build one now here. We can now deconstruct this one here as well. And potentially build us a tile right there with a ladder right here. Take this one out. As soon as we have built this one, as soon as we build this one right here, we should be able to get a dupe up there and plop the last one in here without getting too hot even. All these here can go as well. All right. That's the basic layout. We got it. And nobody's died yet. Very nice. That is exactly what that should look like. 4 high, 3 wide. Perfect. That's the size that we want, and it's the size that we need. Now we can once again start cleaning a little bit down here on the bottom. All of this stuff here, I want to get rid of it. Yes, the dupes will have to come in here to grab it, but it is what it is. Shouldn't be too long, shouldn't be too much of an issue. Yep, they can make it 2 tiles under the magma here for a little while, but really not very long. So yeah, get it all out of here. So we can continue. In the meantime, this has been done. That's what triage cards are for? I know. I would like to avoid it if I can, though, because once they're laying in the triage card, that means they can't really work anything. I would rather have them working than laying. Plumbing, liquid pump, now we have a space for it. Just need to grab us a pipe. What's the temperature of this stuff? 83 degrees, who cares? It's gonna be cold anyway. Yeah, how are we gonna do this here? Everything's already full with pipes. Because here I did not dig straight through. That would have saved us actually a lot of mess right here. Is there a reason why I didn't do that? Not really, not that I can tell. Could just shorten this path here. And then reuse the pipe that we already have to go up there. That's the easiest solution, fastest solution. So let's do precisely that. Don't need to go 3 high. Please. Thank you. In F6, I'm gonna take the pipe, gonna come straight over. And then of course the liquid bridge that lives right here. There we go. Let's build that real quick, and then we're just gonna repurpose the pipe that we already have. One of them stressed out dupes is going to have a stress reaction in that vacuum and make things bad? Maybe. I hope not. I hope not. I hope they will get their shit together and just be happy for once over here. It's not that bad. Come on, guys. Okay. Let me grab this naphtha right here. Here's our naphtha maker. We could make us another one real quick while we're at it. Temp shift plate. Made out of plastic. And it's got to live in this corner right here. The moment it's built, it becomes naphtha. And then right here, this one here is still set to auto bottle and number 9. And the pitcher pump is right here as well. All right, that should do. Varus is scalding. Of course, like I said, doesn't work too long. But should still be okay. Once I close it off, I don't ever want to go back in there. So, I want to do it now before it gets worse. That's the last piece right here. Just grab all the stuff here real quick, please. And then put me my plate in here. So we can get some naphtha over there. Oh, of course, the biobot cannot build a temp shift plate. Who could have seen that coming? Okay, everything's out. Everything's good. We can then go ahead and start with the infrastructure. Once the ladders are gone, we won't need those anymore either. And the infrastructure over here is thankfully very, very easy and straightforward. Therefore, it shouldn't be a problem. I'm gonna run this here slow, just to make sure we don't have any accidents going on here. It worked before, so it should work again, you would think. We have naphtha. And it stays at exactly 159.5 degrees. Alright, now we just gotta grab the pitcher pump, get it out of there. Can unfortunately not mop it up because it's too much liquid. But yeah, that is our little naphtha making corner here. Just gotta grab it and put it in here. The oil is now flowing the way it's supposed to. In F6. Snip this here off. And for right now, also snip this here off, maybe? Why exactly is this here not flowing? That should be flowing, you would think. Apparently it isn't, though. So, let's build us one more corner right here. Yeah, why? Oh, this is the input right here for our metal refinery. That's why it's not happy about it. Okay, that's totally fine. No problem. Hook it back up. Not all the way though, please. That was one too far. Can't get rid of this here once again. All we have to do is build a bridge over it temporarily. Something like this here. Take a liquid bridge and plop it right there. There we have it. In the meantime, there we go. We can just use this pipe here. And then once the bridge is built, this pipe here will empty as well. That's the problem. How is Sin doing in space? That's actually a good question. How are you doing up here? Why are you still in your suit? That's a really an even better question, actually. But how many databanks do we have here? We have 183 databanks. I think Sin is doing totally fine up here. Plenty of water left. Plenty of oxygen left. But you really need to take the suit off or we will never get anywhere. Yeah. There's a suit hanging. Yes, I see that, but there shouldn't be one hanging. That is my point. But yeah, now that his suit is off, he will also work a hell of a lot faster. Okay, all this here is now good. Can't get rid of this. Can't get rid of this here. Don't need it. Build us a new pipe that comes through here. And of course, and we're gonna go this time straight for heavy conductive wire. Gonna come all the way over and in. That's our pump right here. And then in F6, when we take a look where exactly this is going, it's going up here. It's going into there. Snip it off. And yeah, we can control whenever we want to turn this here on, which we will probably do right away, so we have the naphtha available because we will need it very soon. And then we can get started with this here. So here we need a few things. One of them will be a piece of pipe made out of ceramic. That is going to be a problem because I don't think we have any ceramic over here. That's fine though. We can just build us a kiln real quick. We don't need a lot. It's only one single piece of tile that we need. So we're just going to plop it probably in the cold area. Probably the easiest way to do it. Plop it in here. Yes, you will have some busted eardrums for doing this, but it's better than heating up the area even more than where we're already at. Because eventually we will have to start cooling something down here. But other than that, we can get started with the rest. In plumbing, after we save, we will need our pump. Liquid pump made from steel. Thankfully, we still have enough steel, so we don't have to worry about that. You will need a liquid vent that I'm also going to make out of steel, just to be safe. Not that it matters, but might as well. We need some piping. The insulated pipes, once again, everything that touches magma needs to be made out of obsidian, just to be safe. Comes around and into here. And then right over here as well. And then last but not least, we will need some power. That comes also made out of steel, into right here. That is all we need for right now. I guess we could put the cooling loop in as well. Might as well while we are already on the prowl here. It's going to live right here, literally. The insulated pipe, once again, doesn't have to be out of obsidian because obviously magma is not going to cool down our pump. So igneous rock is totally fine over here. And then over here, this is the one piece where we will need the ceramic that I just talked about. So all this here can be put in. And once we have all of this here, we can effectively close this area here off and call it a day. So yeah, very nice. Get rid of any more debris that's in there, and we are good. The kiln is here. We're going to make us a little bit of ceramic. We have everything that we need. Again, we don't need much. Make me 10 of them and call it a day. All right. So far, so good. This here is almost completed. And then, of course, we need to build the bottom portion. But the bottom portion is going to be built a hell of a lot easier than anything that we are doing up here. As a matter of fact, while they're building here, you can already put that in. It's going to be really simple. It's going to be 3 high right here. We're going to build something like this over there. I just need to check out exactly how much we need. In power, we need steam turbines built out of literally anything. We have gold sitting around plenty of, so we might as well use it. And we need 3 steam turbines. 3 steam turbines is the standard setup for a large volcano. So we will see how that looks once we're done with it. Right here. Need to come up and over. Something just like this here. Yeah. Theoretically, there's nothing stopping us from having the dupes even be able to reach this here already. So you can build up here, you can build down there. What you build first and what you build last doesn't really make a difference at all. The only thing that we may need potentially... Do we have any salt water or anything on this planetoid here? Does not look like it. Does not look like it. So, yeah, down here on the bottom, for our vacuum, we may go the old route. And with the old route, when I say that, I, of course, mean we need to put in a vacuum before we actually put in our water. Or better to say, put in a vacuum after we put in our water. That way around. The old-fashioned way with a pump. It's a little bit of a problem, but nothing that we can't solve. And I don't want to bring water over or salt water over from the other planetoid just for that purpose. It's not worth it. You can't do it just as fast, if not faster, this way. All right. Making good progress. Who is scalding now? How are you scalding down here? Oh, of course, because we have now these here exposed. Why don't your wires for infinite storage break? Wires for infinite storage break. Also, good night, everyone. Also, good evening, night. Good evening to you as well. It's currently 6:18 p.m. here, in case you're interested. Which wires for the infinite storage do you mean? Not sure what you're referring to, but if you could elaborate, I'm happy to look at it. Oh, 018 there? Yeah. Any. Mine always break. Are you talking about wires? Oh, using copper? I mean, when you look at your wires right here, it says your potential load. Like in this case here, the potential load is 2,225 watts, and the maximum load is 2,000 watts. Currently, we are using 0. So if everything that is connected to this one wire here would turn on at the same time, which it doesn't, which is why I can do what I'm doing, it would break the pipe. It would break the wire. But only if we go over 2,000 watts. So you just need to make sure, like right here, the chances that all of these here turn on at the same time, together with this here, together with the shearing station, together with everything else that's on that wire, is so small that it's basically negligible. Do you mean the airflow tiles? Is there a way to reduce load? You have to break up your wires. I can show you that easier over here in Cold Yell, on my main base. If you take a look into my F2 overlay right here, you can see I have basically just a row of large transformers, and these large transformers are just branching off. So to reduce the load is to put in more conductive wires that are coming from large power transformers, which in turn being fed by heavy watt or heavy conductive watt wires. That's basically how the power setup works. Yeah, right down here on the bottom, we need to be very careful because it's extremely hot. Because of all the stuff that we are digging up here, we need to get rid of the stuff here ASAP. So we need to dig this here up and then get rid of it before this here overwhelms our base. That is going to be highly important. Dupes will not be happy standing here, but I can't really help him right now. It is what it is. And once again, we have water everywhere. You can tell by our oxygen overlay. We need to put a damn pump in here, don't I? That is so dumb. And we are out of polluted dirt as well, are we? Yep. As I thought. And we don't have really any other option right this moment without doing anything. Well, we could just use the oxygen that we have in here probably. We should probably just go ahead. Wait, hold on. How do we have... What happened here? There is a piece of hydrogen gas in there. Did I never finish this here? Oh no, it's just not working the way that I expected it to, because this pipe here never thinks it's full. That is a problem. Because this pipe here never thinks it's full, because this thing here always uses 10 grams per second. It's never actually full. Therefore, it always tries to put it over here, and I didn't actually fix anything by putting this bridge in. That is an issue. That is, in fact, an issue. What would be an easy fix for that? Definitely not this here, though. We first need to get rid of it. I'm going to snip it off for right now, just to get rid of that hydrogen right here. Please get rid of it. Even though the pipe is blocked. It should be going up here without an issue, though. A limit valve, yeah, I was just thinking about that. That would definitely be a quick and easy solution. Thankfully, this here doesn't really matter too much. It will be unhappy over here, but it's not the end of the world or anything. We're going to put a gas vent right here. Even if the hydrogen comes out, it will just go to the top, and we have this filter gas pump here, which puts it back in here, so even that doesn't make a difference. But still, though, I need it to be day again so we can get rid of this gas bridge here for right now. You have hydrogen and oxygen, one pipe and a spalm. I know. I know. Once this bridge here is gone, which we need to do preferably quickly, please, dupes. Somebody come over here, do that real quick. Oh, Barris. There's no need to kill yourself. Absolutely no need. We will need, now that Barris is so hurt, we definitely will need a, let's see here, in medicine, what is it called? A damn triage cot, that's the word I was looking for. And we should probably build that into the appropriate room if we can, which is a hospital, need some medical equipment, toilet, and a mess table. Where do we have space for something like that? Don't really have too much space here going on. We can't just plop it underneath the massage clinic, I assume. Problem is that we now have carbon dioxide down here. We will have to vent that stuff into space. That will have to go. Even though now that we have the gas vent, it will push it slowly back down, but I can't really wait for that right this very moment. So probably the better option is to put it up here. Yep, that is the better option. Too high. Put me in some roofing, please. Get rid of this insulated tile right here. This here has a total space of 40 tiles, which should be totally fine for a hospital. Absolutely it is. We need a triage cot. That I just had. We're gonna build 2 of them because we don't have more space. Should be good enough. In plumbing, we need an outhouse. And in medicine, not in medicine, in furniture, we will need, where you at, a mess table. Yeah, and for right now, I'm gonna reduce all the priorities over here to nothing to keep Varys away from here, please. Good grief, look at that. That was last second. We need to make sure that he does not, under any circumstances, go back over there before he gets into a freaking triage cot. Hey. Just get out of the way. For now. And I don't know why you're still building this down here. I suppose because you still had it in your queue before I switched over to priority. So let's get all of you out of there. And hopefully that should reset your queue. Nope. Varys still wants to commit suicide. Look at him. He does not learn. Croc says dead Dupe in 3, 2, 1. You have no faith, do you? Croc, come on. I mean, it was close. I give you that, but... he made it. He just needed damn caught. Or Varys, which he's assigned to. Alright. That should make him safe now. He shouldn't be able to go over there anymore, even if he wants to. Problem is just that the temperature down here is so extremely hot. We need to go ahead. Cancel the steam turbines right here. Not the dig. Cancel the steam turbine. We need to first dig this abyssalite here up. Get rid of it. And then get it out of this area here. That is what we really have to do here. Are we over here, by the way? It is getting a little bit warmer right here. Maybe reroute with exosuits. Yeah, I was also just considering putting exosuits and just trying to figure out. Mainly just talking out loud. Trying to figure out what is the best way to do it. What else do we have going on in this vicinity here? We need a suit there to be super safe. With a suit, we would be 100% safe. There is no question. There is absolutely no question. What I do want to do as well, though, is we already have this pipe and we already have this pump. Cool this here down just a tiny little bit. I didn't think it would make that big of an impact, but apparently, I mean, it is a big area, not gonna lie, that we are digging out here. And basically everything that's red here will go in there. So we will need to implement a tiny little bit of cooling. Thankfully, our polluted water down here is at a reasonable temperature, so it shouldn't matter too much. So we can't just take this pipe here. That is 4 high, which works in our favor. We can come over here, up, then with a radiant liquid pipe through, that's made out of aluminum, of course. And then keep on going and bring it back over just so that the dupes can reach in. I don't need to build ladders all over the damn place. Somewhere like right here with a liquid vent. We're just going to pump the water that we already have in our tank around and help cool down this piece of debris right there. Is the water going to prevent off-gassing in infinite solid storage? Yes, it is, and we don't have any in here because we don't really have anything in here that's really off-gassing or hurting us to off-gas. But I will put water in now for thermal conductivity, not for cooling. But yes, I will put actually water in there now. Which we can do by putting the bottle emptier. Probably simply right there, and then digging up this phosphorider and replacing it with a tile. That's probably the easiest way to do this. Want that add steam to your base? Want that add steam to your base? It shouldn't, because we're not that hot. I don't think so. The only thing is we need to have the water rotating first. Croc says, good night, see you next stream. Remember, dupe safety is our priority. I wouldn't go quite that far, but have a good one, Croc. Appreciate you joining. Hope you're having a good evening. Okay, that is being built over here. It is getting slowly but steadily, of course, hotter and hotter and hotter. We need to do something about this here quickly. So please, Dupes, build me my loop. That is just the fastest solution to take care of it, and then the Dupes can just carry it over there and it'll be fine. Barris is alive. Not necessarily happy, but alive. Don't even need this here. Once the door is built, we should have a hospital and the table. Interesting way to clear the magma. Yeah, I guess so. It works. Let's see. Hospital. There we go. Now we have one of those as well. Getting there slowly but steadily. The only thing is I really want you guys to plop this here in. This pipe here is what we need. Of course, we can inspect this here real quick and then demolish it. Nah, well, we can't because we don't have a dupe over here. One ladder right there should still be able to help us reach this here, I hope. All right. Making headway once again. Of course, more and more gold is coming in at a nice 27 degrees, which also helps generally to cool down the entire block that's down here. But yeah, we definitely need to have some water in there, and we need to have a loop going. That is gonna be a game changer and should solve our problems. There we go. It's night again. Let's turn up the speed so that I can take a nap and then get back to work. Small detail, but is oxygen included in the hospital? Because I see a lot of red in there. They're probably not a lot, honestly. Probably not a lot right now. It will take a little bit for our vent right here to take over and hopefully help out. Also, now our infinite storage here should be back in good shape again. Yes, it is. Of course, now our anti-entropy thermonullifier, God, I hate saying that, will eventually now run out until we find a solution. That is currently secondary to me. First, we need to build this loop here and make sure that all that is working the way it should. So, Dupes. How's Barris doing? He's healing. That's why I hate it when Dupes get hurt, because now we are down a Dupe, which just means a hell of a lot of lost labor. And that is the last thing that I want, losing labor. What do we have in our mini pod? 2,000 kilograms of salt water. So maybe we don't actually... Yeah, we are going to grab the salt water. Let me make sure that none of these here are accidentally set to salt water. They're not. So we don't have to create a vacuum in here. That'll save us a lot of time. Those 2,000 kilograms come just in time. Let's see, slowly but steadily, we should be getting more oxygen up here. It will just take some time. Probably would be easier if I get rid of this right here, just so it can get through here a little bit. What you saw was the Draco farm. Yes, here we have a bunch of hydrogen in here. Once we get rid of this here, the oxygen should have an easier time to travel upwards because it only is one tile of space right here. And gases really don't like that very much in the game. So... okay, the loop is done. Just got to connect it to power. And now, let's see. Turn up the speed so we can get this thing here going. And then we add a little bit of water. And we should look a hell of a lot better. Does it already make a difference? 23, 25? Yes, it actually already makes a difference because obviously the carbon dioxide that's in here is conducting by itself, just not as well as if we add a drop of water. I'm going to use a mesh tile for that, so our plug slugs here don't escape, preferably. That would be nice. Just gonna plop that in real quick and set this here to water. Just plop a little bit of water down there. And also Brandon has now actually time to get a little bit of mopping in, which is always a good thing. Obviously, now we are disturbing the water down here, so that may make another difference. But on the bright side, the more water we get out of here, the better it is. Yeah, look at this. Look at all this water here. Nobody wants it. Just get rid of it as much as you can. Liquid, water, number 9, enable auto bottle. And then let's drop something in here. And of course, couple plug slugs already escaped in those few seconds, literally, where between the tile being dug up and the mesh tile is being built. Telling you. Those damn critters. But yeah, we can just catch them again. Whenever. Really not that much of a hurry. Just the water though. I would really like to have the water. How are you starving? You just need to get down here and get yourself some food. There's plenty to have. There is nothing blocking your path. Right? Yes. Just gotta get yourself some food and be happy. Kionis. Why didn't you get yourself something? Let's see how much calories you have left. Oh, you're still at 900. You're fine. You are totally fine. So now you decide to get some food while you were already all the way over here to get it. Yeah, of course. How else would it be? Come on, drop me a little bit of water in here so we can get this here cooled down, so we can concentrate on building once again. Trying to... Actually, it is pretty stagnant over here at about 100 degrees, which is fine. Must be a lack of sleep from studying in the downtime? Yeah, that may well be. That may well be. Anybody? Water? You don't feel like it? Bringing dirt is more important. There come 200 kilograms of water. Gonna put that in here. Also, almost 1 a.m., so time for bed. See you for the wall. It says Goof. Goof, I appreciate you joining. Thank you very much. Hope you enjoyed it, and I hope you have a good night. Alright, now we should be able to hopefully somewhat normalize this temperature here over time. This pond here is at a nice 23 degrees. It can pump a lot of heat in, or better to say, it can take up a lot of heat from this debris here without any issues. So that is totally okay. Just need to get this here mopped up. Probably need to do it with a little bit of a high priority. So it actually gets gone. Not all the way through here though. Really only where my mesh tiles are. And a little bit faster maybe. Check the F4 overlay out once again. Just one more drop right here on the bottom. Yeah, that should be now a hell of a lot better. There we go. Let's see, can we try it one more time to get a little bit more of the stuff away here? Who is scalding? Barris is back. Of course he is. He just wants to die. He literally just wants to die. Okay, let's grab the debris on the ground here first. Once we have the debris, we will go from there. Bottle emptier up here. No more water. We have all the water down here that we need. We can actually, whenever, deconstruct it. Don't care when. But yeah, you need to get out of there. We need to get rid of the debris. And then we need to dig up the rest of this abyssalite right here. That is what needs to happen. Preferably in that order. There we go. Let's leave that on a 5 for now. Missing a dining table in the Great Hall? Oh yeah, you're right. I brought an extra dupe over. Very good eye for detail. Once again, thank you very much. I built the bed, but I didn't build a table. That is important. So Barris is, of course, one of our 2 diggers, so we will see. I just need to keep an eye on him. Need to make sure that all this hot stuff here goes away. Only these tiles here are really important. Once we have them, we can get rid of it and put it into the rest down here. Need to make sure he doesn't die in the process. Yep, that's it. That's it for you, good sir. You come back here. You will be assigned to the cot. And of course, the cots have the highest priority. You need to make sure that you do that and not run around down there. There we go. You should have another digger. I think it was Icy Venom, wasn't it? Yep, Icy Venom. We probably just need to change the priorities for Icy. Let's see. Right here. Actually, no, we don't. She does prefer to tidy, though. And that's totally fine. I don't care in what order you do it, as long as you get the stuff out of here one way or another. So we can continue with this build. And maybe the water problem is slowly but steadily solving itself. Looks like there's more and more water just flowing over to the left, which is fine with me. As long as it's outgassing over here on the right side, that's totally okay. Yeah, and slowly but steadily the oxygen is also increasing up here, so we are getting there. Night once again. Let's turn up the speed 10 times. Let's go. Once the debris here is gone, the rest will solve itself without an issue. That is the nice thing. Let's see. Could use airflow tiles so H2O can leave. You mean replacing the mesh tiles with airflow tiles? I see Venom is scalding. Gotta keep an eye on that. Oh, hydrogen. Do you mean the hydrogen here? There's barely any hydrogen in the upper side. Oh, you mean here? That is our Draco farm. We need the hydrogen in here. Just not up here. And up here I have actually pneumatic doors. So it just leaves through here. And it gets sucked up by this pump. That already happened, as a matter of fact. So you only see those 2 pieces here. They will leave eventually. Need to keep an eye on Icy right here. Make sure the dupe survives. See, that was totally fine. Grabbing it and leaving. No problem. Kionis as well. Yeah, there we go. Then right here, like I said, it will cool it all down without a big problem. Matter of fact, we should be able to see it now even better, 25 and 29. So yeah, we're increasing basically by 4.5 degrees every time we go around here, which will heat up our pool here slightly, but that I don't care about at all. All right, so far so good. Now, digging. These are the last few tiles here that we need to have dug up. That needs to happen. Once these are gone, we are golden. They just need to go. Of course, that will mean a little bit more pain. Up until it is done. Just need to keep an eye on it, and we are good. Also, all the stuff here needs to go while we're at it. You need to go. You are too damaged. We're going to bring you up here and actually assign you straight to the cot. That here became a bigger problem than I expected it. I thought we should be able to mow through it with 5 dupes, but then I forgot about it and built the insulated tiles first. That was my mistake. I should have dug it out first and then concentrated on building insulated tiles. So That is where that issue came from. That's why we are here at freaking 200 degrees. And once again, that the abyssalite here says it has a zero conductivity in properties. It's just not how that works. But on the bright side, up here on the top, everything is now completed that we need. We shouldn't ever need to come back in here with the exception of this pipe here. So we can't quite close it off, but we can very soon. Can you put a dupe in a suit manually, then have to dig it and clean up? That is a good idea, actually. That is a really good idea. Theoretically, I don't see a reason why that shouldn't work. We have berries up here. We have Icy in here as well assigned. Berries should be okay, though. Where are you going? I thought you just ate. You need to eat more? Why didn't you grab as much as you wanted in the first place? Well. As soon as the night's over, we're gonna try that, John. I like that idea. I like it a lot, actually. We can't just undock this suit here. As soon as the night's over, we are going to unassign Barris here. Actually, he's already unassigned. He should be standing up here any second. And we assign the suit to Barris and have him do the job. Okay, so why exactly are you not leaving your bed? Get down here. And then the suit here, Barris. Please do it immediately. You want to go back to the cot or what? Why? You're not even eligible for it. You're way above 70% health. You cannot tell me that that's... Let's see. Let's say 20%. You are not eligible to lay in there. Get out of there, damn it. I don't know why. I don't know why. Don't have an explanation about what's going on right now. He should be getting out of this bed without an issue. But he doesn't feel like it. Cool. That is cool, I suppose. The problem is we don't have any other diggers, do we? Key on this thread here is super duper hard digging, but we need super hard digging. And we don't have any more points available. I'm sorry I gave you the idea. No, the idea is great, as a matter of fact. Very good idea. I just don't know what Paris is doing. That is not how that is supposed to work, I suppose. Can't go back to a cot that isn't there. We do have 5 cots. Here, he's assigned to this... Oh, you mean I should delete it? I guess I could do that as well. I guess he wants to heal all the way for some reason. Even though, again, that is just not how that should work. Thankfully, though, he is full here any second now. Wondering what he's gonna do now. Now he's gonna get a suit. Now he's gonna get the suit. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere, maybe. What's your next order? There we go. Now he's digging. Barry said not today. Yeah, that is exactly what Barry said. Barry's like, screw this shit. He's like, you can dig your nonsense yourself, man. Okay, those are... As a matter of fact, you can just keep on digging here. Just do it with the highest priority and bring it all the way over here. You can't get past here, I know, but just grab something and build it, I suppose. Of course, dig first the 2 things from the bottom that you can reach. Okay, very nice. Last but not least, we need to get rid of those hot pieces right here. That's what we need, and then we should go back to somewhat normality, I would hope. Yep, making progress. Oop. Don't want to do that. Alright. of course, all of this here, I reduced the priority so the dupes do the more important stuff first. So at least the D's here we can bring up to a 9, and then on the priorities for the rest here, just give it a normal priority, that's fine. And of course, it is still hot here, but that will alleviate itself here very, very quickly now that no more cold can get in. All right. I will let the dupes do their thing here for a minute. They should be okay. I'm going to turn it down to 1 times speed though. I will head to the bathroom real quick, and I'll be right back. All right. Let's see. Nobody died? Everybody okay? Don't forget to let berries out of the suit. Don't forget to have the dupe removed to the Atmos suit. Yep, definitely need to do that. Get out of the suit. And then while you're at it, deliver the suit back up here where we will actually need it. Down here on the bottom side we are already good. Just on the top right here, it will obviously take a little bit longer since we have insulated tiles made of obsidian right here. That may actually be slightly overkill that we made those here out of obsidian, but it doesn't really matter either, so it's okay. Alright, let's get or keep on going with this right here. Now, of course, you're going to get hurt again while you're standing there. At least for a tiny little bit of time. Once you dig into here and this stuff gets let out, it should normalize and it should be okay. Very good. We will need 1 tile right here, and this igneous rock here saves our vacuum from being compromised. So we are doing okay. Just as I died. I just thought of something. This here is actually a really nice design because currently the storage bin right here is full of sand. And when we run out of the sand, it just turns itself off. Because once the autorizers can't do anything anymore, so there is actually no trouble of basically just having polluted oxygen in the base. So this is actually a really nice and simple design. I like this a lot. It's actually pretty useful too. Surprisingly. A good job, Jay. Alright, temperature. Now we are back to being normal. At 47 degrees. That is totally fine. We can work with that all day long. So, we can build all of what we see right here, but we can already go ahead one step further. We need another chamber that is 2 tiles high. Maybe this time we are not going to build it out of obsidian. How about that? We're going to build it out of igneous rock as that should be. And we're going to make it exactly as long as this here as well. There we go. Going to take this here out. The only problem that we will run into, obviously, is that down here on the bottom, now the dupes can't get there anymore and can't get around anymore. So all we're going to do is Bring the ladder all the way down and dig all this here up as well. We will need more space and more infrastructure down here as well later. But yeah, these here are the two chambers that we need first and foremost. Are we looking over here? We once again have water up here on the top. It is so dumb. But and now we have oxygen, like I said. Even this one single gas vent here is totally fine. Because, in theory at least, when you think about it, it lets out 500 grams per second, or better to say even 1,000 grams per second, while we have only 5 dupes. So we are letting out way more into the base than we actually use. Therefore, we should be totally fine now, even if the water, or better to say, if this polluted water here doesn't outgas. Still want to mop at least some of the water here up though, or give the dupes a better path, better to say, so they don't have to walk through the water here, because the soggy feet is also not the best debuff to have. So what are we going to do here? Probably just going to build a ladder all the way over, so they don't have to step into the water, and mop up here. There we go. That should also help out at least marginally. Very, very nice. Slowly but steadily, it is taking shape, what we are trying to accomplish here. But there are 2 more things, one of them is going to be a big one, that we have to accomplish. You will see here shortly what that is, but it's going to be interesting. I'm not entirely sure how we're going to do that. Dig out that one abyssalite tile. Which one? Not sure which one we're talking about right now. I'm not sure which singular tile you mean, Jay. Above the new ladders. Oh, this one. Ah, good call. Making sure there's nothing hot behind it. Are we going to be in the same situation once again? And look at this here. Oh, okay, we still are open here. I was like, look at this. No dupe managed to get stuck over here. We haven't made it to the point yet where we actually built this one tile here. Daya says, all right, thanks for a company. Overtime work in the middle of the night. Time to sleep. Adios. Adios, Daya. Appreciate you joining, and I hope you have a good night. Not on cold deal, though. I wanted to check on old Zin. How are you doing, Zin? 339 thanks. Still 24,000 kilocalories left. I'm just gonna leave you up here, honestly. I mean, why wouldn't I, right? There's really nothing stopping us. 24,000 kilocalories. He can survive a few more cycles up here without an issue. So you just keep doing your thing. We have water. We have oxygen. Everything's totally fine up here. Hand sanitizer's working. All right, then. It's good morning. Well, fortunately, YouTube doesn't have the function yet to show me where you guys are located yet. But hey, good morning works too. Not here. Here, that's where we want to go. All right, let's dig this here out so we can get through here once again. All this stuff here on the left side will obviously have to be dug up as well anyway, so might as well do that. Piece of ladder right here. And as a matter of fact, while we're at it, the liquid reservoir will live right here as well. All right, very, very nice. Damn, as I said earlier, you guys may have noticed something, and that something is, well, we can't see that yet, can we? No, we can't. I can tell you already, though, that this average output right here is roughly 3 times as high as the one from the minor volcano, plus minus a little bit, but it will be roughly in the neighborhood of 1,500 grams per second average output. Average output includes the dormant periods as well. Problem is, of course, with this build right here, well, we have a liquid valve down here. And this liquid valve here has to be set to 999 or lower. It cannot be set to higher. If we set it to higher, the entire system will break. Therefore, obviously, this exact build here will not work. We will have to do something drastically different. Especially since we are also right here. You can see this liquid valve right here is at 33 degrees and this liquid filter here is at 12 degrees. The reason for it is that we are on rime. I have built no active cooling. The active cooling would be needed for the liquid filter right here. To not overheat. Over here on Smelina, we are either going to be in a vacuum or we are going to be in an atmosphere that's extremely hot. So we can't do that. Why will it break? Because, let's take a look here in magma properties. The freezing point is 1,409.9 degrees, which means if our magma here, which is currently at 1,500 degrees, gets below 1,400 degrees, it will become igneous rock. And igneous rock is a solid, quite obviously. We can see it right here. We are already on the very first tile, or on the very first one, we are at 1,700 degrees, but on the second one, we are at 196.4 degrees. So this here would immediately become a solid tile. If it becomes a solid tile inside of a radiant liquid pipe, the pipe will break. Therefore, the entire system breaks. But the game has a little function. If you're below 1 kilogram of mass, no matter how cold it gets, it will never become a solid tile until it leaves. And that's why it breaks. And Che says, and that's funny, because that's exactly my plan, or build a passive filter system in a vacuum chamber. This seems like the worst idea ever, but that's not important. I don't think it is, honestly. That is, as a matter of fact, exactly my plan. That is exactly the master plan here, that we will build a passive filter. And by passive filter, he means a mechanical filter. That is what I am trying to build today. Because it can't overheat, and once it's working, it also can't really break. It's just a matter of getting it to work. But we will get to that point here shortly. One step after the next. First, we need to build all this here. We're going to build the infrastructure, so most of this is ready. We need to have this here ready first, and then we can go on and mess with the filter that's going to live somewhere in this area right here. Sounds legit? Yep, it is. That is the a mechanic of the game. It works for anything. Anything at all. Like, for example, water. If you want to cool down water below its freezing point, you can do that in a pipe as long as you don't have more than 1 kilogram per tile. You need to have less than that. Then you can definitely do that. Okay. By now, it looks like something that we are familiar with. Who is constantly starving? You literally just need to go down here, grab your stuff, and get the hell out. It's really not complicated, I believe. How are we temperature-wise in here? How are we temperature-wise down here? We are really not losing too much temperature down here, do we? It's really not that big of a deal, is it? I think it's fine. Oh, actually, yeah, because the pump is pulling alternating packets. It actually isn't a bad idea because it literally can't fail if you have 2 bridges. Yeah, and that is exactly the idea, Jay. You're 100% on the right track. That was my plan from the very beginning. Just not entirely 100% sure how to accomplish it, but that's a different topic. We will get to that. If fluid are cheated with less than 1 kilogram, what's the number of mass for gases? Well, I think it's the same, honestly. Let me think about it for a second. I don't think I have ever tried it with gases. Because usually it's done with fluids, or I at least usually do it with fluids. I don't know. Not gonna lie to you. I just don't know from the top of my head. But yeah. Let's hop over here, because the nice thing is everything inside the chamber, almost everything inside the chamber, there will be a change in the chamber as well, is going to stay the same though. So the thermal echo tuner, we can literally grab it, go back over to Smelina, pop it in on the very left. We can grab us the liquid pipe thermosensor, grab it, hop over to Smelina, plop it all the way to the left. Conveyor thermosensor. Literally a copy and paste right here. Conveyor shut off. Not like this though. Which way around do I have it? Need to remember. From the left to the right. Got it. So it lives like this. Gas or liquids, it's 1/10 of the pipe capacity. Okay, so the pipe capacity is 1 kilogram for gases, so that would mean it will have to be less than 100 grams. Would make sense. Would definitely make sense. Conveyor loader. And I'm grabbing it from Smelina because it will be already automatically... No, it will not be. Well, everything here should be built out of steel, of course. Why is it not built out of steel? If I copy it from something that is built out of steel, why wouldn't you build it out of steel? I did it with the thermal echo tuner. Very odd. But either way, that is what we need in here. And yes, everything else will have to undergo a slight change. Only these 4 things you stay the same. Alright, so far so good. Let's plop all this stuff in, and then let's go from there. We can already go ahead with the liquid vents. Don't have to be steel. Liquid vent doesn't matter. We can plop one here, and one there. That should do. 3 of them. Jay says, oh, but wait, oh dang it, I'm wrong. I see how to do it, but it will require a very precise amount of the activation fluid. Yep, and now you have discovered the difficulty of this. Because the activation fluid is going to be magma. So yeah, there's that. It's not naphtha or petroleum. We need magma in there. So yeah. It's doable though. At least I have an idea how it is doable. But speaking of naphtha, I never actually transferred it over, didn't I? Down here on the bottom. We have it in the pipe, but we never actually connected it. There we go. Let's connect that up, which should bring naphtha over. We don't need a lot of it in any way, shape, or form, but I'm gonna get, you know, maybe about this much, however much that is. Again, doesn't matter. Doesn't make a difference. I'm gonna snip it off here. That's fine. Just had to find the an appropriate place to snip it. And now when it comes over to Smelina, in the F6 we can see we are just gonna plop it into the same basin as crude oil. Because another nice thing is about the pitcher pump. It shows you right here what it has available. Right now it has 690 kilograms of crude oil and however many kilograms of liquid naphtha, and the dupes will just grab whichever one. No, regardless of which way you do it, you cannot have the magma backing up. You need a shutoff of some sort. I only need a shutoff for my naphtha. I don't need one for magma. Well, I mean, I do need one inside the filter, but that's just a requirement for the filter itself, no matter what the fluid is. We will need a liquid valve, yes. I'm not entirely sure. You will see in a minute. I think I got a plan. I think. First of all, this plan requires that we build... What do we have in here? Nothing. That's good. Let's build us a tile right here. That's the first thing that we need. Most definitely. Then this ladder here needs to go. Probably after we build this, you know. I look forward to seeing it, so do I. Can't say I've ever tried it this way, so... You know? Where's the fun if there's no risk? Every once in a while, you just gotta go for it and see what happens. And that is also mainly, like, all this here is relatively easy and straightforward, right? I'm mainly worried about this this filter right here. But yeah, let's clean up a little bit around here and let's build us this one tile right here. Once again, out of obsidian. By now, we should also have ceramic, don't we? We should be able to go ahead with the insulated liquid pipe made out of ceramic and come through here. There we go. Let's make sure everything's correct. That's ceramic. This one doesn't have to be, and this one doesn't have to be, but all three will be. Better too much than not enough. So it's okay. Don't pause the game. Let's go. Very, very good. Colony achievement earned. What did we do now? Cure a sick duplicant of disease. Okay, cool. Alrighty. Let's go. Dupes. Build me this stuff here, please. Barris, you don't look too good. Maybe you should just chill in here for a minute. And Doc, you're not looking too hot either. Just need to cure them because they're just limping along here without really doing anything. So let's make sure that Barris also gets its own cot here until he's back up on his feet. Keon is here. Apparently he's also hurt. 94 out of 100. You're okay though. Okay, everything seems to be okay. Just a question of when will a dupe get actually up there and get this done. Probably after they pick up all the stuff down here on the ground. Doesn't matter in which order they do it because both needs to get done one way or another. So doesn't make a difference. Are we looking over here? Temperature wise, we're okay. Carbon dioxide wise, 2600. I will probably have to build me a pipe to space, don't I? That really sucks, honestly, but it is what it is. Hospital buff only requires a toilet and a mess table. Toilet doesn't have to work. I know. It's kind of like with the Great Hall. You need a what people usually build, better to say, is the water cooler. You can't just disable it and it'll still work. But yes, we can take this outhouse here and we can actually disable it if we wanted to, but it doesn't hurt anything. We're just gonna leave it for now. Okay, so this here is now built. The only problem is that we have magma here now. That is what I don't want. I don't want magma here. I cannot mop it. I would hope. I hoped it would go over here. There's a problem. That is in fact an issue. What could we do about that? We could theoretically build a mesh tile above it. Let's see. Does that have the desired effect? It does. Thank you. And that's how you get rid of a drop of magma. Just build a mesh tile on it. It will heat up the mesh tile. It will cool down the igneous rock and it will become debris. Very simple trick that can be used basically at any time. It works pretty nicely, honestly. So now we gotta get rid of it though. And again, we don't want the heat either. So I want you to pick this stuff here up at a high priority. How are we doing in space? 422, 21,000 kilocalories. We're just gonna keep him up there. There's nothing stopping us. Screw it. Can't have enough databanks. Until he runs out of food, then we need to take a look to bring him back home. But before that, we are totally fine. Alright, slowly but steadily. Dupes are still choosing to run through this water here instead of coming across the top here. Which is not optimal. As the temperature over here, we're back to yellow. So by now it's all nicely cooled down. Should be able to see that also right here, 27 degrees, 27.7, 27.2. So it's only half a degree that we are now gaining with our one single radiant liquid pipe right here. And it's totally fine, which means we can turn this pump here back off in just a second. I'm going to let it run for just another minute, but Are we low on the ceramic? Oh, because you haven't made it yet, of course. We need 800 total left over, so make me another 8. There we go. Everything that is hot up here, I want you guys to get rid of, please. Especially this cobalt ore right here. From a ladder perspective, you should be okay, I believe. Here we have a conductive wire that's made out of lead. We can't have that. We're going to continue with gold. We will need some power here, at least temporarily. So we're just going to bring it down to somewhere right here. That's okay. And then in here, we can, of course, continue as well. Let's see here. Made out of gold. That's fine. We need to connect this. We need to connect this. And then we need to build us in shipping. Last but not least, an auto sweeper made out of steel. Highly important. And we can see down here on the bottom, this tile right here, where my mouse is currently, needs to be covered by the auto sweeper. That's highly important. So that's what we're going to do. I'm going to plop it right there. All right. Very, very good. Conductive wires are being built. Ceramic is being delivered. Maybe I need to give this here slightly higher priority. Let's make it a 7 or something. So we get the ceramic here rather earlier than later. Auto sweeper is also in. Now let's connect up some power wires. So that is done as well. Once again, made out of gold. That's totally fine because we have it. And bring it over to, I do not know yet where our power source is coming from, but we will need power in there. Same, of course, goes on topic here. We have those steam turbines. The steam turbines will need in power a heavy conductive wire made out of gold coming all the way along here. And then at the end of the day, we will have a heavy but conductive joint plate coming out of here, most likely. Again, where exactly we get our power from, I don't know yet. We may just bring it through the bottom here, maybe. That may be a very simple solution for our problem. So that is probably what's going to happen. All right, but so far we're looking good. So this thing here should be up and running relatively soon. We can build more piping, for example. So the idea that I have of how this here should look like is something along this line right here. We're going to come out of here. So that's too long. Then we got to come down, and then down here on the bottom, we will have this liquid valve. The liquid valve is going to live right here. Obviously, we can't build it because we have the ladder in the way. Then we will have 2 liquid bridges. One is right here, and one is right there. And then above that, we will have a liquid valve that once again is going to live not there, obviously, but right above it, which we also can't do because of the ladder right now. I'm going to rectify this here in a second and build around it so we can reach all of this stuff. And then last but not least, we will basically need something that looks like this here. That is what our filter is going to look like. So let's see if we can build something that we can reach all of this stuff here. We can get rid of the ladder that's right beside it. Something just like this here should do. Again, the heat in here and everything else doesn't matter because we are in a vacuum with atmosuits, so we can't just straight go for it. And once we have this here built the way it currently looks, probably actually, as a matter of fact, I'm going to build it all the way to the top because screw it. There we go. Something just like this. Now we can get around here and we can build to our heart's content. Skill-wise, Kionis, can you help us building, please? Thank you. Also, priority-wise, how are you doing there, Kionis? Digging, building, go for it. You got it. Also a little bit of tidying. Perfect. You're still not the fastest on your feet, but you can definitely help out a little bit more now. All right, the ladder's coming along. By now everything can be reached. That's good. Just need to deconstruct now buildings. All of it that's in this vicinity right here. We're just going to get rid of all of it. As a matter of fact, even this tile right here, because we can come down right here. Very nice. Yes, Keonis, you are becoming a valuable member of this team, finally. So let's go back into plumbing. Let's grab us a liquid valve. What did we build the pipes out of? Obsidian? Yes. Okay, just to be safe. And this one right here, the liquid valve, shouldn't make a difference what we build it out of, because, again, we're in a vacuum, and all we care about anyway is the melting point. So there's that. We need to build this one this way around, and this one this way around, and then one more that's coming in. So this here is going to be our loop, our filter. And from the filter, we will then eventually come out right here on the top. We're going to come over and then all around this nonsense right here, just so we can come back and down. This here is going to be the entire setup. That may look confusing right now, but we will get to that very, very shortly here to fill it all up. And once the liquid is flowing, you will see exactly what we are doing here. Shouldn't be a problem at all. And just so I don't forget it later, we are going to make this tile here out of an insulated tile. And then I build another one from the bottom so we can preserve our pristine vacuum in here. That is something that I do not want to touch, if at all possible. All right, very good. One more right there, which should be reachable from the bottom. Jay says, why not use the more compact model and stick the valve under the bridge? Because it's nicer to see here. I know exactly what you mean. We could just build this here down on the bottom, but that makes it even more confusing to look at. And as Doc is saying here, these kind of filters still melt my brain a little. Nice to see one being built in real time. I think in videos and streams, I like to build it this way because it makes a little bit more sense to look at. At least I hope so. Let's mop one more time. And then once this is mopped, we're going to mop along here as well, so we can then get started with the power supply as well. That makes sense? I'm glad it does. Yeah, just trying to make it more understandable, if at all possible. Okay. It will be a problem. Obsession with compactness. Why so many software projects are utter disasters? Yeah, that might be. Even though compactness is nice, of course, and it's really impressive when you watch some, YouTube videos and shorts and whatnot, to build something as compact as possible. But the question is it really functional at this time? In this case here, yes, obviously it would be. Like I said, this here is just for visual. But I mean, my Volcano Tamer right here, you could compact this here even more when it has then it has roughly a size of maybe this here. But it's just so much infinitely more harder to build. This one here is so simple to build. Yes, it takes up a little bit more space, but it just works, That's how I look at it personally. Okay. Mopping is commencing. We're doing all right. We have more water over here. Do I want to mop it or do I not care? You know what, screw it. We're just going to give it at a number 5 priority, so it's okay. Here on the top, Dupes, you left something in there. That is exactly what I tried to avoid for that exact reason. Always the same. Is it this cobalt ore? Yes, I think it's the cobalt ore right here. I guess it is. If you do mechanical filters often, you chuck them as a unit and they don't seem so complex. Of course, right? I mean, it's the same with everything, It's practice and training at the end of the day. The more often you do something, the easier it becomes. But of course, it doesn't help me if I have built many, many of these and then nobody understands what you guys are watching. That's how I look at it. So I'm trying to keep it simple and hopefully trying to explain it and visually, understandable. But okay, so far so good. Now, how to fill this thing here with magma? Now it becomes really interesting. We still have this cobalt ore right here that has to go. And then we have right here an insulated tile that I want to get rid of. Because we need a bottle emptier. And you're going to be like, what in the hell are you doing? You'll see. Can you show the compact variant but not build? It's basically the exact same thing. You're just, you know, take your liquid bridges right here. You have your liquid valve, instead of having it on the top, you just build it here in the middle. Because it works basically the exact same way, this way around. Then you have it up here, right? It makes, from a logical perspective, no difference in any way, shape, or form. You have your fluid, not here. You have your fluid coming in, whatever it may be. Magma, for example, it comes out of this one here, goes into here, and you just connect it like this. That's just the very simple version of the compact build. But then again, you have all of these pipes here, all merged together inside the liquid bridge, and it just is not very visually appealing. Alright, the bottle emptier is done. Now, how do we get over here? That's probably the bigger issue that I'm having. I'm gonna build another liquid pump. And now you may already guess what I'm about to do here. This ladder here needs to go. We will probably build us another ladder right here. Ew. Yeah, it becomes just a mess. But again, if you do it often enough, you know, the hardest thing in the world to one person is very easy to another. It's just how that works, and it's, again, mainly a matter of training. Alright, dupes, come on, get me this stuff out of here. That is going to be the most important piece right here. Those two pieces need to go, and this ladder here needs to be deconstructed. Also, don't let me forget to eventually analyze this volcano right here, because I will forget it, I know myself well enough. I do want to see what the average output is. It should be roughly 1500, somewhere in that general area. In the meantime, though, we probably can go ahead and build us a little bit more piping, or at least put it in. So the dupes can get started on it whenever they feel like it, I suppose. The only problem is that right here, this is actually... doesn't really matter too much, but I want to turn it around. The thermal tuner right here. Left and right. Because over here on Cold Hill, do we have it the same way over here? Yeah, it is turned over here as well. I was like... doesn't look right. So this one needs to be deconstructed and turned 180. Very hard to see the individual parts and the way the pipes run, and you can't run the output pipe off the top. It must point to the left. That is the direction towards the source of the flow. So basically, yes, it wouldn't have looked like this here. It would have basically come out of here and around. So that would have been the option for the compact version. Practically, it doesn't make a difference. But it does take up less space. It wouldn't have come up here. We would have basically saved us one tile. Instead of having this insulated pipe up here, it would be where now the liquid valve is. That's the main difference here. Now we can't reach this anymore. Let's grab us this pump and plop it in here. So then I can build a few more pieces of ladder, just so we can get around here. Again, they're all built out of obsidian. We are in magma. Theoretically, at least, this entire thing here could fill up all the way to right here. So everything that can theoretically be touched by magma should be obsidian. The liquid pump is built. We're going to pull up in the wire as well. Made out of anything. Actually, that is going to be a problem here that I didn't consider for a second. The conductive wire is built out of gold and has a melting point of 1000 degrees. We cannot actually do that. It actually has to be built out of steel. Yeah, that is a problem. Because if we now drop the gold down here, we will have gold in our magma that is molten, and we don't want that, preferably. Should have considered that, but I didn't, and here we are. So I'm just going to plop one more tile of one insulated tile, I mean, right here, just so we can catch it when we deconstruct it later. It will land on top of this tile and not inside the magma. And that's what we want. So that's that. Or you could bridge it and somehow go down instead of up around. That would make things that much messier. Yeah, that would be an entire issue. What is going on, Killjoy? What in the hell happened here? You are literally almost dead. You can walk how far? All the way over here, but you cannot get past this here. So please, for the love of God, get up there and dig those 3 tiles up before you die, preferably. Gotta be choking. Actually, you don't even have to dig it up. Perfect. Didn't consider that you can walk through there. Are you gonna make it all the way down? Where are you going? Why are you going up instead of down? Is that gonna work? Are you gonna survive in there? You should. I suppose. Yes, you can take a breath in here, but that's about it. Gotta be choking. That's funny. That is funny. I love it. That is hilarious. The only 2 big problems with mechanical filters is, number 1, the element pipe is backed up and the element goes off with everything else. That is, of course, always an option. That is preferably avoidable, yeah. Forget to set it to, for example, 10,000 grams instead of 0.1 grams or 0.01 grams, 0.1 grams, yeah. Yeah, definitely. That is... the downside to it. It is a filter and human error is always an option. In this case right here though, the way I'm going to build it, it shouldn't be possible. Obviously I'm going to set this here now to 0.1. That is important, as you said. And also this one here, though I don't forget it later, will be set to 10. Also highly important. But yes, forgetting any of it, as in most things, human error, always an option. And we have some steel laying down here. That's fine. We can bring the pipe or the cable over. Do we actually have to build this here? No. It has power now, so that's fine. Now we just need some piping. Piping, we are going to take this pipe right here, and we're going to extend this pipe. It's just a matter of what can we exactly reach here and what can we not reach. May have to once again step into the magma for a literally hot second. 0.01 will cause it to fail. 0.1 works. Can you even set it to 0.01? Yeah, that's not even an option. I was about to say, I don't think that works. Okay, this here on the bottom has been deconstructed, so we can go once again to utilities and grab us a thermal tuner built out of steel, I said, and we need to bring it around. The reason that I want to bring it around is our piping, built out of igneous rock, is going to come down here, and it's going to look something like this here. Why do they refuse to pick up that cobalt and igneous rock in there? I know why they refuse to pick up the igneous rock, because they can't get there. But this here should be reachable. I don't know why they cannot pick up this cobalt. I'm honestly not sure. It should be possible. If I build another ladder right here, maybe that makes a difference. Made a mess. I just saw it. Who and why and where? On what planet? For what reason? Anybody stuck in here, maybe? Somebody peed in here, but I don't know why. That's interesting. Do you have a legal place to deliver the cobalt? I should. That would be right here. Our infinite storage. Let's see. Ha! Why is cobalt turned off? That's insane. All metal ores are turned off. Why would that be? How did that happen? That's crazy. I don't understand. And who the hell was in the damn rocket? And why? And what's going on over here? Oh, it's the tiles that are broken because we don't have any blast shots over here. That makes perfect sense. That I understand. I still don't understand what happened to my rocket, though. Damn it. Huh. Gabriel says, girlfriend is in bed already. Wish I was with her. Sadly, 800 kilometers are not easy to traverse in Brazil. What's going on, Beer? I think that Killjoy was it. Yeah, but why? He's not even in here. It's set to grounded. I mean, I don't understand. You can get down here. So why don't you? He's also not set as the pilot, is he? No, Sen is set as the pilot, and he's currently still off-world on top here. Still working on databanks, up to 514, still 16,000 calories left. I don't know. And once again, our autosweeper broke in the aluminum volcano for the second time, completely for no reason. You remember that happened in the last stream, and we still don't know why. In the rocket, was it the dying Dupe? Yes, it was, but he just went in there to take a breath and then went back out. Huh. Don't understand. The nice thing is, we still have this crude oil setup right here, so we can literally just deconstruct this one tile right here. Dupes can come in, repair it, and it will work again. And nobody knows why. Still to this day. And it's only this one aluminum volcano right here. Nothing else. Plenty of steam in here. Plenty of everything. Need more steam pressure in the aluminum volcano to tank the heat. That's what we thought about last time, but it should be more than sufficient. More than sufficient, actually. I mean, right at the moment, we have here 2 tons of aluminum, and here we have another 300 kilograms at 500 degrees Celsius. It's not that hot in here. Says, wegen den Schnecken hast du erstmal alles Metall in den Schrank gepackt. Oh yes! That is some really good memory, Ice. Ice says, because of the slugs, I put all of the metal in here. And that's full. That's right. That's why I didn't have it in here, because the damn slugs, before we built this here, that was hundreds of cycles ago. My God. Yeah. I didn't have it in here because the slugs would come by and eat all our damn metal. That's what it was. I remember now. Yeah. Insane. Yoskarat says, oh, there are 50 likes. We are getting better, guys. But I will watch the VOD. I missed it much. Beer casually Germaning? Of course. I mean, if somebody comes in the chat and wants to write German, that's totally fine with me. I will translate it, though, so you guys understand what he's saying. Because, obviously, it does suck a little bit if somebody speaks a different language and you don't understand it. And out of experience. So, up here, we can then just come in with a radiant liquid pipe. We can build all this stuff. That just goes straight through, all the way over, if I'm not completely mistaken. Who is scalding? Oh yeah, of course. That's fine. Just come in here, repair the stuff, and go back out. There it goes. So theoretically, if we don't have enough steam pressure in here, it should break again, more or less immediately. But I can guarantee you it won't. It will take, once again, cycles and cycles and cycles and cycles until it will mysteriously break. I mean, in a worst case scenario, we can pump more water in there. What do we have here? Polluted water. Polluted water. We could just break this here open if we wanted to and literally just hook polluted water up to this pipe right here and bring it in there. Make it out of another material. It's already made out of steel. I don't have anything better yet. The only thing better would be thermium, and thermium for aluminum volcano would be absolute insane. Good night from the beautiful Swabian Alb. I hope you have a good night as well. You'll scare it. Hope you sleep well. And I will actually go to Germany myself here in a few weeks. Looking forward to it. Looking forward to get to go home. For sure. Let's watch this here just for a second, temperature-wise. Of course, it's erupting right now and everything. Maybe it will overheat again. What is going on up here? It says the steam turbine. Is that the problem? The steam turbine is overheating. Because we only have 80 grams of mass in there. Now we finally found the problem. That is the actual problem right here. Even though we have radiant liquid pipes made out of aluminum, it's not good enough to keep the steam turbine alive. Because I thought we had more gas in here. But as a matter of fact, I will need a drop of some kind of liquid. Too low the thermal capacity. Absolutely. That's exactly what the problem is. 100% Gabriel. So, we need to dig up here and fix this here once and for all. Du hast eine Schütte für deine Zuläufe. Ich glaube, deshalb bekommst du deinen Alu-Vulkan, den heißen Stuff nicht raus. Stau. No. So he's saying he thinks the problem is that the aluminum cannot leave quickly enough. But there is actually a reason for this madness. And that's this conveyor meter right here, which allows me to only have 3 metal tiles right here instead of having like many more. And I still get the aluminum out at a nice temperature of my choosing. The problem is, it's the steam turbine. Use the new radiation panel. That is also a good idea. That would actually be much easier theoretically. We could try that. Let's try that. I like that idea. I mean, worst case scenario, it doesn't work. Who cares? Plumbing. We are going to use the conduction panel. That's what he's referring to, of course. And it needs to be in the middle of it. The middle of it is, of course, right there. And it's not happy about it because there is obviously already a pipe in the middle. So we will have to snap off that pipe once we are in there. Deconstruct it and then put a panel in its place. Preferably, though, I would like to have this here empty, if at all possible, by that time. If it doesn't break beforehand. So let's turn up the speed and let's see if we can get some of this aluminum out of here. How much do we have left? Not a hell of a lot. Most of it is already gone. Yeah, look at this here. Now it's working again, but apparently eventually, or at some point at least, well, it's working now again because we're letting all the polluted oxygen in here, most likely. Yeah, that is the reason. Now we have more mass. Now it will work all by itself. So all we had to do was literally just open it up. I could just close it back off and it would fix itself. Due to the increased gas pressure, that's all we needed. We needed a little bit more gas. Literally as simple as that. Look at this. You can see the difference instantly. That's, yeah. We just didn't have enough gas in here. I'm literally just gonna close it back off because screw it. Pick this here up though, please. Why make it more complicated than it has to be? All it needed was a little bit more mass. Very nice. Or close off the bottom, open the top. Yeah, that's what I was about to do, Jay. That was the first thing that I wanted to do. You saw me doing all this here. That was to get up there and build a bottle empty and just drop something in. No need for it. We're golden now. We're absolutely golden now. Alright, not a problem solved. Let's go back to what we're actually doing, which is this right here. Let me just check real quick where my output is. Just want to plop it in, which is right there. It's out of the way, so it doesn't matter. Can't build it yet, though. Just gonna leave it what it is because it doesn't matter. Let's do it this way around here though. One piece coming up. I really would like you to do it the other way around though. No matter what I do, you want to rebuild the ceramic pipe there, really? Is that necessary? Not that it matters, but okay then. If it's that important to you, let's do it. You cancelled the sweep, you didn't sweep on the liquid log. There's just the igneous rock laying in there. Up here? Or you mean over here? Over here doesn't matter. That's fine. It can later. This here is our cold planet. It doesn't hurt anything. But we can sweep it. Sure. I'm more concerned about this one right here. Because it's already hot as hell. The dupes can already get hurt theoretically. So. Okay. Now, let's see if we can prime this thing here at least a tiny little bit. No, actually, we need to wait a little bit longer because we have no output yet. I meant more simply, just leave the bottom tile of the wall and open the top three. Build the bottle emptier in place of the wall. Less work than making... Oh, I see what you're saying. You wanted me to build the bottle emptier right here. Then just drop it in. Close it back off and mop the rest up, or just let it drop down here because it doesn't matter. Yeah, that would work. Or just have these three here deconstructed and build it on top of here, which would be even easier, actually. I'm pretty sure that's what you meant. The top three, yeah, that's what you said. Should have read more. Yep. Yep, definitely. I agree 100%. That would have been the easiest solution, most likely. Other than just adding a little bit of gas. Now you're getting it, yeah? It's sometimes kind of hard to figure out what exactly you guys are talking about, you know what I mean? But you know how it is. If it were easy, anybody could do it. Now, down here on the bottom, as I said earlier, right? Let's get back to this Volcano Tamer here real quick. We have this liquid valve with 999 grams per second. So if I build the exact same thing, it is of course not going to work. Because right here, 999 grams is good enough for this minor volcano, but it will not be good enough for this normal or major volcano, whatever you want to call it, I suppose. So we need to come up with a different solution. And the different solution is as simple as it can be, as usual, of course. Instead of one, we're going to have two of them right beside each other. And now you're wondering, but if you do that, doesn't that take away this path right here? Yes, it will. The nice thing is it won't matter. That is the very nice thing, as a matter of fact. Because it's already too long over there. I just built it because we can. It's not because we need it. So, what is that going to look like? Not like very much because we're out of aluminum. We do need aluminum though. So let me hop back over here just for a hot second. Turn this here from reed fiber to aluminum. Thankfully we have a volcano for that. Therefore we have plenty sitting around. Allow manual use. Dupe should come by almost instantly and bring it. Something just like this. And I also don't really care how much it is. Better too much than not enough, because we will need more later anyway. So plop it in there. Do me that favor. And we should be good to go probably already. And let's see, will they bring a little bit more? Yes. Doc says it makes perfect sense to us. I believe that in a heartbeat. I believe that in a heartbeat. Alright, that should be plenty for what we are doing. So let's try this again. Liquid pipe, aluminum. Now we have 1400 kilograms. That's plenty. Insulated pipe made out of obsidian. Once again, everything that touches it that is not inside of the steam room needs to be made out of obsidian. We're going to bring it in. What's the available print? I'm betting drywall. I would be happy about drywall, not gonna lie. Give me a second and let me plop this here in so I don't mess it up right away. Right here, this is the first tile that's gonna be inside the steam room. So right here, this needs to be just a straight pipe. Very, very simple and straightforward. The only other thing is, shouldn't it be made of ceramic? It could be made of ceramic as well, yes, but it will be inside of insulated tiles, so it's not going to be a big deal. This here will be insulated tile, the entire row. Otherwise, yeah, ceramic would be better. Let me see here. We need to come down with Igneous Rock right here, and theoretically the last one should then be right there. This one here can actually come straight in. This one here will need a bridge into the insulated tile, not past it. Also, that is actually important. Bring this down, copy and paste our liquid vents here and there, and then liquid bridge right here. What are you made out of? Give me Igneous Rock. There we go. There we go. And then just connect it all together. So this here is what our cooling loop is going to look like. So that is the general idea, what that is going to be. Are you planning to vacuum that? Are you talking about this or are you talking about that? Because I don't know about this yet, and this here will be most likely a no. Because we now have salt water, so we might as well utilize it. But okay, now we have it in. Let's look at our last blueprint and let's see, what do we have? We've got orange, basic orange pants. Yeah, okay, cool. Another piece that I will never ever use for anything. Okay, these are coming along. I just got a petro boiler set up on my world the other day, says Wes. Uses Escher waterfall for the magma. It kind of exploded on me. Had to revert and fix parts because it was mid-exploding on earliest save. Yeah. That is, every time you build a complicated build like this here or whatever it may be, you know, Murphy's Law is always an option. It can go wrong. It will go wrong. When I noticed it was already 10 cycles deep of exploding. TL says at least it wasn't gloves. I don't know if I prefer gloves or boots or pants. Not sure, honestly. If Echo Ridge was here, he would be upset. He hates orange. He got his reasons. I had no idea that Echo hates orange and that he has a reason for that. Echo Ridge is colorblind. Yes, really? Is he? I have no idea. Oh no. Okay. Now that we have most of this here built, last but not least, I want to bring this pipe here down. This pipe here basically just needs to come, I mean, in there is the easiest option to call it, I guess. So let's do that. Double setup should work. I managed to get it redone, says Wes. Escher repaired anything that got damaged, replaced. I believe it was a buffer gate that was the only thing missing. Must have been non-steel, like a little too close. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure everybody that has played Oxygen Not Included and tried to, you know, build some kind of advanced build has made something that kind of problem. Yes, he is colorblind. I had no idea. He cannot see orange. He refuses to build anything orange. Huh. Did not know that there was a color blindness for specifically orange. That is also news to me. Okay. I think most of it is good in F2. We do have power. Well, we don't, but we do have it at least ready to go. In F6, we do have our piping, which is now almost at least a full loop. Just a matter of how we get this loop here all the way around. Let me think about it. Let me make it as easy as possible, as a matter of fact. Let's just build it. Basically, one more tile all the way around and then over. I'm not going to build it all the way yet, though, because all the way is too far. We still have one more little piece to build down here on the bottom somewhere. Where that is, I don't know yet. We can put in some tiles, though. I suppose, just to make it look nicer. Probably insulated tiles. Will those two valves be enough? Assuming infinite magma, which basically we will have, I assume. The pump will pull 5 kilograms per second, 10 kilograms every other second. Two valves will only take 1.998 kilograms per second. Yes, that is correct. But what I'm looking at when I build two of those valves is the average output. The average output of this thing here is, once again, including dormancy, 562 grams. We have roughly 3 times that for a major volcano. So we are at 1500. Two of those valves here can handle almost 2000. So we still have a margin. Will it take a long time to empty out this tank here? Yes. But are we net positive on the outtake? Yes, we are. So it should be okay. But yeah, the only question is these here. I really don't know what to do with those. But you have the bulk of the magma sitting currently in the reservoir. In the reservoir, it can't back up, or the filters will fail. It can't back up. But the only way that it could back up is if I don't have enough naphtha in my liquid valve here. I'm trying to come up with a failure mode, Jay, how it could potentially fail. That's what I'm thinking about. Because again, the magma is going to be in here. This pump here will run for all of eternity. The only way that this pump here will not run is if I run out of power. And that is something that we need to take care of course, because right at the moment, we only have these coal generators right here, which are actually running short because we have this pump here running 24/7, which I wanted to disconnect a long time ago because we don't need it anymore. Other than that, yeah, when it backs up, how would it become a problem? I mean, if it backs up enough, it would become an issue, I suppose. How could we fix that? I mean, we could fix that relatively easy with an overflow, right? Basically, if this pipe here is full, put it back in a reservoir. That would work, theoretically. Question is just how do we implement it? Because we're going to have a similar problem as we had earlier, and I still wanted to fix that as well over here. The pump draws 0.5 kilograms until the reservoir runs low. The filter pulls 0.5 kilograms from the flow and sends it to the pair of valves, which only allows overflow will solve it. A bridge would implement it. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. But then I just want to make... You can't just nicely test it very easily once again down here, because it would look exactly like out here. Automation... What? Automation liquid pipe sensor. Because it will always be flowing slightly, so the pipe will never be actually sitting like it does right here at 1000 grams. Because it will always be sitting at, in this case here, 990 grams, which will always be an issue. Let me try it again. But, yeah. Automation, liquid pipe sensor. We could put an automation in. The only problem is, if I put an automation in, it introduces once again something like the conveyor shutoff that needs to be cooled. Or wait a second, does the conveyor shutoff actually produce any heat itself? I don't think it does, actually. So that could actually work. As long as it doesn't produce any heat itself. I know that the sensor doesn't do it. Liquid shutoff right here. It does take power, but it doesn't actually specify that it produces any heat. If it doesn't produce heat, it should work. We can just test it. I mean, worst case scenario, we can always cool it. So basically, we could say, in plumbing, we are going to grab us the, not the liquid pipe element sensor. What could we use for that actually, though? It's another good question. Liquid meter valve plus timer. To get the timer right 100% of the time, though, it's gonna be another problem. Gotta be a way to do this. And it shouldn't be that difficult either. Before we do anything else, let's try it over here again with our gas bridge. So right here we said, we're gonna put a gas bridge right here. In F7, we're gonna deconstruct this here just so it's out of the way, and we're gonna reconnect it this here. So it should fill up this pipe here first. Once it's full, it should go to the left. Let's see. Okay, let's see. Now we gotta first fill this pipe here up, which shouldn't take too long. Because this thing here basically uses nothing. Let's see what happens here. But yeah, we can see it right here. It doesn't really say that it's not 1,000, but at least the very last one. I guess when this one here is full, we will see if this one here ever actually says 1,000 or not. Come on. Pump in the hydrogen. Keep her coming. It doesn't have to be perfect because it has the overflow. That's true. That is true. Let's see here. I can't swear that I've built this exact same version here, though, for the anti-entropy thermal nullifier several times before, and it has never failed. So what is its problem now? Let's see here. Are we full yet? Almost. Come on, bring out more. It does say 1,000. So theoretically, right now, it should go to the left, but it does not. Yeah, but yeah, you can see it. It's constantly like pulling off of it, even though it does never say it's less than 1,000. It will think that it will work. You need one pipe extra? To where? Is it possible that you just need a pipe on the left? Maybe. It may well be. Let's snip this one here off just to be safe. Even though it shouldn't matter. Actually, why would that matter? That's an output, that's an input. I'm telling you, sometimes these mechanics in this game. So it was actually this pipe right here because it is connected to the output of a filtered gas pump. And now it works as intended. So theoretically, if that works, it should also work with this here. Huh. So now, if I have this one right here, I can have a bridge that basically just, lives right there. As is, it comes straight out of here, pumps it over here. And now we can come with, once again, not Igneous Rock. Probably need more obsidian though. Yeah, do we have any more sitting around here? Yeah, up here on the top. Just need a tiny little bit more, so that should be all that we will ever need up here. Dig it all out, plop in some ladders straight along here. many as we can, I suppose. Never can have too many bridges. That is very true. You know, the solution is usually something simple, isn't it? It's barely ever something insanely difficult. But yeah, let's grab us more obsidian. This pipe here in the middle can be deconstructed then. And then we just need something very, very simple. As I just said, we can just bring it through the vacuum. And then anywhere over here. Where that is, doesn't matter. Just something that has a little bit of a higher overheat temperature, preferably if we have something. I don't think it matters too much, though. Do we need to make this here out of steel? Because will the output take on heat? I don't know. I don't know that answer, actually. If it actually interacts with the liquid that it releases, where will I be able to see that? Maybe right here? I think it does. You can literally just dump it on top of the neutronium one space in. Very true, I could do that. Very true. I should probably make it out of steel just to be safe, though. Let's bring some steel over. Since we are a little low in that regard. And at the same time, though, we are also going to reconnect this pipe right here to right there. Snip it off right there. So we can use it for whatever we want. It's a really nice system. Just need to build it. So we can then start making us more steel in our metal refinery. Let's make us... Got plenty of everything. Make us 50. Refined carbon is a little bit low. Make us another 50 of that as well. Jay's here, already working on it, making us more wonderful steel that we can then hopefully ship over to Smelina. Did that already happen? Or are the dupes sleeping? Let's give it another few seconds. You actually want him to see something put in there. That would be highly appreciated. Anybody? Leather steel, maybe? Did I set it to allow auto use? I don't think I did I? Nope. Of course, that's the problem. And there are 300 kilograms of steel. A little bit more in that, please. Not a 200. That is actually already all we need. But let's make it a little bit more for future builds. Not a 400. And Von Reinland says, seems like my internet came back right in time for some testing. It would actually be really neat to know. Does it interact if you pump magma through a pipe and have a liquid vent? Does it interact with it? I don't think it does, to the best of my knowledge. But I'm not 100% sure on it either. Let's see. Can I build it in this corner here? I can build it in this corner here. So I can actually just drop it right here. Just on this one here, though, because it's free. As long as it's in a vacuum, I don't believe it does. I also don't believe it does outside of it, to be honest with you. I think it only reacts with, like, the ambient temperature around it. If I'm not mistaken. But on Rhineland, I'm sure will tell us shortly. There we go. Obviously, this can't be built because it's not reachable yet, but that's fine. Alright. So that should solve another potential problem. The only thing is, though, if it doesn't, we have a real problem going on, but we will see. We will see. One way or another. Definitely going to save it, because that is also certainly something that I haven't tried in this configuration. But yeah, let's finish it up. Down here on the bottom. Let's see, where do we need this here? We need in shipping, of course, the, what is it called? The meter, conveyor meter, that's what it's called, of course. It needs to be right under here, as always. And then we had, how many over on the other side? I can't recall. Was it 6? It was 6. Let's grab it on Smelina. We could actually build it going into the other direction as well. There's nothing stopping us this time around. So let's grab this conveyor meter here. The conveyor meter, I said, cancel it, turn it around, put it into the other direction, and then build our aluminum tiles. 6 of them, as I just said. That should do it. And then, of course, eventually we will need to close this here off and put some pipes into it. The pipes are coming out of here. I actually built them a little bit too far, which is okay. And then the aluminum, of course, needs to go all the way through here. All the way through here. And then we can come with an insulated pipe up and in. There we have it. Pretty sure that will work. That's the missing piece. Only remaining problem is all those pipes which will get backed up with magma. Are those pipes ceramic? No, they're not. And these pipes here will not just be exposed to where they are. They will all be covered in insulated tiles. Exactly like we did it over here. Let's take a look into the F3 overlay. It will take hundreds, if not thousands of cycles to do any real harm, as long as they are inside of insulated tiles. The only thing would be... no, even that shouldn't matter. None of it should matter. Because eventually we will be taking more out that we are inputting. Therefore, eventually, at some point in time, it will look over here, or better to say on Smelina, exactly like here. It will be empty. It has to be empty. So, it will actually turn itself off. Okay, we are here on the final stretches of getting it done. Let's see. Of course, get rid of this abyssalite here, please. There we go. In F6, everything's looking good. Did I ever get to deconstruct BierTier? No, that just started and never finished. Of course, how else would it be? Once this here is done, we have carbon dioxide, which will be good enough. The actual water will be cooling down our conveyor meter. Conveyor meter, though, will need power. Do need to put that in before it's too late, and it will need an automation wire as well. Once again, need to put that in before it's too late. Good. In one cycle, the vent didn't change temperature while pumping magma through it. That's what I thought. I'm pretty sure it's just the ambient temperature. Like the surrounding air, water, whatever liquid it is it may be in. That is the temperature it takes on. But what's coming out of it, I don't think it actually cares about that whatsoever. But it's always nice to have von Rheinland here and give us the absolute proof of our theories. I truly appreciate that. That's really nice. Very good, conveyor meter. Plop it in. And the wire. Very good. Now we just don't have access anymore to our power wire. Just gonna bring it down to here, which should work. Let's see. Yes, it is. As soon as the magma touched the vent, it melted down. But you're talking about once it came out of it and touched it, not while it was coming out. Like if you have your liquid vent right here and it drops all the way down here, let's say, so it will never actually like back up onto it. It shouldn't melt, right? Is everything in this time? Is everything in this time? Oh, now I got it. Yeah, I think so. I think this time we have it all. I'm pretty confident this time around that we have it now. Should be okay. That's no problem. I just made a room, put a vent in it, and filled it with magma. Yeah, okay. Are the rails in? No. Oh, fuck me. The rails are not in. God damn it. It's always something, isn't it? Oh, God. Steel rails. Not steel rails. Actually, we will need steel rails over here, but not the entirety of it. What do we have? We have cobalt. It doesn't matter, because if this here in here reaches 1500 degrees, we have much bigger problem. Morgan Freeman narration, his confidence was overstated. Yes. Yes, it was indeed. Let's bring it out here. We're just gonna have a... Not out down there. Come on. All the way around, please. Out here, that is going to be walled off. All the way back around. Coming into right there. Right here, we're gonna come down and then out. And then right here, this is already set up. Right here, I'm just going to probably... think this should work, right? I believe so. Let me check real quick on Cold Deal. How do we build it over here? The exact same way, it just has one extra tile because the conveyor loader is in the other orientation, but that shouldn't and doesn't matter. Alright then. Very nice. That should do. But the mass is going to be so small anyway that this should really never do anything. In theory, at least. You got a bridge there. Is that important? On Cold DL? Yes. I do have a bridge there. That is important because otherwise it doesn't know what way to go, most likely. In this case here, actually, it may not be important because we have an output to an output. Even this here, again, should never be activated anyway. But we're going to put one in, again, just to be safe. Let's plop it in. Cancel the middle part. Anywhere. Doesn't really matter where that is. But yes, once again, I forgot the rails. It's every time the damn rails that I forget, isn't it? It's never the power. It's never the automation. It's always the bloody rails. Oh, yeah. Also, this power wire right here will need to be connected somehow. How that is, I don't know yet. Let's see. Can come with it all the way through here, all the way through there. Let's build a... Actually, we said we don't need that. So we can just come straight up to right there. And then we're going to build the last piece here, just to be safe out of steel. Alright, dupes. Let's build it. And then let's test it. Just need to fill then water in here. And that should be the end of it. Well, the tuner isn't connected? Oh, of course, I turned it around, didn't I? That is a good catch. I forgot about that. The tuner was built the other way around earlier, and then I rebuilt it in this orientation. So, of course, the input changed from the right side to the left side. You can have any positive number of green ports and one white port, or any positive number of white ports and one green port connected to a single rail pipe. That is a really nice explanation, Jay. I liked it a lot, actually. Very simple, straightforward, makes sense. Right here, as I said earlier, we're just going to build us a ladder all the way down. Dig this stuff here up. Dig this one piece here up that exists for who knows what reason. And then right here, not a heavy watt, but a conductive heavy watt wire. We're going to bring it all the way through this little tunnel right here. All the way through here. And then all the way up to right there. Well, that's not going to work. We have to come somewhere through here. Not like that. Because this here will, of course, be closed off very shortly. So we're going to build it just up to this point right there. And then where exactly we route that up there, we're going to figure out in a minute. Should be relatively simple, though, without any bigger problems. Okay, is the rail in now? Yes, the rail is in a position where I can reach it later. Yay, so let's finish it. Yeah, all of a sudden this is working like a charm. Weird how that works when you build it correctly, huh? Very, very odd. Alright, dupes, come on. Get it done. We need to replace this tile here with an airflow tile, though. At least temporarily, not permanently. We can then, when we build it the way... Well, no, we can't. We still need to put air out of one of these here. Either one doesn't matter. Because we will need, in plumbing, a bottle emptier that we're going to slap right there. How much water do we have in here? What do you have access to? 500 kilograms? Should be enough. Because forks can make that logic more complicated because they work sort of like buildings. For example, separating rails pipes into subsets which have to follow the rules individually. Yeah, definitely. The piping sometimes can be highly confusing. Okay, everything's looking good. Just tear me this here out, please. And deconstruct this here as well, please. Also, get rid of this piece down here. We can't reach that right now, can we? I don't think so. Then do another cleanup run. While we're at it, here we have another piece of ceramic laying around. Let's do that with a higher priority. Down here we can get rid of this stuff here as well, because again, eventually that will probably be blocked off. But other than that, this stuff right here, that is important. I can't have that here. Especially not the one with 1400 degrees. Because otherwise our priming will not work. Even if magma drops over a vent and falls further down, it won't heat the vent. I think it's almost safe to say that the vent will only heat up if it's in a gas or a liquid. Tested it by putting an airflow tile under the vent, and it melted down in a second without temperature. Didn't change. That definitely, definitively proves it. That's great. I appreciate that. Thank you. All right. Let's get cleaning, boys. Get that stuff out of here so we can fill it up with water. Think of it that the vent turns a liquid into a falling liquid, and falling liquids do not interact with anything until it hits the bottom and goes back to a liquid. That is correct. Falling liquids do not interact with anything. What about in a bead pump style setup where you can have a mesh tile directly under the vent, walls on each side? At that point, it should interact with the walls, I believe. Okay, everything's good now. Last but not least, right here, tile, airflow tile. I just realized I actually built these valves here one tile too far to the right. They can't actually go one further over. Well, actually, no, that is correct. This one here is actually, yeah, that was my mistake. I based it off of these two tiles instead of these tiles here. That is the wall. So these can actually all go one further over to the left, though. Either way around, though, we will need this insulated tile and this airflow tile right here. Which then allows us to set this liquid here too. We got salt water earlier, 2,000 kilograms. You're gonna pump that stuff in there. Let's see. What is our total area in here? It's 30 tiles. If I want to have 100 kilograms per tile, I need 3 tons. These here will be already 2 tons worth of salt water. So we just need a tiny little bit of water on top of it. 1 ton roughly, which we should be able to scrape together, I hope. We should be good. At that point, this pump right here that we already have can be used to fill our loop, which is, of course, very convenient. Very, very convenient. Thankfully, everything's already in place and relatively nearby, which is nice. Of course, we will have the downside once again, from a visual standpoint, kind of like we did it over here. We will have some salt on the bottom, but that shouldn't make a difference other than it doesn't look very pretty. and that I can certainly live with. How are we looking at space, by the way? 6,000 kilocalories. I think it's time to get you back home. You made 705 data banks. That should get us places, I think. So, before I forget about it later, I'm gonna bring you home now. Change the destination. Go home. Let's see the glorious arrival of Sin coming back with his haul of 705 data banks. Hey, look at that. Wait, what? What? How are you not wearing a suit? View interior. Oh, because the atmosphere checkpoint is disabled. That would, of course, explain it. We are ungrounded, so that's good. Should be okay. Alright then. At least that's done. We have the databanks. The research can continue. Sin is back home and he didn't die in the process, which is always a good thing. Definitely not a given around here. Do we still have any salt water? Yeah, we still have 1,200 kilograms. I want to put all of it in there. Everything that we have. So, what method do you use to prime the magma pump? Just inject it directly into the pipe before the limiting valve? Or YOLO it onto the ground and hope it doesn't roll over? I need to read this again. What method do you use to prime the magma pump? Are you talking about this pump right here? Or this pump right here? Because if you're talking about this pump right here, it's the latter. Meaning the secondary liquid that activates the pump. Okay, that will be naphtha, and that will be very easily done. We are just going to pump it in there. All we need is one drop of 10 kilograms that will be sit in this pipe here, and we are only letting 10 grams per second through, which will drop down here on the ground. I can't do anything. The magma filter, that needs to be primed. Yes, that will be the next step in the list. I just want to make sure that this down here is full with water before we start this system here up. The truth is, it's funny, it doesn't even matter that we don't have a wall right here. Because, well, you're in a vacuum. Everything's vacuum. So it's all good. Oh shit, he needs to prime that too. Yes, that needs to be primed. This here doesn't need to be primed. This here just works out of the box. But yes, this here will need to be primed, and that is going to be the hard part. That we cannot mess up. Jay says, oh, that's what the other pump is for. That is what the other pump is for. We have one pump, which is the pump that we always use, and then this pump right here is my temporary pump that we are going to use to prime our filter up here. I've been trying to figure out what the pump was for so long. Yeah, I apologize. I built this a long time ago. I didn't expect this here to take for freaking ever. Are we rid of our salt water yet? I think we are. So we can probably change this here over now to water and actually fill this thing here up to the brim. How's our pipe coming along? Not pipe, our power, I mean. Power is here. Okay, so now, bigger question is, where? Where do we put our transformer? Eventually we will make it over here to the left side where it's nice and cold. So eventually I will probably rebuild it, but just temporarily up until we come over here. I will plop it just right there. Right here. Smack dab in the middle. We'll get the job done. We can then come with this in. And then just anywhere really come down with the wire and plop it in there. That should work. To give us some power. Everything's a vacuum. It's fine until it's not. Morgan Freeman narration loading. I will block this here off because if I make a mistake up here, this here won't be a vacuum anymore. And I would really like this here to stay a vacuum. So you are correct. Connected to the joint plate too. Yes, it will be again. I need to rebuild this here just really quickly. how are we gonna do this? Just to save a little bit on space and make it look somewhat professional. Because this here is actually not anything. There will be nothing there. Gotta get rid of the ladders. You don't put your transformers. I guess I could put the transformer in the steel room. But no, I really can't. Sometimes I put the transformer up into the steam turbine room. I don't put it into the steam room, no. Because it's too big of a bitch to get the conductive wire in and out without losing too much heat. It's not worth it. So the large power transformer, I usually just build it inside of a power brick if I have one. In this case here, we don't have one. So I just build it wherever. Doesn't really matter too much. Usually I try to build them in a cold area like these here. I want to relocate over here since we have our anti-entropy thermal nullifier. So these here will be relocated over into this area eventually. Just right now, I don't really care too much. Okay, now we have it. Now we can grab us the liquid valve as it should go, which is right here. Input to the right, output to the left, snip it off in the middle. That's where they really belong. Bring this in like this. Get rid of, let's take another look here. This needs to go. No, this needs to not go. This needs to stay. This needs to go. This needs to go. This needs to go. This needs to be built. And then this one comes through. And this here gets deconstructed. There's the rebuild. Easy. Alright. Pretty simple. That should work. So, now, where's my water? Do need water. Need to enable auto bottle for water, though. If we can suck it out of here, I will. If we can't suck it out of there and we can't get enough, I will build another one down here on the bottom. Are you going to vacuum that out? You could build a pair of joint plates and run the power right through the valve room if you vacuum it. I guess that could work theoretically. Did I accidentally delete this one right here? Yeah, that I didn't want to delete. Let's take a look at this here. We could probably build one in here, but I just don't know how it will interact with everything else that we have going on here. There's already so much going on with our magma going through here. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I will build one right here where it belongs, though. But yeah, let's finish this here off. Let's see, down here on the bottom, we have 133 kilograms per tile, which makes 2 tons. Up here on the top, we already have 80 kilograms per tile. It should be plenty what we have right now. So, deconstruct it, and we are golden. Stop it. There we go. Get rid of it, and build it. Fucking send it, bud. No, pre-start say full speed 10 times. Yeah, let's go. That's right. Hi, why isn't the pump... sorry, I can't read that. Why isn't the pump pumping the magma? Because it's not turned on. Oh, it does have power now, but it's not pumping anything because when we take a look at this overview right here, you see those those 5 green tiles. Those 5 green tiles are anywhere where the pump can pick up any fluid, but only if the right tile, so this tile over here has a fluid in it, it will pick actually something up. That's actually a neat little trick that we can use. You can see this here is in the green, but it doesn't do anything up until we have a fluid here. So we drop a tiny little piece of fluid right here. It will pick that up, pick up magma, pick this up, pick up magma, pick this up, and so on and so forth. That allows us to build the liquid pump in an area where there's vacuum without ever touching the magma itself. Otherwise, we would have to build this liquid pump here. Well, we couldn't build it out of anything because no matter what, it would always break. So that is that. This one here will be set to everything. Other than that, anything else that I'm lacking, that I'm missing, other than, of course, fluid that we need to pump around here? I don't think so. I think we can go ahead, build this here. Kill this. Power-wise, how are we on coal? We are very low on coal. We have to bring more over. That is something that we can't run out of. That is highly, highly important. Other than that, we will probably need generally more coal generators just to keep up with the power demand. Again, the one thing that we do not want under any circumstances that we run out of power, so we will have to find a much more permanent solution for our power problems here soon, but for right now, temporarily this here will do the job. Just gotta go back to coal DL for a second and turn down here on the bottom. This conveyor loader here off, set it to coal, because we have plenty over here, so much that we don't even know what to do with them. We have 112 tons. So if we ship 20 tons over there, it's totally fine, or 40 tons. And then that should be it at the end of the day. Just gotta plop in the last steam turbine. And Sin is here. You missed the best part, Sin. You spent most of the game in space. But, of course, $5 from you, and I truly, truly appreciate it, Sin. How are you doing today? You are late. Not even used to that from you. I used a vacuum heavy power connection in almost all my builds and never had any problems with heat. You basically just vacuum out the, you build two of them and you just vacuum out the middle. Yeah. Same, I've done a lot, just cost the mini pump since you gotta leave it inside the section. Yep, I know exactly what you're talking about. What will be the liquid on the right, the one dropping from the vent? That will be naphtha. Naphtha is, well, let me show you. Over here in Cold DL I have two versions. I have this version here which actually uses petroleum. Petroleum is dangerous though, because as soon as petroleum reaches 400 grams, it will go to the next tile. If it touches the magma, it will instantly boil to sour gas and break everything. So that's a problem. On the other hand, we have another one right here, where we use naphtha, and naphtha does not go over to the next tile up until the point where it reaches what? What did we say? 400 kilograms, I believe? Not grams, but kilograms. So it's a much safer option. We can actually see it. This is what this will then look like. It will pick up a piece of magma, will pick up a piece of petroleum once the pipe is free, and it will just pump it around and around. That's what it's going to look like once it's done. And it will be done very soon. Let's close this here off. Spotty Wi-Fi at work today. Been that way the last few weeks, but it was worse today. I didn't notice that. Last week you were dropping in and out. Gotta tell your boss what the hell, man. Melter plastic? Yes, that's naphtha. Ah, yes. Liquid North American Free Trade Association, NAFTA. Nice, okay. Just curious because the tutorials I found use viscose shell. Well, yes, of course. Viscose shell would be an even better solution, but that doesn't mean that viscose shell is the only thing you can use. That's what usually the tutorials want you to believe, that you have to use some fancy materials, but you barely ever need to use those fancy space materials. Oh, my work has no Wi-Fi. I steal it from across the street. Oh, that's even worse. This volcano here is actually dormant now. Oh, you gotta be joking. That's a godsend. Which means we can do this, we can do that, we can analyze it, we can do whatever the hell we want to this volcano right here, and we can actually figure out what's going on, and of course build this here before we do anything. This needs to be built. That's the next thing. With naphtha, it's maximum 30 kilograms. Okay, so it was 30 and not 300. It's still a lot because we are dropping only 10 grams per second in. So it's it takes a long time to reach 30 kilograms at 10 grams per second. How's it this year? Do it now. Jay says the tutorials are usually designed in sandbox mode. If there is an issue with a material, you just create the optimal material rather than figuring out how to do the task material you have. That is exactly it. Jay is 100% correct. In sandbox mode, you can't just spawn in whatever you want, whenever you want. Getting Visco Shell in a real game is a hell of a lot more difficult. And again, in 99% of all cases, not required to make something work. Barely ever. You need to actually use stuff like Thermium or Visco Shell. There are much simpler options available, most likely. Will you be adding oil to the steam turbine room? Probably should in this case right here, because we're gonna have a lot of heat output. Probably will have to do that, yeah. That is a good reminder. I would have probably forgotten about it, not gonna lie. Nice thing is, we can't just drop it in over here. It doesn't make a difference where we drop it in. I also don't care about this heavy watt conductor choke plate right here, that we lose potentially some power. It doesn't matter. Some heat, I mean. Or better to say some coolness, I mean. Because our planetoid is hot enough that we can do with some extra cooling, just in general. Presses fast forward, let's skip to the boot up. Wait, it's live, damn it. Yeah, that is the downside of streaming, I suppose. Everything happens in absolute real time. Also the fun of it though, really. Power wire, what are we gonna do with this sucker? I will need to create a little bit of a bigger basin down here. Jay says, wait. Wait for what? Just some funny thing about Visco Shell in Discord, put 1000 kilogram in one tile and probably doesn't budge, right? Before you drop the oil in, move the heavy watt joint plate up by one space so that it won't become a massive heat leak. Like I just said, I don't really care about that because I actually want to cool this planet down. But you're probably right that it would be a better way to do it, so I'll give it to you. You're correct. It is a better way to do it. So we will do it the better way. The only thing is, to do that, I once again need to get in here, deconstruct both of them, so I can get back in. But you're right. Okay, then don't do that. Again, you are right though. It will still leak out plenty of cold, most likely. So, shouldn't be that big of an issue. Let's do this. Let's do that. And then once we have both, do this. I mean, if you weren't live, you may have booted up without those rails and the power wire. The truth is probably not. Because, you know, trying to build something complicated like this here, trying to pay attention to you guys, implementing your ideas as we go along, because, I mean, that's the fun of having you guys here, right? I mean, if I just do my own thing and just don't give a shit about what you guys are saying, what's the fun in that? Oh, you didn't build that, you little sucker. You little sucker. It is a lot more complicated than you think. It is, to not make a mistake. So actually, when I'm playing by myself or when I'm recording a video, it's a hell of a lot easier. Don't you need to build the power line before you build those? I thought they did, but they didn't. Those suckers. And they can't reach it. You suckers. Going to sleep, my fellow big furry mammal. I'll watch the whole stream this week as I do. I appreciate it, Gabriel. I hope you have a good night. And thank you for joining. I truly appreciate having you around here. Always fun. Once this is done here, the only problem will be, can a databank melt? I guess we're about to find out, aren't we? Let's close this here off. We don't need it open anymore, so shouldn't be any reason to come back in here. Other than maybe getting rid of this pipe right here eventually, but meh. Even if the pipe stays, nobody cares. It can literally just sit here forever. Come on, for the love of God. Build this one piece of wire. A databank has a really high melting point, does it? Do we have one sitting around somewhere? Have you inspected this thing? No, we haven't. Properties, melting point 327 degrees? Yeah, no, I don't know about that. Oh, no, that's the conductive wire. Where's the data bank? Give me the data bank. There it is. Melting point 9,726 degrees. Okay, I think it will be safe. Yeah, I just noticed it was the wire. I was like, that sounds a little bit low. Okie dokie. Now, bears. Finish it up. It is the same material as the dupes. Do dupes have melting points? I don't think I've ever looked at that. They do have a melting point. I never ever looked at that. I had no idea. What does it melt into? That's another good question. I have no idea. Probably plastic? No database available. I also don't know. How could you even achieve a temperature that high? I have no idea. That might be a fun challenge. Melt a data bank and see what you get. We could try that. We could also try to melt the dupe, but how would we get a temperature that insanely high? Even in Sandbox, I wouldn't know how to do that. What's the melting point of thermium? Let's see here. Thermium. Even thermium has a melting point of 2600 degrees. According to the wiki, it melts into genetic ooze. Obviously, just need to develop a sun. Can we actually... Do we actually have a space for this thing here? Yes, at least that's set up. Get it out of there, just so we have it. I want to say that when you get that high, the game will check. I heard anyway. Huh. How much coal are you shipping over? That's a good question. How much do we have left over here? That was around 40 tons now. We had 120. So we can probably stop shipping it now. You're probably not wrong. More than enough. That is the answer to that question. Plenty. Yeah, they're full again. We're good. The only thing that we need is the automation wire, of course. Hook it up in the F2. We already have the power wire hooked up as well. All right, that should help out. And should also be able to be loaded by the auto sweeper. Very, very nice. Now, the problem with these liquid valves right here, what are we going to do with those things? I just don't know. We could vacuum it out, of course, which would mean sacrificing a vacuum pump or a mini gas pump, which we could do because it literally doesn't make a difference. The only other option would be to have... Well, we could. Because I do have this mod right here. Instead of just building a liquid lock just to speed it up a little bit, we could literally build this thing here. You know what? Fuck it. Let's do it. And it has the same function as a liquid lock. It's just a building that is modded in. I really don't like using it personally, but in this case here, we have been messing around with this thing here long enough and I'm ready for it to be started. And I'm sure you guys are as well. So let's do it the quick way. Let's plop this thing here in. We'll have to live right here. And then go for it. Could you use a thermo aqua tuner to infinitely heat packages of liquid smaller than 1,000 kilograms so they don't turn into gas? The thermo aqua tuner cools packages, not heat them. Make a little bead lock and keep your pump materials. I will just use the door right here again, just for speed's sake, to get this thing here up and running, or at least try to get it up and running to see what happens. The maximum gas temperature you can get in Sandbox is 9,729 degrees. 9,729. Where are we at? 9,700. So that is enough to melt the dupe. I think he meant using conductive pipes around the aqua tuner, but the aqua tuner will melt long before anything else happens then. Tried a mod that makes the portal produce power and oxygen. Makes early game so easy. Still haven't built the spawn yet. Well, yeah, I'm sure it does. There's a mod for everything out there. Crazy. Come on, dupes. Get out of your sleep. Time to do some work. But maybe build heavy butt plates at top and bottom and run power through before you vacuum that out. But it's just, yeah, that's a good idea. That's actually exactly what we need to do, truth be told. The fastest, quickest way to get through there. Let's build one here, let's build one there, and the third one we said needs to live right there, so we can then build an insulated pipe right here. And then, of course, we need some wiring that also goes through there. Plumbing, not plumbing, power, heavy conductive wire, through here, through there, and straight down. That should do. I was mixing up the aquatuna with the metal refinery. It wouldn't work though, since the metal refinery puts out full packets. Yeah. Yeah, that would be a problem. It would probably also melt down eventually, wouldn't it? I mean, even if you try to cool itself down, or does it interact with the liquid that's in it? Not entirely sure what would happen first. Bridge connection by the last turbine. What? Bridge connective by last turbine. Not entirely sure what we're talking about. Power. Oh, this one right here. I can build it from the outside. Kind of like that. Okay. All right. Now I just need to run all the way down here. But now we can build that building we were just talking about. Where is it at? Airlock door lives right here. You can plop that in. It does need power. It does need plastic. And I think it needs one other thing. Yeah, gold in this case. All we need is a little bit of power that we can just steal from anywhere. And then this here is an airlock door that doesn't let anything through at all. No matter what happens. Just not entirely sure. Will it need a roof? Guess we're about to find out. And ventilation. Vacuum pump. Plop it in here somewhere. It doesn't matter. Give that also some power while you're at it. And then, of course, in F7, we will need, in ventilation, some kind of gas pipe that comes out. For all I care, right here. And high pressure gas vent. I'm not sure if it interacts with the liquid in it, but I'm pretty sure you can cool the refinery without cooling the output liquid. That I'm pretty sure you can do, yes. Not sure what sort of maximum temperature difference you can get. Yeah, that is the big question, don't you? You have to build the wire first. Wow, of course, because they can't open the door without it, can they? That is insane. Another reason, I guess, why I don't ever use it. I don't even know why I have this mod installed, because, again, I don't ever use it. I think I have tried it once or twice, and I have never touched it since, and that must have been... I don't even know how long ago that I actually tried it last time. We are pumping. We are filling up the power thing here. So actually when the power goes out, it will still have a little bit of battery in it. So it acts even as a battery by itself. We can test it by telling the dupes to come in here and pick it up. And we will see if we get anything else in here. A note from the mod workshop. Duplicants may become trapped if the airlock loses power during operation, especially during heavy use. That's funny. Yes, the heavy bot is built between the two. So right now, the door has opened. Dupes are coming in and out. and there is no interaction at all. So that's the airlock door. Like I said, I'm not really a fan of using mods that are like, if you would use this here instead of a liquid lock and this mod here breaks in the next update, you are majorly wrecked. So I would highly recommend not to use this mod for anything crucial. Okay, we have a vacuum, which means we can now come in here and build those 2 tiles. Once those are built, we can tear the rest back out. And Charles says, mod is fun the first couple times, then you realize it slows your dupes down more than a liquid lock. That is actually not even on the list of my concerns at that point, honestly. I'm more concerned about an update coming out tomorrow morning and tomorrow afternoon when I open the game. It's wrecked. Get back out of there. There you go. Deconstructed, deconstructed, deconstruct all of it. Don't need any of it. F7. Get rid of it. If I don't do it now, I will forget it later. Alright. We are doing just fine. We have now a vacuum in here for our 2 liquid valves. They're already set up correctly. We got an update coming out? No. Or at least I don't know if we do or not. I'm saying is if there is an update tomorrow coming out, it will break this mod. And you will look like an idiot when you have it built somewhere important. Let's say I replace this here with this building right here. Let's say I put it right here. With a straight line going right through. I load up the game tomorrow and it is broken. And there's nothing I can do to fix it until the mod is working again. And that's why I don't like those kind of mods that are crucial for the gameplay. So quick question, did you set the valves flow before closing it up? I did, but it doesn't matter. You can do it at any time. No dupe labor required for those liquid valves right here. Okay, now one last check. Okay, up here on the top, we still need the oil. That should be then the last thing, which will cost us 1 piece of debris in here. So the oil is needed, 1 drop or 1 bottle of it. We have power to everything. Everything's powered up as it should be. That's okay, and that's fine. This wire here was originally what I wanted to use, but I ended up using a different one, so it does not matter. In F6, let's check it out. We are coming into here with our pump. We are coming into the loop. Magma goes up, naphtha goes down. Right here, we have our mechanical filter. Here is our overflow. That's going to be the interesting part to see. I hope that works the way it should. Theoretically, it should. Coming down here. Yeah. The only thing that I can think of is... No, it should work the way it is. Then we come down. We have our 2 liquid valves right here. Let me check the liquid valve settings. 10 grams on the bottom, 0.1 grams on the top. That is all correct. In here, we have radiant liquid pipes going through our fluid or later steam. We have these 3 coming down. Yes, they're not combined. The reason is that I do want the liquid spread out from our 3 steam turbines. Our pipe sensor right here is not set up. So let's just grab the settings from over here, which is set to above -5, standard setting, copy settings, back to Smelina, plop it in, back to ColdL, grab the one from the conveyor rail sensor, which is send a green signal if above 200 degrees, copy settings, back to Smelina, and plop it in. And then down here, the conveyor meter was set to, I think we said 5. 6. I looked it up earlier and forgot about it. So let's set this here to 6, also here. No dupe labor required. Okay. It's always required dupe labor in the past. What am I missing? They patched that a while ago. Let's see. Liquid, crude. Water bottle. 9. You need to hover over them. I don't see anything. For all I know, it's set. One bottle should fill this here up. Totally fine. Deconstruct it and put it over. Okay, now for this thing right here. That's going to be the most nerve-wracking thing right here. Liquid naphtha, enable auto bottle, number 9 priority. Let's do it. Gonna wait for a dupe to come. And as soon as the dupe shows up, even remotely in this area here, I'm gonna go down to 1 times speed because this here needs to be absolute precision. Just need a dupe to come by here and actually grab some naphtha, please. It's night. Nobody's gonna do anything. Heavy watt conductive wire got broke by heavy watt joint plate next to the steam turbine? Wait, what? Nope, it's all good. Anybody? Want to grab some naphtha? There you are. Alright. We only need a tiny drop. That is what matters. Something like that. Should already get the job done. Let's see. What is going on? It's dropping it down. We are at 3,166 grams. For risky bottle operations, you can spread some liquid along a floor, mop it, and then set bottle empty to sweep only. Yeah, that would definitely be an option. Let's see. It sucked it up. It puts it into the pipe, and magma is what's coming out first. All I'm doing now is I'm going to snip off the pipe. So now I have magma on the front, and I have naphtha in the back. That should be okay. Now it should go through here. It should come up here, and then it should go around and around and around. That would be the general idea. If it works the way I want it to work. Let's see. So it only took 1 piece. That is not what I wanted. Which is now a problem. Because I already had the output connected. Yeah, I should have snipped this here off to create the loop. And once the loop is done, I should have connected it. That was the mistake. Alright then. If that is all, it shouldn't be the end of the world. On the bright side, we can test the bottom here as well. It should bring in 999 grams. And without breaking it, it is going through and it's working. Yeah, it had a backup path. Yep, exactly. At least I know what the problem is, so now we can correct it. On the bright side is I snipped it off in the right moment, which means all we have to do is empty pipe. If we have somebody over here that can do that. If not, we may have to give somebody an extra skill point. And then we're going to try it one more time. This time with this here snipped off. And then it shouldn't be able to go anywhere. Yeah, a little bit of damage right here. It's not really happy about it, I suppose. As long as we're still in a vacuum, though, none of that matters. Alright, so far so good. Once again, let's grab whatever is laying around here. We have some Igneous Rock at 200 degrees. Don't want that. Would have been too easy if it would have worked on the first try. Looks like a packet of magma cooled. Yeah, probably there was another one behind it here. That is okay though. That is thankfully not the problem. There's another piece of naphtha in here. That's what I feared. That sucks a little bit. So we have to now bring a dupe in and empty this pipe here out as well, because that is the one thing that we cannot have. We cannot have naphtha in the pipe. So we had some magma in the pipe behind. Yeah, probably so. Anybody wants to do this real quick here, please? Anybody feels like emptying this pipe here for me? Should be able to reach it though, right? Is it going to pop above or below? That is a good question that I'm also wondering. Theoretically, it should come out above, right? Drinking game. If it goes horribly, everyone drinks. On the bright side, I save every single cycle for a good reason. So if worst comes to worst, we can always reload from the beginning of cycle 749. But you know what we could do? We could, just to be safe, plop in another tile right here before we empty this one here out. That we could do. Because that would be 100% it popping up above. There you go. Bring it on. Build it. And then empty out this pipe right here and we will see what happens. IC's here. Where does it go? Above. Very good. Now, let's try this one more time. This one here will be set to liquid naphtha as well. So you can grab this stuff here and get rid of it. Not the abyssalite. The naphtha, preferably. Thank you. There's a good reason for it. Because now we have those 3,166 grams right here. If I can, I would like to use it for this bottle emptier right there. So once this here is done, yeah, well, a little bit more maybe. There we go. Just don't grab the other bottle. Let's make sure this here gets emptied in. So every once in a while, we can make a good thing out of a bad thing, I suppose. So right here, now, disable auto bottle, set it to liquid naphtha. And once again, grab these 3,166 grams right here and drop it in. Need to connect the pipe back up, of course, so it has somewhere to go. Suck it up. And this time it's the naphtha that's first, which is okay. May potentially not be okay, I suppose. We will see if we can do it fast enough. This here will probably be the other way around. It is going to cool probably too quickly. Please don't go there. We will need to open this here back up so we can empty it out. Now we won't have enough time. So the magma is going to cool now in our pipe here too fast. Before we can actually send it through the rest of the pipe, probably. Which is going to be a problem. If there's more naphtha behind it. Just re-empty that bottle and you're good to go. Yeah, that was exactly the plan. Wait, you can redirect it. This one right here? Without going in here? How? I have a liquid vent, but even for the liquid vent... Yeah. Oh yeah, that's true. Ha! I forgot about it. Yeah, of course. I can't just plop it down here on the ground and just leave it there. Let's see, let's hook this up. Let's snip this here off. That should drop it on the ground. Stop deconstructing. Let's bring it back in. Kill this one here. And hook this one here back up. And then snip it back off right away. And now only the magma should be coming along here. Should be going up to the top. There we have it. There it is. Now it is properly primed. That was a good call. I didn't even think of that at all. Huh. Very nice. And this one here can now be emptied out again. Do we have magma up here again? Yes, we do. That's fine, though. Let's set this one here to liquid naphtha. Once again. And then empty out our pipe. And now it is an actual mechanical filter. That is what that should look like. You don't even understand what happened there? Which part of it? The one up here on the filter? Or the one down here on the bottom? Please stop that. Leave the magma in there because I don't care about it. And grab this liquid naphtha right here and take it away. All right, that was slightly harder than I expected it to be, because I made this one mistake right here. Again, this here should have never done what it did. No, don't freaking do that. Are you kidding me? You dupes. Of course, this one here has a higher priority, that's why. When the naphtha dropped, why did it activate the other pump? This pump right here? It's not activated because I snipped off the power wire. Or this one right here. This is basically the exact same setup that we have down here. Right? So this down here on the bottom has, once again, naphtha here and magma here. This one has naphtha here and magma here. It's the exact same setup. I just needed magma to come over here, not naphtha. The second one, this one here was not activated because I snipped off the wire. Come on, dupes. Somebody grab this here, please, before a accident happens. Can I override it? I need to get this out of there. I don't really care if you're hungry or eating or whatever the hell you're doing. I need somebody to do this right now. There you go. Wait a second, what happened with the magma? Oh, it's still in here. And it's about to come down. If that would have come down on that bottle, that would have spelled disaster. But it didn't, so we're good. Alright, now we can get rid of the stuff right here, and then we can actually fully start it up. All we need now is a tiny little bit of naphtha that we can take from anywhere and put it into the pipe. Only one drop. It will not go up here. It will go into right there. And that will then kickstart the entire system. Just as simple as that. But why was it activated? Didn't it already collect the naphtha? This one right here? It's just a weird animation that it does. It just does that. Okay, where are we going to put our naphtha just temporarily? Just anywhere, it doesn't matter. Yep, easy. If only you let the blob continue on instead of plumbing it out. It wasn't quite enough. I would like to have more in here as a safety net. Theoretically shouldn't ever happen because of our overflow, but I just would like to have a little bit more in there, honestly. We could theoretically go ahead and just use this pipe here. Theoretically, we could just use this here as it is. The only question is, you know, let me try something. Just like we did earlier, if I take a mesh tile made out of something that doesn't melt right away and put it right there. What will that do? I'm just trying to get rid of this magma that's in this tile right here. That's basically all I'm trying to accomplish right now. What did you just pump down there? Oh, that's the magma from earlier. The 6 kilograms. It's fine. Very odd. Yeah, we will see how it goes. First of all, let's I only want polluted water though, please. And that is all polluted water in this area, so it should be okay for the amount that we need. Or should I? I should probably go ahead and deconstruct this pump here and replace it with a pump with a filter. Why do I want to get rid of the magma? Because it would be the easiest way right now to prime the naphtha. Is that going to do anything? No, it can't do anything because it's just going to heat up the mesh tile. Yeah, that's not going to work. Okay, we need to build it somewhere else. Get out of there. Wrong view. Let's replace our pump because our cooling loop is not yet running. That is something that we most definitely need. What's the melting point of the mesh tile? It's steel. 2400 degrees. It's not going to do anything. No problem on that front. Come on, get it done. Once this here is through, we just set it to polluted water. Liquid all the way down here is polluted water. Then we're just going to pump it into our cooling loop. There we have it. Going straight through the aqua tuner. Also right here. Again, it shouldn't make a dent into it because we have it made out of ceramic. Really nice. It's cooling down our pump. Thanks to our beautiful conduction panel right here, which is very nice as well. Now we're just going to let this here run for 30 seconds or so, and of course always put more water in than we actually need. Because if you ever need to extend it or need to fix anything or whatever, it's always good to have a little bit of extra. I love the filter pump mod, so do I. That's really the only mod that I use that actually adds or changes any buildings in the game. Also, I don't usually use those here constantly for anything. I use it just for stuff like this here. It just makes it easier and faster. Instead of building a filtered liquid pump and a liquid filter. Yeah, one of my favorite mods. All right, that looks good. I guess we can disconnect it from power. Should be plenty. Are we looking? Really nice. Of course, all of this here needs to be cooled down now. We are creating a bunch of heat in here. We're already up to 60 degrees, actually. 50 degrees, I mean. So, slowly but steadily, we are making headway here. That's clearly not the temperature at which we put it in there. Very good. What does von Rheinland say? For melting dupes, I found some information on Reddit and their melting point seems to be the max temperature before the game crashes. I don't suppose you could use the filtered liquid pump in the magma chamber and have it activated from naphtha, but never actually pick it up. I don't know. I can't say I ever tried. Like I said, I don't ever use any buildings or anything that I intend to use long term. Like, for example, this pump right here, if I just leave it here and it breaks, who cares? It's fine. But if I leave it in here and it breaks, that would be a problem. But we could replace this one here. If we replace this, the only problem is when I deconstruct this one here. Let me deconstruct it real quick just to test it because I'm pretty sure bloody plastic is going to fall out of it on deconstruction because it does require plastic to build in comparison to a normal pump. And if plastic falls out of this thing, you can't deconstruct it. Yep. There you have it. If I would replace this pump right here with a, because I was just thinking we could just use this filtered liquid pump right here, put some naphtha right there, and then put the naphtha in it like this. Yeah, that wouldn't work. Yeah, that would be non-ideal. Yeah, that would be non-ideal. But theoretically, though, is there anything really stopping me? I mean, if I just give it a tiny little bit too much, I'm going to be doomed, though. You know what? Screw it. We're going to try it. Theoretically, since we have our filter now, it shouldn't matter. If I put naphtha in here and magma, the magma should go up, the naphtha should go down. That is the entire purpose of the system. So I should be able to use this liquid pump right here to prime the entire system, as is. And that's what we're going to try. Until the volcano erupts? Oh, that's not a problem, yeah. How long do we have on this thing, by the way? I never checked. 22 cycles until next activity. And look at this here, average output, as I said, 1,468. I usually use a rule of thumb. One major volcano is usually roughly, apparently a little bit less than 3 times a minor volcano. And I wasn't too far off with that. Isn't there already some naphtha in there? Yeah, we do have a tiny little bit down here. 2,000 grams, I suppose. I would really like to have a tiny little bit more. It's just, do I need more necessarily? Probably not. But I would like to have just a notch more. Let's set this here to enable water bottle number 9 once again. I do have it all connected, correct? Yep. Just a tiny little bit more. Even though we only use 10 grams per second in a perfect world, can't hurt to have a notch more. Get up here, you dupe. There you go. That's it. Thumbs pumping. Let's watch it. Magma up. Naphtha through. Magma up. Oh, of course, now we will need to connect this here to power to actually start it up properly. Let's see. That should do her. And we will also see if our overflow works once this pipe here is all the way full. This here, though, can now be safely deconstructed. All of it, really. This here can be blocked off. This here can be deconstructed. Let's see. All of it is working so far. We're delivering Igneous Rock. The Igneous Rock is being put into the conveyor loader. We'll see if one auto sweeper can keep up with both outputs. As usual, there's only one way to find out. I think the max temperature in the code is 9,999 Kelvin. Yeah, but if you put a microgram too much naphtha into the system and it backs up, you're in trouble. You are correct. But 1 microgram too much. We have 7.7 kilograms. That's exactly, roughly how much I wanted. Just under a full piece of pipe is my perfect situation right here. So that is actually perfect. Couldn't be much better. What happened now? What is entombed over here? Building broken. What happened down here? What did happen down here? Seriously, though. How did I end up with petroleum? I have a lot of questions. Over here we are empty. Over here we are empty. Oh, we got rid of all of our oil. Why? What happened here? I don't understand. How do we have 870 kilograms left? And the pump is broke. Very odd. Just gonna ignore that for a minute. Let's get back to what we're actually working on. Probably liquid dripping on the... Oh, I know what happened. I know exactly what happened. Up here on the top is our metal refinery. It was set to steel. So it dropped a bunch of hot oil down here that it heated up, and we basically just pumped it around and around to make more steel. That is what happened here. Yep, got it. You don't have sour gas? That sounds like a win to me. I couldn't agree more. And look at this. Our overflow is working like a charm. It literally couldn't work much better than this, honestly. I mean, seriously. That is all that I expected it to look like. That was a great idea, Che, with the overflow. That is the one thing that I didn't consider. I had obviously thought about this, how to build it, but I have never tried it. So now we know. Now we know. And we can also see we're in a vacuum. We could build insulated... Who is scalding? Oh, bears. We could theoretically build insulated tiles around here. But, I mean, our insulated pipe here is built out of obsidian. So it doesn't matter. It will never melt. It will never overheat. It can't do a damn thing to it. So we could theoretically just leave it as is. We could get rid of all the stuff that's laying around right here. Could tear out this pipe and whatnot. And then just close this here off forever and call it a day. How are you still scalding? Ah, that's why. Hot piece of steel. Please get rid of it. Thank you. Appreciate it. Check the temperature of the overflow. 38.5 degrees. And it doesn't budge. Dupe's literally climbing into a pool made of magma. Who is scalding? That is funny, though. I give you that. It's in vacuum. Building insulated tile around it would technically seep more heat into the vacuum, right? I don't even know if that is a thing. Heat seeping into vacuum. I don't think that's possible. But yeah, our liquid piping will just heat up until it reaches the temperature of the magma. And then do nothing. Because it can't go anywhere. That would be my understanding of what's about to happen here. The liquid valve is not going to do a damn thing. It's not going to heat up in any way, shape, or form. Theoretically, that should be fine as is. The only place are these tiles right here that I'm slightly worried about. Because they are exposed. Which means they will heat up. And will heat up the environment eventually. And the problem is, now that I have those heavy rock conductive wires here, I cannot put insulated tiles on top of them. Yeah, suppose I can on this one right here. But that's about it. Oh yeah, I do need an output on the rail. I never built the, I never finished the rail. I just got it out of there. Also, I don't have access anymore. I just realized I can't get over to the left side anymore. Thankfully, we have plenty of water and steam in here. So even if it's an idle there, it shouldn't cause any damage anytime soon. But that's fine. Let's grab us this rail here and let's bring it through here, I suppose. And straight over here. Probably something along this line here should get the job done. All this should be reachable, except, of course, well, I can't get through in through the bottom. The only problem is this here is 5 tiles. So I will need one piece of ladder right there. There we go. Oops, build it. I could make another vacuum up here. Von Rhineland is 100% correct. Probably is the smartest idea to just have another tiny little vacuum chamber right there. Kind of like we built the other one. I'm just going to use that same damn airlock thing here again. That's probably the easiest solution to the problem. And I'm a big fan of easy solutions. So let's plop us 2 more tiles right here. Get rid of those ladders here because we don't need them for anything anyway. There we go. The rail can go wherever the hell it wants. That's fine. Alright, dupes. How about you build me something, will you? There you go. We will see if our steam turbines here will hold up, which, again, they should, per definition. 10 out of 10, flawless victory. Wouldn't go quite that far. It did work out in the end, for sure, though. But yeah, definitely fun building something like that. And having you guys in chat, of course. Having an extra, what, currently 71 pairs of eyeballs is always a good thing. Will the conveyor loader collect that salt? Yes, it will, as far as it can reach. You just need to come down here and build these few here, please, dupes. Rather earlier than later, preferably. You have no other job right now. We will have to find a solution to get through here, though, because taking the long way is not gonna be flying forever. What is broken in the steam chamber? That is a good question. What is broken? Why is this output pipe here broken? How did that happen? Send a green signal if above -5 degrees. Let's see. How can this break? It shouldn't be possible that this here breaks, but somehow it broke. That would mean that the insulated pipe here froze. Which, once again, shouldn't be possible. Well, apparently we have to get back in here, so I guess we can do that as well. That really sucks though, because that is every time the long way. We need to drop our water level. That should be easy enough. Let's drop the water level. These tiles right here. Once the water level is dropped, we should be able to make it through here, I hope. We will have to probably drop it even further than that, though. So, we got a few more tiles here. Something like this here should get the job done. We can reach all of this. But still, though, my piping, though, is more important right now. I need those rails done before we dig. So, let's do it. Come on, dupes. Oh, they're sleeping again, of course. One last thing to make it perfect, an Atmos sensor hooked up to an automated notifier set to pause. That way, if the vacuum ever breaks for any reason, you can notify it immediately and don't have to guess what cycle it happened on. That would be a good idea. The one Mr. Chase says, I'm struggling. I'm on petroleum rockets, about to finish the liquid hydrogen research. What can I use for a cooling loop until I get supercoolant? For liquid hydrogen? I mean... Theoretically speaking. Sorry about that. What? Let me get a drink. Theoretically speaking, you could use anything and use the exact same principle that we are using for the magma right here. That principle is that you're putting less than 999 grams through the pipe and then cool it down basically forever. It's the amount of liquid in your pipe that matters. Theoretically, you can cool it down to negative 200 degrees Celsius if you wanted to, and it will never ever break the pipe. But again, you just need to make your fluid less than 1 kilogram, 999 grams per second. You can do it with water, you can do it with whatever the hell you want, really. That would theoretically work. I cannot say I've ever tried that, though, because that also means you have less than 10% of the total mass that you would normally have in an insulated pipe or in a pipe in general. Tested this for some time, but the aqua tuners and bridges will put 2 packages together and the pipe breaks. Really? Huh. And it has to stay packaged that small at every link in the pipe. Yeah, like I said, that is just theoretically speaking. I have never tried that. You're making an actual dent in the magma reservoir. Yes, I am, but the problem is I have nowhere to put it, so it's just sitting there. I really need... Do I really? Because it's so far away, they refuse to build those fucking tiles right here. Come on, dupes. Stop everything else. And build me those rails, so we can get that magma out of there. Or that igneous rock, better to say. There we go. Why didn't you do that all along? It didn't seem that hard to me. But now, wait a second. If this pipe here is broke, how is the aqua tuner running? Is there a packet basically stuck inside of it right now? Because this here is just going around. It's not actually doing anything. I'm slightly confused about what I'm looking at. Oh, you think it's the automation wire that's broken? You think so? Shouldn't be possible. Let me see your automation over there. It doesn't have an automation wire. But even then, it has no liquid. I am slightly confused right now what I'm looking at, honestly, right here. That shouldn't be possible. What I'm seeing. Because nothing comes out the output. Either way, though, we need to fix this here relatively quickly. Once again, we could just break back in here with a what is it called? Liquid lock, of course. About to build this here. It's a little bit too time intensive. It's 9:30 p.m. I've been streaming for 6 hours. So I am going to take the short path real quick. Get rid of those 2 pieces of ladder right here. I'm going to set it on highest priority so the dupes can come over here. Looks like we need to drop the water level even further, which is totally fine. We can certainly accommodate for that. Let's do it something like this here. Just so we can straight walk through here. That is what I would like to do, preferably. Could you abuse this just to generate heat from electricity? I guess so. I guess you could, probably. Not entirely sure. But I've never seen that happening. Now, that is an absolute first for me. Not gonna lie. Bring this up right here. Build me a tile right there. And then, once again, where is my airlock door? There it is. Just need to make it out of steel. Of course, we don't want it to freaking break because of the steam temperature. What is the temperature of our output right here? 14 degrees. That is still fine, but it will go up the longer we are not actually cooling our cooling loop. That's kind of the problem. Oh yeah, power wire first. And I'm coming from the bottom though. It's okay. Am I coming from the bottom? Yes, I am. Simple. Where do I get the power wire from? From right here. Just gonna bring it up and over. There we go. All this here though, and that is really annoying right now. Are they gonna build it? Yes, they are actually coming and doing something. So that's nice. For a change. Oops, will get hurt. It is bloody hot in there. They'll survive it though. I'm not gonna build Atma suits just to go in there for 1 second. I wonder if the tuner would run after a reload. I have really no idea what in the hell is going on. It's insane. We're just wasting power at this point. That's all we're doing. We're not literally doing nothing right here. Our polluted water is up to 14 degrees. We do need to get that in there now. Of course, I built this here first, except this one single piece. Oops. Always the same. Oh yeah, you're right. Randy. No, not Randy. Aaron says, why drop water levels when you could have a small ladder? I'm blind as a bat, I'm telling you. Oof. This build here, to get all this together here, I'm not gonna lie, was not easy. Von Ryan says, I'll give you some testing time, but not today. It's sauna time. Sauna time! That sounds amazing, actually. Have fun and a great day. Thank you, Von Ryan, for hanging out. I appreciate it. You're not missing anything. We're just fixing this here real quick, and I will call it a day. You said this half an hour ago? See, that's exactly my point. Even though I don't have that many chatters, it's easier than you would expect to miss a message, so I apologize for that, Jay. But I did certainly miss that message completely. Yeah. Oh. Come on, dupes. Get it done, please. Just want to make sure that it's all good. Can we reach this here from where we are? I'm not entirely sure. Build me a piece of ladder just to be safe. We're suffocating. Kionis, of course, because you're running all the way down there. Not surprising. There we go. Yeah, not sure how I missed that myself. And you did the deodorizer teleportation build. I sure did. That thing's still running. What's even happening with that thing? I haven't looked at that in a long time. But do we still have sand? Yes, we still have sand. Nice. And it's still running. And we still don't have any germs. Completely forgot that we did that. I feel like that was so long ago. Okay, once this ladder here is built, we're good. Oh, Keone says no. You're okay. You're okay. There we have it. All right. Yeah, overall, we are now doing fine with our one singular gas vent right here. It just does all the work. All of it. Alrighty. We have this here now, so theoretically, there shouldn't be anything stopping me from now deconstructing this tile and this tile. We will lose some heat in our steam chamber, but that is probably the smallest of our problems right now. 6 units going out. That should be good. Or up to 6 units, better to say. So eventually, the system here should catch back up with all the magma we dumped in here for nothing. You could sweep the salt too. I could also kill my dupes doing that. I'm not sure we really want to do that. Let me see here in automation. Automation wire. Out of steel. You can come now over here where you actually belong. That needs to be done. I know, you're hot. That will definitely cause some damage. Repair it. Build the wire. Get the hell back out. Where are you going? What in the hell are you doing? Okay, I need to manually move you back out of there because you are dumb enough to kill yourself. No. Too many dupes at once. We do not want that. Because only one dupe can use the store at a time, which is another downside, of course, to our standard locker like this here. So, for what we are doing right now, this is not really the optimal method. But now we do have the automation wire built, I believe, right? Yes, that's built. All we are needing right now is to fix the thermoactive tuna pipe. Does it have permissions? That is a good one. Who has the most health left? I see Barris. Nobody is allowed but Barris. Can I do that? Let's see. Barris. Actually, I need to turn it off for everybody that is here. Not Killjoy because he's not on his planetoid. But for example, Keonis, you can go in. Who else do we have here? Doc, you can go in. Barris, you're the only one who can go in. Who else do we have on this planetoid? Keonis, Barris, Doc, Brandon can't go in. Who else do we have over here? Let me check the vitals real quick. Who am I missing? And I see. That should be all of them. 4 don't have access, 1 has access. There we have it. That should theoretically fix the problem. Now we just need Barris to actually do it, please. Where are you at, Barris? What you doing? Oh, you're sleeping, of course. Night is coming. Turn up the speed. And then let's see. Yeah, our temperature's up to 48 degrees. We really have to do something here very soon. They all have default permission to go in still, don't they? No, they don't anymore. They now have custom access. So basically, they all have default access, but they're all not on this planetoid. So the ones that we do have on this planetoid, I did turn off, which is Keonis, Doc number 27, Brandon, and Icy Venom. It should now be okay. We could also undock the suit here. We can do the same trick that we did earlier and have Barris grab a suit. So yeah, let's go with that. Let's put this here also to 70. There we go. They're gonna sleep now. Once they wake up, I hope that Barris will go, grab himself the suit, and then walk over there. And not the other way around. Where is Barris? There's Barris. Let's grab him. Let's bring him up here. So the closest thing should be the suit. I said the closest thing should be the suit. Please grab the damn suit. I just assigned it to you, didn't I? There you go. Now, get back here. Fix it up. And I guess now in the suit he can probably go ahead and get the salt out, I suppose. There we have it. Why do we have cold damage again? I truly don't understand. Probably that piece that was in here probably got super cooled, I assume. Because the pieces that are coming out now should be fine. Since the thermal echo tuner here was always running, let's see. Okay, now actually the wire is turning it on and off the way it should. So we are good. And then salt-wise, okay. Let's get rid of these three right here. And how far can you reach in this direction? Get rid of these here. Because we can. Alright, let's build us another one of those doors and plop it right here probably. We will need power first. This time I will remember. Just build me a wire all the way to here because it doesn't matter. All the other dupes can do that. Wait, did you take off your suit now? You damn weirdo. Oh god, what happened to your suit? Oh, you went into the vacuum area. What would you do over here? I mean, seriously, what was so important in here that you had to go there first before grabbing your damn suit? Hey. There we go. Barris, go grab your suit. And do not go back in here. There shouldn't be anything to do for anybody in here. There's nothing selected, nothing to build, nothing to deconstruct, nothing at all. Crazy. Let's see. Will he actually get this job done or not? Yes, we will find out. You don't have to be built out of steel, though. And we will need a tile right here. There's stuff on the floor, they're probably grabbing it. Yeah, maybe it can only be the sand, I suppose, because everything else, all these here, the dispensers here are all set to sweep only. So nothing is set to sweep up here, so there shouldn't be sweeping anything down there. Or up there, in there. However you want to look at it, I suppose. Very good. Now, last but not least, we will need in ventilation, once again, our trusty vacuum pump that lives right here. Then we will need a bridge, or a pipe, better to say, that it goes straight out. That pressure gas went for good measure. We have power, we're good. Power will be extended. And we should be golden. What are you guys doing? What are you doing? What is going on right now? Because we have two dupes that break the damn system. Get in here. There you go. Yeah, like I said, I'm not a fan of this door here. Not at all. But I guess it will do for our purposes right this very second, I hope. But now, Barris, what are you doing? Oh, you're going to eat again. I just need you to mop this here up. And if you don't do it, I just leave it there because I couldn't care less. Quite honestly. It's not like it's a necessity that we get rid of it. We have our vacuum though. Which means we can now close this here off. Which means, first of all, the vacuum pump has to go. The power wire has to go. In F7, we can rip all of this shit out. There we go. And this can go as well. The only thing that should not go is the airlock door quite yet. Let's see. What is with this heavy butt joint plate here? Where is it taking its heat from? Oh, it's taking it probably from... That could be a problem all by itself. Because we're going through here. And it's heating up the heavy butt joint plate. So it could potentially melt this heavy butt joint plate here. I will have to replace it. Make it out of steel though. So that can't happen. Or just remove it. That's true. Now I don't need it anymore. It doesn't even matter. You're correct. It's no longer needed. Yeah, you're right. Doesn't even matter. The only problem is now we ran out of power. We need to build this wire here with absolute top speed. Actually, no, we didn't run out of power. No, this here's our power source. It doesn't matter. All we're doing is we're not sucking up the power from our steam turbines. Steam turbine just produces nothing right now. That's fine. Okay. If that's the worst of it. Okay, so Barry's just delivered his Atmos suit. Okay, then screw it. We're gonna leave this shit in here. Not with that priority, please. It's just going to build us this year. We could build a ladder while we are here. Yeah, we can put a piece of ladder in here so we can get rid of this here. That we can do. And then right here is going to be our wall. Oh yeah, now you're coming back without one. And you're about to die a horrible death. Telling you, these dupes are not the smartest. Why would he bring first back his suit? You are not the one who is not allowed to go in there. You are also going to be straight away assigned to this one. Okay, you assigned yourself. Good. Just build me those two pieces of wall right here. And we're done. Jonas, finish one tile and get the hell out of there. Run. I see, you're gonna stay here. Only Brandon goes in there. I said you stay here. Finish it, finish it. Get the hell out of there. And get rid of this thing. I don't have to look at it anymore. There we go. And then insulated tiles. Just gonna plop. Probably first only the top one so we can reach it actually. Alright. We should be good right here. Now the heat transfer doesn't make a difference anymore. Yeah, we should be golden as of right now. Who's starving? Error messages always means nothing. Get rid of this, get rid of this, and get rid of this. Alright, now we finally have a somewhat working system. Just 2 more tiles of insulated tile. The auto sweeper will, the conveyor loader is actually set up to everything. It's literally set up to everything that's laying around in here. So eventually, most likely, once this magma here is dropping down, we will see that it will pick up other stuff. But currently, it's just picking up the Igneous Rock and nothing else. And last but not least, one more thing right there. But before we do that, let's pick up that debris right there so it doesn't get shoved in here once again. Temperature-wise, everything's golden. Volcano's still dormant, and we already removed the entire first 5 tiles right here, which is nice. I could tell it to not pick up the Igneous Rock. Okay. If you guys insist. Go get the salt. Everything in your vicinity that is not Igneous Rock. Plop it in there. Let's see. There was some dirt in there. Not sure where that came from, but sure, let's go. And apparently that's all of it. So we can now set it back to everything. And back to Igneous. Alright. So far, so good. Come on, somebody pick up the sedimentary rock and get rid of it, please. But yeah, I think we did a hell of a job today building this thing here. Again, a lot of these areas a first for me, obviously first time in life. Building this entire system over here. I mean, I just came up with that, or think of it basically off stream, but I didn't try it or anything. We built it together, and I think it's always a lot of fun building something together with you guys. That is definitely always something that I personally truly enjoy. Do I want 2,000 kilograms of brine? Or maybe, but not over here. Guess we can grab it. There we go. At least here we have a storage for that stuff. But yeah, like I said, it's always fun building with you guys. Because again, without your help, I wouldn't be able to build it. And if you wouldn't be here, I would be able to build it. But it just wouldn't be as fun, honestly. I enjoy this a hell of a lot. It's just a boatload of fun. But yeah, this time around we did it over here. And eventually what I'm planning on doing is tame these two right there. But these two right there, we're going to do the more traditional method with the magma blade. And so just so we can see how that one looks as well. We built now this system or something like that. Is going to be relatively easy to do, I would assume, or I would say. I mean, it is not really that difficult. You just need to follow the steps in an appropriate manner. You know? But it's really not that difficult to do. We will see, and I guess you guys will decide at the end of the day, once we get to it. It will not be the next episode. Right here. Is this here better? Or will the version that we built for both of those volcanoes over here be better? I guess at the end of the day, like I said, you guys will make that decision. I don't mind either way. I just really like this version right here because you really don't see it that often in the wild. Like if you look through YouTube and you try to find something like this here, you don't really find it. You really find the other version over and over and over again. I mean, everyone under the sun has done it. And this one here is a little bit more rare. And so I figured I'm going to make this version here my own. And that's where we are. But yeah, it seems like it's working. We are getting it down. I guess last but not least right here, we could do a little bit more cleanup because these tiles right here obviously were put in just to prime it. And we don't actually need them for anything. So they can go. All of these ladders here are not needed for anything. These insulated pipes here are not needed for anything. So we can rip all of it out. We've removed 4 full cells of magma. Yeah. And more than that, because the top up here is only at about 700, 1500, 1200 kilograms. Kind of hard to tell, but yeah. It definitely makes a dent into it, and it's pumping out a lot of wood. I mean, we're talking about basically 2 kilograms per second. That is no joke. That is what the system is capable of. And of course, if you were to have an insane volcano, which doesn't exist in the game, which has more than an average output of 2000, you can always put in a third one. Like, nobody's telling you that you cannot make this here 3 high, right? And MJR says vacuum pump method is a little more complicated than the door drop and autominer. Yeah, I think it is slightly more complicated, probably. I would agree with that. but it's good practice for eventually taming niobium. That is actually where I took it from. If you look on my channel, you will see that this exact tamer right here, or at least this part of it right here, I used for my niobium tamer. There is a tutorial for it on my YouTube channel, exactly like it. And I just use it for everything else. It's, yeah. Because if it tames niobium, why wouldn't it tame a normal volcano, right? It's basically this simple. We may potentially, we will see how it goes right here over a longer period of time. But right at the moment, our 3 steam turbines are 100% maxed out. Like there is nothing left on it. And our temperature right here, I don't know, will it stay stable at about 210 degrees, which would be perfectly fine, or does it increase? If it increases, all we have to do is very, very temporarily pause the system maybe, to get rid of at least our reservoir right here. Basically, we can just snip off the wire at any given point, which will then just pause our magma coming in. Or what we could do is we could just set these here to 0. Either way. A molten uranium major volcano. I like that. And I meant not snip off the power wire. I meant snip off this here. If we snip this here off, this will effectively pause the entire system. So we will see that here very soon. When I do that, that will pause it. Do not snip off your power. That will break it. That was me misspeaking. So right at the moment, basically, we are just pausing the system, and it will be paused completely once this here is empty. But since we have basically everything here in a vacuum, we could go even a step further and snip it off right here, which would pause it almost instantly if we were to run into any trouble. So there are several ways, as usual, to skin this cat. So yeah, I think collectively, all together, I think we did a hell of a job here. I think it looks pretty good. It works, and it's giving us tons and tons of igneous rock. So that makes now volcano number 3 that we have tamed. And this one here was by far the most complicated, because obviously you have to deal with the reservoir that is around it, with all the hot rock that is around it. Somehow you have to deal with it, and that's the main reason why I decided to tame this thing here today. Just to see that that is a way to do this. Nobody's died, everything is working, so it's a win in my book. And down here on the bottom, we have one more aluminum volcano, which I mentioned earlier. So yeah, that is certainly something that we will slap in a heartbeat next time around. That is going to take no time. It's going to be a reverse version of this one here. We will have to look out for that a little bit, though, because we do have our neutronium here, which is reaching straight into our volcano, so we don't actually have enough space to build the entire thing. So we will have to be a little bit creative, but that should be fun as usual. I enjoy a challenge like that for sure. You know, if you do the easy stuff over and over again, it does get boring. So building something like this here is pure enjoyment on my end. And now all you need to do is create enough stone hatches to consume every bit of the igneous rock. Well, that shouldn't be a big problem, since we have a total of 3 stables over here, where one of them is already stone hatches. One of them has a single pip in it that is just running around doing nothing. And the third one is completely empty right now. So we still have to do something with our pip that we just keep in here basically for eternity. It just lives, breeds, dies over and over again up until we figure out what we're going to do with it. Would making a tamer taller work when squeezed for space? Would definitely be an option. I mean, obviously, that would be a way to do it. But I already have an idea for this year, because I have had a situation like that a long time ago, where I had a volcano very, very close to the edge. But we should be able to accommodate a system kind of like this here, or basically the same as this here, more or less, into this space right here. I think it should work. We will have to try and see. But theoretically, I don't see a problem. Jay says, you did a good job and we distracted you. I appreciate it, Jay. But again, if you wouldn't be here, it wouldn't be as much fun. I basically don't play Oxygen Included anymore outside of streaming, honestly. Every once in a while, I mess around in a sandbox a little bit and try a few things that I'm curious about. But other than that, I literally only play it on Saturdays for 6, 7, 8 hours with you guys. That is the most fun I've had with this game in ever. Not gonna lie. Would making a Tamer be already? That is not every bit dreaded. You could definitely set aside some of the igneous to replace the sand consumption. Yeah, in the polluted oxygen tamer. Oh god. Well, that would give you the coal to make that sand positive air filter possible. It sure would do that. And I mean, we still have it. It's still running. So there's nothing stopping us from modifying this thing here to do whatever with it, just for the fun of it. Like, how we could just do a challenge. How far can we push the infectious polluted oxygen vent, trying to make it as safe, self-sustainable in every regard as possible? That does sound like something that's fun, because usually infectious polluted oxygen vents are, for a good reason, though, completely ignored by everybody, because generally they do suck. Everybody knows it, and that's why everybody ignores them. So theoretically, you could build a colony that gets 100% of its energy from a water source in Igneous Rock. Yeah, you could most definitely do that. Theoretically, that is absolutely possible. Over here, though, once again, we will also need to do something with our power, because those coal generators here are obviously not a sustainable option. They're good enough for right now. They work, they get the job done. But it will not stay like that forever. By now, we are also going from yellow into the orange, slowly but steadily. So also something to look out for. I mean, we could probably even just build an entire row in here of metal tiles to conduct cold over if we wanted to. Because right here, our anti-entropy thermonullifier in combination with our V-swords are producing so much negative DTUs that it should be enough for basically cooling more or less this entire planetoid here. And on top of that, we have 2 more V-swords right here, so we have cooling all day, every day. Those biobots make a zombie spore infected gas vent something worth dealing with. Yeah. Oh no. But yeah, I think, once again, we have an idea, general idea at least, what we're going to do next time. Like I said, right here, this volcano here is something that we can tackle. And I know Keonis is waiting for... Sorry about that. Keonis is waiting for it. We still need to build our power brick. Yeah, I think we did a good job today. Yeah. Put a rocket in every space possible on the space map. I promise, Keonis, eventually we will build us a beautiful brick. It will be the most beautiful brick you have ever seen. But yeah, I hope you guys had fun. I sure as hell did. And I will see you next Saturday. That is the plan for right now. I'm still trying to find time to, what is going on up here? Now that I see it. What is going on right here? Why are there a gazillion glossy Dracos? Did I forget to set this here to not eggs? Yep. That's exactly what I did. Oh no. But basically, we are just taking out what we're breeding and putting it in there. And instead of eating all of those things here... That is hilarious, honestly. Okay, I'm gonna give him a wrangle command. All of them. Sorry, guys, but you will all get drowned down here. There's everything else. How many the hell are those? There's gotta be 20 or 30. Holy cow. That is insane. But yeah, that works. Either way around, I guess we can watch him drown the next time around when we start up the game. You guys are responsible to remind me that is going on. Even though it should be impossible to miss that once I pause the game right here and save it in this exact spot. So yeah, guys, I hope you had fun. I did. I hope I see you next Saturday. And with that, I say thank you and peace.